wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Faceless shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels, cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark.
The legends of the little people have long been whispered through the generations. Tales passed down by Native Americans across the vast land. These stories describe a mysterious race of small beings who reside in woods, their homes hidden near sandy hills, rocky outcrops, or vast bodies of water like the mighty Great Lakes. The legends paint a vivid picture of these tiny creatures, often referred to as hairy-faced dwarfs. They were said to travel in boats, each carrying between 5 to 7 of them, with horns adorning their heads, giving them an otherworldly appearance. The Native American folklore surrounding these little people is rich with mischievous antics, portraying them as tricksters who loved to play practical jokes on humans. Often, they would be heard singing beautiful, haunting melodies, only for the music to vanish the moment someone tried to locate its source, leaving bewildered listeners behind. But despite their playful nature, the little people were known to be deeply compassionate, particularly toward children. If a child found itself abandoned or mistreated by abusive parents, it was believed that the little people would intervene, taking the child under their care and protecting them within the safety of the forest. They were guardians who needed love and protection. There existed a sacred bond between humans and the little people. If an adult ever caught sight of these elusive creatures, they were bound by an unspoken pact to keep their existence secret. In return, the little people would reward those who honored this vow, ensuring prosperity and protection for them and their families in times of need. However, the nature of these tiny beings varied from tribe to tribe. While some stories portrayed them as benevolent and kind, others hinted at a darker side, suggesting that the little people were capable of evil mischief if angered or disrespected. This duality added to the air of mystery that surrounded them, making them both feared and revered in equal measure. Throughout this narrative, we'll explore these tales further, diving into the legends and stories told by various Native American tribes. Misconceptions abound regarding the little people, with many believing they intentionally caused chaos and trouble for humans. Some even went so far as to consider these beings as gods, their power and influence stretching far beyond mere mortal comprehension. One particular tribe in North America held the belief that the caverns scattered across their homeland were the sacred dwellings of these tiny beings. These caverns were considered off limits, and the tribe dared not enter them, fearful of disturbing the little people and invoking their wrath. It's not just oral tradition that speaks of the existence of these beings. Physical evidence has been claimed to support the legends. In the western regions of the United States, particularly in Montana and Wyoming, archaeologists have reported the discovery of skeletal remains that match the descriptions of the little people. These bones, said to be perfectly formed and dwarf-like in appearance, add a layer of intrigue to the already compelling legends. One such archaeologist, Lawrence Loundor, noted that the stories surrounding these discoveries often claim that the remains were sent to universities or prestigious institutions like the Smithsonian for analysis. However, these specimens, along with any research conducted on them, mysteriously vanished, fueling speculation and deepening the mystery. Loundorf also referenced a finding in the early 20th century where two mummies were discovered. These mummies, believed to be anencephalic infants, were so deformed that some mistook them for the remains of adult little people. This discovery played a pivotal role in reinforcing the public's belief in the existence of tiny prehistoric humans. Even explorers as notable as Lewis and Clark encountered the legends of the little people during their famous expedition. While traveling through the area now known as Spirit Mound in South Dakota, their journals reveal that local Native Americans warned them of the small devils who inhabited the mound, believing them to be dangerous. Despite their curiosity, Lewis and Clark could not convince the locals to approach the mound out of sheer terror of these supernatural beings. The intrigue surrounding the little people extends beyond South Dakota. In Ohio, the discovery of tombs in Coshocton County during the 1830s led to speculation about the existence of pygmy skeletons. However, upon closer examination, it was revealed that the 3-foot-long graves were, in fact, bone burials. The bones were bent and stacked in a manner that misled early explorers into believing they had uncovered a race of miniature humans. The Crow tribe, known for their deep reverence for the little people, considered these beings to be sacred ancestors. They believed that anyone entering areas associated with the little people, like the Pryor Mountains, must leave offerings as a sign of respect. The Pryor Mountains, located in Montana and Wyoming, are notorious for strange and unexplained phenomena. They are home to fairy rings and eerie occurrences, adding to the mystique of the little people said to dwell there. One of the more well-known legends involves the Mohegan tribe, who speak of the Makiawea Sug, or the little people, who live among the rocks of Mohegan Hill. Their presence is heralded by the call of the whippoorwill bird at dusk, summoning them from their hidden dwellings. The Mohegans consider the little people to be good spirits, but they are aware of the need to treat them with the utmost respect. Traditions dictate that offerings, such as baskets filled with corn cakes, berries, or meat, should be left in the woods for the little people. At night, dressed in moccasin flowers for shoes, the little people would gather these gifts, grateful for the kindness shown to them. In fact, the name Makiawea Sug translates to whippoorwill moccasins, a nod to the bird that serves as their herald. But the relationship between the Mohegans and the little people is not without its rules. One of the most important is that no one should speak of the little people during the summer months when they are most active. Staring at them is also forbidden, as it is considered impolite. If someone is caught gazing too long, the little people may retaliate by pointing a finger and dragging the offender to the ground while stealing their belongings. However, those who honor the little people are said to receive great benefits in return. The little people are believed to maintain the health of the soil and provide teachings on how to grow maize and use medicinal herbs. These teachings have been passed down for generations, benefiting the Mohegan people and ensuring their survival. A famous story tells of a Mohegan medicine woman who lived at a time when bad spirits plagued the land. One stormy night, she heard the call of the whippoorwill outside her door. When she opened it, instead of the bird, a small boy stood before her in the pouring rain. He revealed himself to be Wiegand, an adult Makiawea Sug, and pleaded with her to follow him through the woods, despite the raging storm. Wiegand led her on a long journey deep into the heart of the little people's realm. Along the way, the storm abruptly ceased as they descended into a hidden chamber of rocks, shaped like a beehive. Inside lay an elderly woman, gravely ill and in need of healing. Wiegand introduced the medicine woman to Granny Squonet, a powerful figure among the little people known for causing storms whenever she quarreled with her husband. Granny Squonet's condition was dire, and it was up to the Mohegan medicine woman to restore her health. For nearly a full moon, the medicine woman worked tirelessly to heal Granny Squonet, using all the knowledge passed down to her by the ancestors. Finally, Granny Squonet recovered, and in gratitude, the little people bestowed upon the medicine woman a basket of gifts. When she returned home and opened the basket, she found quartz crystals, painted skins, and bundles of rare herbs. A treasure trove of invaluable items. The story of the Makiawea Sug is just one of many that depict the profound connection between the Little People and the Native American tribes. The Cherokee, too, have their own version of the Little People, known as the Nunahai, or Yunwi Sunzdi. These beings, like the Makiawea Sug, are small and elusive, with many believing them to be immortal spirits who live forever. Their name, Nunahai, literally translates to the people who live anywhere, but it is often interpreted to mean the people who live forever, or simply the immortals. Hunters roaming the southern Appalachian Mountains would often hear the sound of the Nunahai singing, dancing, and beating drums in the distance. Yet, no matter how hard they tried to locate the source of the music, the sound would always seem to shift, moving behind them or to another direction, evading their search. The Nunahai were known to have underground townhouses scattered across the mountains, and they were particularly fond of residing on the highest peaks, where no timber could grow. The Nunahai only revealed themselves to humans when they chose to, and when they did appear, they looked and behaved just like the Cherokee people. These legends of the Little People, passed down through generations, continue to captivate the imaginations of those who hear them. They speak of a world just beyond our reach, a world where tiny, magical beings exist, protecting the innocent, teaching valuable lessons, and offering rewards to those who honor their ways, whether they are seen as tricksters, guardians, or sacred ancestors. The Little People hold a special place in the rich tapestry of Native American folklore, their stories enduring through time. The legends of the Nunnehi, mystical beings deeply entwined with Cherokee folklore, tell tales of powerful, otherworldly entities who roamed among humans, often indistinguishable from ordinary people. One such story speaks of four Nunnehi women who arrived at the Cherokee village, spending an evening dancing with the young men of the village. Their beauty and grace were undeniable. None knew that they were Nunnehi. To the villagers, these women were just visitors from another town. As the night drew to a close, the women left the dance and headed toward the Nautilus River. Some of the men, intrigued by their mysteriousness, watched from the shadows. They saw the women walking down the open trail, their figures illuminated by the pale moonlight. But as they neared the riverbank, the women vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of where they might have gone. It was then that the men realized who the women truly were, Nunnehi, spirits who could slip between worlds at will. The Nunnehi are known in Cherokee lore as protectors, often intervening in times of great conflict or misfortune. There are many stories of the Nunnehi inviting Cherokee people to live with them in their mystical homes, safe from the horrors of war and the impending dangers of human life. One such tale, often whispered among elders, tells of a time long before the forced removal of the Cherokee from their lands. The Nunnehi appeared to a group of Cherokee and foretold of a great disaster that would befall them. They offered salvation, promising to return in 7 days to carry away the Cherokee townhouse, along with everyone inside, to a safe place where they would be protected from the coming catastrophe. But the Nunnehi gave a strict warning. The people must remain silent and not make a sound during the entire process. If they screamed, if they so much as gasped, everything would be ruined. On the 7th day, a sound like distant thunder rolled across the land. It grew louder and louder as the Nunnehi approached. The ground began to tremble beneath the feet of the Cherokee as the townhouse slowly lifted off the earth, carried by unseen forces. The Cherokee inside, though filled with fear, kept their silence as instructed. But as the ground shook more violently, the people panicked. Unable to contain their fear, they let out a scream, piercing the air. Startled, the Nunnehi dropped part of the townhouse, which crashed to the ground, forming the mound that still stands today in a village called Setsi. The Nunnehi, however, steadied themselves and carried the remaining part of the townhouse to Lone Peak, a sacred mountain. There, they transformed it into solid rock, and the people within became like the Nunnehi, immortal, invincible, untouched by time. The Nunnehi were not the only tribe of mysterious beings in the folklore of Native Americans. The Shoshone people of North America's Rocky Mountains had their own legend of small, powerful beings known as the Nimmerigard. Unlike the protective Nunnehi, the Nimmerigard were aggressive and dangerous. These fierce little people were said to shoot poisoned arrows from tiny bows and were feared for their violent tendencies. The name Nimmerigard roughly translates to people eaters, hinting at their malevolent nature. The Shoshone and Paiute tribes San Pedro Mountains, 60 miles south of Casper, Wyoming, a tiny mummy was found seated in a cave. The mummy, just 14 inches 36 centimeters tall, was in a seated position, with features striking like initially, scientists believed it to be a hoax, but tests performed by the American Museum of Natural History, with certification from the anthropology department at Harvard, revealed that the mummy was no fraud. It was the body of an adult, approximately 65 years old, who had died under violent circumstances. The spine was damaged, the collarbone was broken, and the skull had been smashed, blood and brain tissue inside. Disturbingly, the mummy had a full set of canine teeth that were unusually pointed, giving it a sinister, predatory appearance. Further examinations, including one by the University of Wyoming, determined that the body might actually have been that of an anencephalic infant, a child born with a severe cranial deformity, which made it appear as though it were a miniature adult. A second mummy, examined in the 1990s by anthropologist George Gill in the Denver Children's Hospital, confirmed similar findings. DNA testing showed that the remains were Native American, and radiocarbon dating placed the mummy's age at around 1700, long before European settlers had established themselves in the region. But the mystery of small beings in North America doesn't end there. Zeisberger, a missionary writing in 1778, described a strange burial ground near Coshocton, Ohio, that reportedly contained the remains of a pygmy race. The graves, arranged in long rows with the heads of the bodies facing west, were said to hold skeletons no more than 3 feet 91 centimeters tall. This arrangement led some to speculate that the ancient people were sun worshippers, positioning their dead to face the rising sun as it climbed over the eastern hills. The theory of sun worship was common among early humans, leading to speculation that this pygmy race might have had ties to ancient civilizations like those of the Nile or Mesopotamia. However, with the passage of time, extensive farming, and the spread of modern civilization, these burial grounds have largely disappeared, taking with them any concrete evidence of this mysterious race. The Crow people of Montana also have their own legends of little people, believed to live in the Pryor Mountains. These beings were no taller than 18 inches 46 centimeters and were known for their great strength despite their small size. The Crow described them as having round, bulging bellies, short arms and legs, and almost no neck. They were fierce warriors, known to feed primarily on meat, and their mouths were filled with sharp, canine-like teeth. In one famous Crow story, a little person single-handedly killed a full-grown wolf, slinging the massive animal over its shoulder with ease. The Crow even had a saying, "strong as a dwarf," to describe the incredible strength of these beings. The little people of the Pryor Mountains were not only strong but also deadly. Tales were told of them tearing out the hearts of their enemies' horses and using their sharp teeth to inflict brutal wounds. These stories were so fearsome that nearby tribes, terrified of the little people's wrath, avoided making war on the Crow for fear of invoking their deadly protectors. Each year, the Crow made offerings to the little people at a sacred site known as Medicine Rocks, or Castle Rocks, leaving gifts to ensure their continued favor and protection. The Pryor Mountains were so sacred to the Crow that they refused to enter them, believing that the little people would exact their revenge on anyone who dared trespass without offering the proper respect. However, there were ways to safely traverse the Pryor Mountains. According to Crow folklore, the little people had befriended a young Crow boy and revealed to him a secret pass through the mountains. To use this pass, the Crow had to shoot arrows ahead of them as they traveled, offering the arrows as gifts to the little people in exchange for safe passage. This pass, now known as Pryor Gap, was once called Hits with the Arrows by the Crow. Similarly, the Crow referred to Pryor Creek as Arrow Creek and called the Pryor Mountains the Bapuo, or Arrowhead Mountains, the name that paid homage to the gifts they offered to the little people who lived there. These tales, deeply rooted in Native American folklore, reveal a world teeming with mystical beings, each with their own customs, powers, and personalities. From the Nunehi, who offer protection and immortality, to the fierce Nimeragar of the Rocky Mountains, and the mysterious little people of the Crow. These legends continue to captivate and inspire, reminding us of the rich cultural heritage and spiritual beliefs that have shaped the history of the Though the truth behind these legends may remain hidden, the stories themselves live on, passed down through generations. A testament to the enduring power of myth and the mysteries of the unseen world. The presence of the little people in Native American folklore extends far beyond just a few stories. Their influence deeply woven into the spiritual and cultural practices of tribes such as the Crow, the Iroquois, and many others. These beings are not only viewed as mysterious and elusive, but also hold immense power and wisdom, often acting as intermediaries between the spiritual and earthly realms. In Crow tradition, these small, magical entities played an essential role in rituals such as the sun dance, a vital ceremony in Crow culture. It is said that the position of a dancer in a sun dance could only be granted by the little people themselves. They were believed to be the true owners of any Sundance lodge that was built, overseeing the participants and judging their sincerity. Only those who were deemed genuine in their devotion would receive visions or spiritual insight, gifts bestowed directly by the little people. Offerings were made to appease these beings, and while arrows were often shot ahead as tributes, other forms of offerings like beads, cloth, or tobacco could also be left to win their favor and ensure safe passage through the sacred mountains. In one of the most famous Crow folktales, the little people play a significant role in the life of a boy named Burnt Face, also known as Lost Boy. This young boy suffered terrible burns on his face after falling into a bonfire, leaving him disfigured and ostracized. When his people moved north, following the buffalo, Burnt Face chose to head south. There, in solitude, he built a Sundance lodge, and it was within this lodge that the little people emerged to speak with him. They removed his scars, not only healing his face, but also granting him powerful abilities to heal others. They showed him where his band had traveled, allowing him to reunite with his people. Burnt Face, though forever carrying the memory of his scars in his name, became a great chief and healer among his tribe. His transformation and rise to prominence forever linked to the intervention of the little people. Another tale from the Crow Nation tells of a young boy who was separated from his family while they were moving to new hunting grounds. Lost and alone, the little people took him in, sheltering him within a cave in the Prior Mountains. Over time, the boy grew strong, imbued with the magic of the little people, and soon he began to exhibit feats of extraordinary strength. As a form of amusement, he started building tall stone columns, stacking rocks to create towering structures that still stand today as medicine halls. These formations, believed to be crafted by the magical powers of the little people through the boy, are revered by the Crow and remain a testament to their influence. The little people, however, could also bring fortune to those who honored them correctly. One hunter, suffering from a streak of bad luck, ventured into the Prior Mountains seeking guidance. After managing to shoot a deer, he offered its body to the little people, dropping it over a cliff in Black Canyon as a tribute. To his surprise, his luck turned around, and his hunts were once again fruitful. Curious about the deer he had left as an offering, the hunter returned the next day to find that the deer's body had completely vanished. Reinforcing his belief in the power of the little people and their willingness to grant favor when properly respected. The concept of small, powerful beings extends beyond the Crow, appearing in the stories of numerous other tribes across North America. The Iroquois, for instance, tell of a similar race of little people known as the Yoga. These beings, said to range in height from knee-high to about 4 feet 1.22 meters tall, are rarely seen by humans but are said to make themselves known through subtle signs. Drumming that echoes through the forest without any visible drummers, or only the bare earth left behind, are often indicators that the Yoga are nearby. They are known to leave bowls in stones or mud as places for offerings such as tobacco and fingernails. Like their counterparts in other tribes, the Yoga are believed to influence both good and bad fortune, often explaining disembodied lights or a string of bad luck experienced by those who unknowingly crossed their path. The Yoga are divided into several distinct groups, each with its own responsibilities and areas of influence. The Gondai are the caretakers of the land, responsible for nurturing the flora and ensuring that crops grow plentifully. Farmers who treat the land with respect and reverence are said to benefit from the Gondai's guidance, particularly when it comes to cultivating strawberries, a fruit they are known to love. When the Gondai are pleased, they take the form of American robins, bringing good news to those who have honored them. However, when they bring ill news,
Who's putting his ass right around?
all boding presents a signal of impending subterranean guardians. They protect the earth from the dark creatures of the underworld, ensuring that disease and chaos do not rise to the surface to spread destruction. Among the most sacred creatures they guard is the white buffalo, a symbol of purity and hope for many tribes. The Gahangas, or stone throwers, live in rocky areas such as streams, where they indulge in their favorite game of throwing the rolling stones. Despite their playful demeanor, these beings are deeply connected to the balance of the natural world, ensuring that the forces of chaos are kept at bay. The influence of the little people is not limited to North America alone. Tales of small, magical beings can be found in the folklore of many indigenous tribes throughout the Americas and even in non-native cultures across Europe. These stories, whether of the Nunehi, the Nimaragon, the Yoga, or any other race of little people, carry with them lessons of respect for the natural world, reverence for the unseen forces that govern life, and the importance of balance between humans and the spirits of the earth. The rich tapestry of folklore surrounding the little people speaks to a universal belief in the power of unseen forces. The idea that there is more to the world than what meets the eye. These stories, passed down through generations, continue to resonate with those who hear them, serving as a reminder of the deep connections between humanity, nature, and the spiritual realm. The little people, in their many forms, remain a symbol of the mysterious and magical, guardians of ancient wisdom and protectors of the sacred spaces that exist just beyond our reach.
Yeah, so always be nice to the little people. Otherwise, bad things might happen. Mhm. Ah, oh, climbing. Oh, ah. Don't need that. Need that. Na 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 na. And he sticks the landing. No climbing necessary on this one. Glide to climb up to the peak. Shoot for that one.
For every Tinkerbell, there's a Lennon She, and for every Tooth Fairy, there's a Slua lurking in the shadows. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Pantheon Mythology, where today we're diving into the question, why are fairies so sinister? If you too want to be sinister, check out Pantheon Apparel, our clothing brand inspired by myths from around the world. We ship worldwide and are rated excellent on Trustpilot, link in the description. Right, here we go. Sinister. Not a word many would associate with fairies. Thanks to the likes of Disney, they've been portrayed as pixie dust sprinkling, innocent, whimsical creatures, symbols of light-hearted magic and childhood wonder. However, if we dig a little deeper into the roots of folklore, we find a far darker truth. One not exclusive to charming figures or delicate wings. In traditional lore, fairies were complex, often terrifying entities whose interactions with humans could be anything but harmless. They weren't just playful tricksters, they were beings of immense, unpredictable power, with a code of ethics and motives completely alien to human understanding. Stories tell of fairies who stole children, cursed the unwary, led travelers into danger, and exacted harsh retribution for the slightest offense. The world of fairies was a realm of mystery and menace, where any encounter could spell doom for those who didn't approach with caution and respect. The concept of fairies has deep roots in European folklore, with origins tracing back to ancient mythologies and cultural beliefs. The term fairy is derived from the Latin word fatum, meaning fate or destiny, which evolved into the Old French faerie, referring to enchantment and magic. In various cultures, fairies were often considered nature spirits or deities linked to natural elements like trees, rivers, and mountains. Over time, these beings were integrated into local folklore, evolving into the fairies we recognize today. Their characteristics varied across regions, but they were commonly envisioned as small, human-like creatures with magical abilities, often inhabiting a realm parallel to the human world. One of the most chilling beliefs was that fairies would abduct humans, especially infants, and replace them with changelings. These changelings were fairy offspring, left behind to mimic the appearance of a human child. Yet they were rarely a perfect substitute. Parents who suspected a changeling in their home would often notice odd traits or behaviors. The child might appear sickly, cry excessively, or exhibit unsettling intelligence beyond its years. Folklore warned that these traits were signs of a fairy child masquerading in place of the real human baby. The reasons behind these fairy abductions varied across regions. In Irish and Scottish lore, it was believed that fairies took healthy human children to enhance their own kin, or as retribution for perceived slights by humans. In some versions, fairies were thought to desire the beauty and vitality of human infants to refresh their own lineage. Other tales suggest that fairies saw human children as prized possessions, viewing them as a source of youth or unique energy that fairy children lacked. For families, the presence of a changeling was deeply unsettling. To have one's child stolen and replaced with a creature from another realm represented a violation of both family and humanity. Desperate to reclaim their child, parents would turn to various protective rituals or remedies, often cruel and dangerous, believing these could drive the changeling away and force the fairies to return the stolen infant. This fear surrounding changelings reveals a darker, capricious side of fairies, a side that saw them not as playful beings, but as entities capable of heart-wrenching deception and harm. And we're only just getting started. Fairies were not only known for abducting humans, they also held a notorious reputation for their curses and spite. To offend a fairy, even in the smallest way, could bring down a tide of misfortune. If a person was disrespectful, trespassed on sacred fairy grounds, or simply forgot to leave an offering, the consequences could be devastating. Those cursed by fairies faced unrelenting preventing misfortune, illnesses that couldn't be cured, accidents that seemed anything but random, and a sense of inescapable bad luck that followed them everywhere. Irish folklore, in particular, warns against disturbing any fairy pots or fairy trees, places thought to be gateways to the fairy realm. Stories tell of people who dared to cut down these trees or build over ancient fairy paths, only to be met with a string of calamities. Entire families or even villages could fall under a curse for one person's misstep. Such curses weren't always direct. They often manifested as a series as subtle but life-altering events, from livestock falling ill to financial ruin. Desperate to rid themselves of these curses, people would often seek out fairy doctors or folk healers believed to have knowledge of the fairy world. These healers would perform rituals or offer tokens to appease the fairies, hoping to lift the affliction. Yet even these curses were never guaranteed. Once offended, a fairy's spite could linger for generations, cementing their image as beings who were as dangerous as they were mysterious. For those who believed, maintaining a respectful distance from the fairy realm was essential. The price of offending them was simply too high. Beyond their capacity for abduction and curses, fairies were also notorious for leading travellers astray. In English regions like Devon and Cornwall, tales tell of pixies, mischievous fairies, delighting in confusing wayfarers, a practice known as being pixie-led. These beings would create illusions or sounds to divert individuals from their paths, often leading them into treacherous terrain, including bogs or dense forests. Similarly, in Welsh folklore, the Gwyddyl were malevolent spirits believed to haunt mountainous regions, intentionally misguiding travelers into perilous situations. These entities would appear as ordinary humans or animals, only to vanish suddenly, leaving the traveller disorientated and lost. In Ireland, the concept of stray sword was prevalent, a patch of grass enchanted by fairies. Stepping on it could cause a person to become hopelessly lost, even in familiar surroundings, as the landscape would seem to change around them. Adding to their sinister acts, fairies were also blamed for agricultural misfortunes, particularly the blighting of crops and the affliction of livestock. In many regions, it was believed that upsetting the fairies by neglecting offerings, trespassing on their sacred spaces, or failing
Anthony,
customary rituals could lead to their vengeance striking at the heart of a person's livelihood.
that white shit can go away.
The Nuckalave, a monstrous sea fairy, was said to be responsible for droughts
Let's go it.
epidemics. Its very breath was believed to wither crops and spread diseases among animals, leading to famine and hardship for entire communities. Meanwhile, in Cornwall, the Spriggan,
Killing golems and wolves and bears.
were believed to target farms, causing livestock to sicken and crops to fail if their domains were disturbed. To protect their farms, people would practice appeasement rituals such as leaving offerings of food or drink, avoiding areas believed to be inhabited by fairies, and observing certain times of year, like Beltane, to seek the fairies' goodwill. The success of a harvest or the health of livestock often depended on maintaining respect towards these otherworldly beings.
Learning about
The
fairies.
Unseelie Court is the pinnacle of evil fairies, a dark collective of fey beings known for their hostility and malice towards humans. Unlike Seelie Court, whose fairies might occasionally offer kindness or blessings, the Unseelie Court embodies the terrifying and chaotic side of the fairy realm. Its members are known to seek out opportunities to harm, mislead, or torment those who cross their path, often with no provocation needed. The court includes creatures such as the Redcaps, vicious goblin-like fairies who inhabit old ruins and abandoned castles. Known for soaking their caps in the blood of their victims, Redcaps are relentless and violent, attacking anyone who dares enter their territory. Another fearsome member is the Nuckalave, a horrifying sea fae from Orkney folklore. With its skeletal horse-like body and human-like torso, the Nuckalave was said to bring disease and blight entire villages, killing livestock and causing crops to fail with its deadly breath. Then there's the Slua, also known as the host of the unforgiven dead. The Slua are a spectral group of fey spirits who fly through the night, particularly during Samhain, seeking souls to carry off. It's said they target those who are dying, and hearing their approach was believed to be a sign of impending death. They serve as a grim reminder that not all fairies are bound to nature. Some are harbingers of death itself. The Farkan, a grotesque and one-eyed fey being, adds a monstrous presence to the Unseelie ones. Known for its extreme hatred of humans, the Fakan was said to have the power to kill or cripple with its gaze. Legends describe it lurking in remote places, waiting to ambush unwary travellers, showing that some unseelie fairies were just as dangerous as any predatory animal. Adding a more seductive yet deadly touch is Bavanshi, often described as a vampiric fairy. Appearing as a beautiful woman, the Bavanshi would lure young men to dance with her in the forest, only to drain their blood when they were completely entranced. Then there's a puka, a mischievous shapeshifter known to take the form of various animals such as horses, goats, or even humans. Although not always deadly,
A
the
puka.
puka could lead travelers astray, playing terrifying tricks and causing general chaos, especially during the dark months when its power was strongest. The unseelie court also includes more elusive creatures, like the Gunkanar, a seductive fairy whose touch was believed to be fatal. Often appearing as a charming man, the Gunkanar would enchant its victims with his allure, leaving them hopelessly infatuated before abandoning them to pine away in despair. Together, these fairies and their unpredictable natures made the unseelie court a feared presence in folklore. The Fey beings weren't just mischievous or
Dun,
curious.
dun, dun,
Their
dun,
body
dun,
of
dun,
tragic,
dun,
and
dun,
their
dun,
perplexing
dun.
stories served as a stark warning. To encounter the unseelie court was to face forces beyond human comprehension, where each interaction could spell disaster, and where the beauty of the fairy world masked as a deeply sinister reality. If that isn't enough, fairy rings, those innocent-looking circles of mushrooms you might spot on a morning walk, are believed to be another one of the traps. Known as fairy rings, elf circles, or pixie rings, these naturally occurring mushroom circles have long held a fearsome reputation in folklore. Though they may seem harmless, stepping inside one was said to risk being whisked away to the fairy realm itself. In many traditions,
Ooh, I want to
rings
go
were
there.
places where fairies danced in the night, and any human who dared to enter could disrupt their revelry with dangerous consequences. Legends warned that stepping into a fairy ring could trap a person into a perpetual dance, joining the fairies in a whirl until they collapsed from exhaustion. Even if the person managed to escape, they might only return to find that time had walked. Hours inside the ring could translate to years in the human world. Welsh folklore, for example, suggested that a person trapped in a fairy ring might return as if no time had passed at all, only to find their loved ones had aged or even gone. French tales of similar warnings, with people who entered a ring often cursed with bad luck, illness, or a life shortened by fairy enchantments. In some Irish tales, those unfortunate enough to stumble into a ring were said to emerge untouched, never altered by their encounter. To avoid these fates, people were advised to steer clear of fairy rings, particularly at dawn and dusk, when fairies were believed to be most active. Superstition suggested that if anyone did accidentally step into one, they should try and run in the direction of the sun or place an iron object on the ground to break the fairy enchantment, or do what I do, just avoid mushrooms altogether. Gifts are usually a nice thing. However, a gift from a fairy, well, maybe not so much. In folklore, fairies are notorious for offering gifts or making deals that seem beneficial at first, but often lead to unforeseen and tragic consequences. These deceptive practices reinforce their reputation as cunning tricksters, turning what might appear to be a generous act into a calculated trap. One common motif involves fairies bestowing gifts that initially appear to bring good fortune, but carry hidden conditions. For example, in some tales, a fairy might offer a funeral purse that never empties, promising endless wealth. However, the recipients often find that the purse brings nothing but misery, attracting thieves, causing family discord, or leading to personal ruin. The gift's allure binds them to the underlying curse, pulling them into a spiral of misfortune. Another theme in fairy lore is the offer of help in exchange for what seems like a trivial promise. A fairy might assist a struggling farmer with a bountiful harvest, or lend a craftsman an extraordinary skill. But when it's time to fulfill their end of the bargain, humans often find the true cost is far from trivial. It might mean the firstborn child, a lifetime of servitude, or even one's soul. The seemingly innocent deal turns into a bond from which escape is impossible. These tales serve as cautionary lessons, warning people never to accept gifts or make deals with fairies without truly understanding the terms. The underlying message is clear. What appears to be a blessing from the fairies can quickly transform into a curse. In folklore, certain fairies weren't merely mischievous, but were seen as harbingers of death, casting a shadow wherever they appeared. A prime example is the banshee from Irish legend. Yes, she's cast as a fairy, whose piercing wail was believed to signal the impending death of a family member. Often described as a ghostly woman, or even a figure dressed in mourning attire, the banshee was sometimes seen combing her hair, weeping, or wandering near homes at night. Her appearance was not always intended to harm, but the foreboding knowledge she imparted became a chilling reminder of the fairy world's power over human fate. Beyond the banshee, other fairies exhibited equally unsettling behaviors, acting with a morality alien to human understanding. Fairies often didn't adhere to human concepts of good or evil, rather they operated within codes of their own, one that could be both incomprehensible and arbitrary. For instance, fairies might bless one person with good fortune for simply passing through their land respectfully, while cursing another for a perceived slight. A humble gesture or simple gift might please them, while an innocent oversight could lead to misfortune. This moral ambiguity meant that fairies could act as protectors, yet quickly turn vengeful or capricious, leaving humans in a state of anxiety about their unpredictable natures. In tales from across Europe, the rules of fairy behavior appeared erratic. What was acceptable one day could invite punishment the next, underscoring the notion that fairies existed outside the bounds of human justice. This mysterious, shifting moral framework added to the fear surrounding them. People realized they could neither control nor fully comprehend the fairies' sense of right or wrong. Despite the myriad of dangers posed by fairies, there are countermeasures to guard against their mischief. One of the most widely held beliefs is that iron has the power to repel or harm fairies, acting as a safeguard for those who might encounter them. In many cultures, iron is seen as a potent deterrent against supernatural forces, including fairies. Hanging iron horseshoes above doorways became a common practice, believed to ward off malevolent spirits. People would also carry small iron objects like nails or knives to protect themselves from fairy enchantments, using these tools as shields against fairy trickery. The aversion of fairies to iron may be linked to the rise of human civilization and ironworking, which symbolized human encroachment into the natural world, the fairies' traditional domain. As iron tools and weapons became more widespread, fairies, as guardians of nature, were thought to shun this powerful metal, which had the ability to reshape their landscapes. So why are fairies so sinister then? Traditional tales depict them as unpredictable and often malevolent beings. They were believed to abduct humans, especially infants, replacing them with changelings, curse those who offended them, leading to misfortune or illness, lead travelers astray into treacherous landscapes, blight crops and livestock, causing devastating loss, and offer gifts or make deals with hidden, often tragic consequences. Their actions reflected a morality entirely alien to human understanding, further contributing to their fearsome reputation. In contrast, modern portrayals have transformed fairies into charming, harmless creatures. Today, popular culture depicts them as benevolent, winged beings associated with nature and magic, symbols of innocence and whimsy. This shift from dark origins to friendly figures reveals the evolution of fairy imagery, as we've reshaped them into something enchanting and safe. Yet, whether viewed as protectors or threats, fairies continue to captivate us. Beneath their wings and sparkle lies an ancient power, reminding us that even in their gentlest forms, fairies are not to be taken lightly.
Damn those little fairies. Well, at least I got plenty of stuff I can get rid of. That's gonna be a long climb. That's more myths and tales. Something to climb to.
They may look like people, but they're not. Humanoids, at least in the sense of the word as I'm using it here, are creatures that may be shaped like people, or even behave like us, but they are something far more disturbing. From encounters with Bigfoot to terrifying unexplained monsters, these are allegedly real sightings of humanoid creatures in the forest. If you have a scary experience, share it with us at darkstories.org. I'd love to hear encounters that took place in the snow. If you enjoy this show and want to support it, like this video and share it with friends and family. Also, do you believe in Bigfoot? Comment your answer below, and maybe even link us to some evidence that helps you make up your mind. Now, let's begin. The Whistler.
What is that?
My family moved out to Texas almost 5 years ago.
Wars over there too.
We've lived in a spacious suburban house that we now own. I live with my mom, younger sister, and my 2 cats. This all started the summer of 2016, when the mobile game Pokemon Go was reaching the height of its hype and popularity. Despite my extreme dislike of hot weather, I wanted to hop on that bandwagon, so I'd venture out into the neighborhood while using the app in search of virtual Pokemon to catch. While out one hot, cool afternoon, I ran into another kid who turned out to be playing the same game. We exchanged and chatted about the park. I'll refer to him as Brandon was down to earth, sweet. He clearly wasn't afraid to gush about what games he liked, to an otherwise total stranger. But I didn't mind. His attitude put me at ease. We eventually parted ways, but I met him several other times during the summer. It was a Saturday when things in the neighborhood began to get weird. In Texas, the cicadas or cicadas get really loud at certain times of the year. They sound like millions of dead leaves rattling in the breeze, droning on for hours on end. And it's a good thing that I tended to tune it out, or else it would have bothered me much more. Anyway, that weekend, I hadn't been out playing on the app for a few days. I was eager to meet back up with Brandon, and the occasional other kid that I'd run
Oh,
into.
double polar bears.
I was out walking for probably a little over an hour, before I finally found Brandon jumping down the 3 steps from what must have been his house. He saw me straight away, waved, and jogged over. We hung out and played the game for a while, but the sun was beginning to get low in the sky, so I was getting ready to tell him I had to head back home soon. Although I knew the neighborhood fairly well, my mother wouldn't be happy if I came back after dark. But I didn't get the chance to bring it up before both of us stopped in our tracks, facing the end of the road where it opened up into a small field. A private property. A shrill noise had just come from somewhere in the distance. Now, I'm not a superstitious person at all. I enjoy a good scary story now and then like everyone else, but I didn't actually fear anything magical or supernatural. I'm a logical person. Brandon, on the other hand, was clearly alert. The sound had been short, but the way it had cut through the dull, distant noise of traffic, that was certainly strange. You good? I piped up after a minute, nudging the kid, and he nodded quickly. I'm fine. It just reminded me of what my baby brother used to say. His little brother was named Tim. I I tilted my head. What did he used to say? Brandon shrugged, acting just a little too overly nonchalant about it. It's dumb. Never mind. But of course, I continued to pester him until he finally hung his head, giving a dramatic sigh. Okay. Well, Tim used to have bad dreams because of something he heard from the kids next door. They were just saying it to mess with him. After I didn't respond, staring at my friend in anticipation, he rolled his eyes. God, fine. Tim said they told him about these rules. 2 of them, and they're only for this neighborhood. I snorted. What rules? Like homeowners association? Keeping your lawns tidy? Brandon shook his head. No, more like, creepy rules. And it's more for the tracks than the actual neighborhood. To clarify, the tracks are the old abandoned train tracks that run next to the neighborhood, going right past the cul-de-sac we were currently standing in. I had walked it many times before, even crossing the bridge over the river below, and exploring the surrounding dirt paths, which people frequented often to hang out and be stupid in. I never feared that area, but that's just me. It was definitely horror movie material, don't get me wrong. A seemingly endless track in either direction, surrounded by tall trees and covered in rust, sometimes graffiti. There'd even used to be a train there, sitting motionless, but that had been removed at some point. For what reason and by whom, I have no idea. Brandon explained the 2 creepy rules to me. Rule number 1, never whistle after sundown. Rule number 2, don't look behind you. I laughed when he said it, and so did he, though he seemed more nervous about it. Getting serious, I reassured him that no whistling monster could possibly be out there, and that people were always looking for some legend to be scared of, or something other to believe in.
Alright, where'd the bear go?
Down at that, and I had to head home, since the sun was about to set. As I mentioned, I come to the tracks often to explore and to be in nature, so I headed there around noon one day, sometime in July. I was already overheated, but I was determined to find this one Pokemon I was looking to get. Like so many times before, I was met with the hum of cicadas as I gradually left the asphalt of the neighborhood for the bumpy terrain of the tracks. I walked for roughly half an hour, skipping the bridge in favor of heading down one of the dark paths by the river's edge. I sat near the water for a while, switching between Pokemon Go and my social media apps as time passed by. I wasn't aware how close to sunset it was until I spotted the time on my phone. Getting to my feet, I took a drink of water from my metal canteen, trying to conserve a last sip for the walk back.
Oh,
That's when I got a notification on my phone.
a group of wolves over there.
Gift on my Pokemon app. I didn't open it just yet. I was actually reminded of those rules he had talked about, and despite my skepticism, I was curious.
Wolves are a little more vicious than
enough to wonder what would happen if I broke those rules.
the bears.
You could probably guess I'd be the first to be ended in horror. So I texted my mom to let her know I was heading back, but since I was further out than usual, I'd be back a little after dark. She wasn't happy about it, but she sternly reminded me to manage my time better next time, so at least I'd avoided a real scolding. Having bought myself some time, I pulled up Snapchat on my phone, hitting record. "Hey Brandon," I said, "I'm about to myth-bust those kids' rules right now." I told the camera, and then proceeded to whistle a nursery rhyme. I think it was the Itsy Bitsy Spider. I waited in silence. After not a single scary thing occurred as expected, I turned the camera toward myself and sarcastically chased the microphone before ending the video. I sat down and started walking back to the neighborhood. Weirdly enough, the noise of cicadas had died down significantly, but I figured I just hadn't noticed it until now, having been previously distracted. So I didn't think much of it. Besides, even if it had been sudden, the worst things out there were deer, coyotes, and maybe even the occasional hobo, so I wasn't really worried. Then something like a crack came from behind me. I turned and looked. Guess that was 2 rolls down now. But there was nothing that I could see at all. I do remember shivering, though. Even the most level-headed people can't shake paranoia sometimes. So I picked up the pace. The nursery rhyme I'd whistled earlier stuck on a rather annoying loop. I finished my water canteen in case some crazed individual tried to attack me. And then, just as I rounded a bend and saw the streetlights of my
Bacon.
there was another
Bacon.
noise, something dry and hollow, sounding like howling wind. Except this wasn't wind. This was more like a long, strained echo, changing its tune subtly in the middle, almost like a whistle. At that point, I was scared, but I didn't take off running, fearing I'd attract the attention of whatever had made the sound. This place felt taboo, like it belonged to someone or something else. Suddenly, I was quite sure that I wasn't supposed to be here. My hands were starting to shake. My anxiety was ramping up until it felt like it coiled itself into my guts, ready to explode like a drone at the slightest sound of a twig. However, there was no snap to speak of. No more sounds, no more whistling howls. But I could see movement ahead of me in the tree line to my left, between me and the streetlights. Trees, bushes being pushed just slightly, just enough to be visible. I don't know why, but I crouched down on the train tracks. Sudden movements from me seemed like a bad idea, no matter how much my body was screaming at me to bolt. At first, the shape that stepped out of the bushes looked very much like a bear, a shaggy, grayish-brown body. It was certainly long enough, maybe larger, although I wasn't sure there were any bears in Texas as far as I knew. Of course, it wasn't a bear at all, because, as it turned out, moving in the way that an ape or a man might move, but on all fours, my gaze fell on a thing that was the furthest possible entity from a bear. It was hairless for one thing. It had an emaciated, pale body, with some animal hide stretched across its back, as if it were armor. Its head was covered by what appeared to be a deer's skull, but I could plainly see that a grisly, deformed face and bust were hiding right underneath. All bony and stretched out, milky white eyes a stark contrast to the shadow the skull cast, and the only feature of its real face I could make out. The thing rose up, the grimy pelt of the skin down, dragging the deer as it did, head twitching as it moved around. I saw no. It didn't seem to see me at all. So I didn't move. I wanted very much to cry, to be anywhere but here. But I didn't move an inch. Not until the creature fell back onto all fours, skinny limbs splayed out like a spider's. It was then that it raised its head, and I could see its actual jaw moving as it opened its real mouth under the skull. It was awful, the sound that it made, especially up close. I knew it had been what it called out earlier, but up close I could hear the snarl underneath the otherwise soothing, eerie howl. This creature, it was a predator, and it had nearly found me, like a bat finding a moth, by a sick, dangerous game of Marco Polo. Eventually, the thing crawled back into the brush, but I didn't dare move until I saw it scale a large tree and jump out of sight. I crouched the whole way, until the street lights and sprinted back home from there. Needless to say, I haven't been back there alone since. I never told Brandon about it, but as he didn't open my teasing message, I assume he got rid of the app I'd sent it on long ago. So that didn't matter much. Here's a tip, kids. Rules are there for a reason. Don't break them. And for God's sake, do not whistle after sundown. Bigfoot in Gaston from Ryan. It was around 8 in the evening when I had my encounter. It happened a long time ago. I was 8 years old and had recently gone into foster care. I remember this sighting as if it happened yesterday. I was over at a family friend's house for dinner. They live out in Gaston, Oregon, and have a hazelnut orchard. The trees in the orchard are about 10 to 15 feet tall. They had 2 boys that my brother and I were having a Nerf gun with because of how big the grounds were. My brother and I were standing by the back end of the house. My brother noticed something down in the orchard. "Ryan," he said, a bit freaked out. I followed his gaze
Ow!
and saw what he was staring at. There was a tall figure walking in between the trees. It stood close to the top of them. That's just how colossal it was. I would guess it was about 10 feet tall, maybe just a bit shorter. We stood there, but I began to panic. "It's Bigfoot!" I shouted to my brother, who was trying to keep his cool. "Be quiet," he said. The Bigfoot paused for a moment before continuing on its way. It was probably going back up into the hills to hunt before returning to the valley the next day. It was a quick but creepy encounter of mine. I've been criticized over my sighting, but I've had people fully believe my story as well. So, if you're ever in Gaston, Oregon, be on the lookout for a Bigfoot. It hunts me. From Raw Brett 260. I'm 17 years old and live in Romania. I live with my grandparents because they're sick and need someone to take care of them. The story begins last year in October, the first day I moved out here. My grandmother helped me unpack my stuff, and she began to tell me the rules of the house. She explained to me that I needed to feed the animals, to help her around the house, and things like that. But one of these rules caught my attention. She told me to never, under any circumstances, leave open the back porch at night. I thought it was strange, but I shrugged it off as just another inoffensive rule. Days went by, farm life got to me, and I began to like it. One night, I finished up my chores around the house. I went down to smoke a cigarette. It was pitch black at the time. I went closer to the back porch because my grandparents didn't know that I smoked. A few minutes passed, and I was beginning to get cold. Out of nowhere, I began to smell sulfur and iron, like something was decaying nearby. The smell grew stronger and stronger. I knew something was wrong, but curiosity got the best of me, and I wanted to see what was going on. All of a sudden, something crashed into the fence to my right. When I turned around, my blood ran cold. There, over the fence, I saw the silhouette of a head. But the two things that made me froze were that the head appeared to have horns, and that fence was 7 feet tall. This thing was at least a foot and a half taller than that. The next thing I knew, I was running like a bat.
This wasn't really folklore.
I was pale as a ghost. When my grandmother saw me, she knew right away what had happened. She sat next to me and began to tell me that that thing has been haunting the farm for years. And that was thing would only enter if it was left open. She told me that that was the thing that was behind my grandfather's death. My grandfather was found dead at the edge of the farm, and everyone blamed the population of wolves around the area. Well, everyone except my grandmother. She told me that one night my grandfather was working around the house. He forgot the back porch and left the door open. Around 11 p.m. that night, grandmother heard him scream. The only thing that she saw was a tall and skinny figure running away, all the while dragging my grandfather by the head.
Ow.
She wanted to tell that to someone, but everyone thought that she was crazy, old, or senile. But I've seen it now. I believe her. I've seen it since then, and every time I look at it, it shakes me to my very core. But in a different way, I think I'm getting used to it. Crack, Snap, Run from Lucky Runner. This was no normal camping trip. I knew that as soon as we got to the site. Me and my two sisters decided to go on a camping trip in Manitoba, Canada. I'm the middle sister, and the most outgoing, but not foolishly so. When we got to the small campsite, we noticed how the only people there was a family who was already leaving. It was the beginning of the weekend. The family even told us that it wasn't a good idea to stay there. Apparently, a series of strange sounds and noises had scared them away. But they didn't really specify what it sounded like before driving away in their van. We were a bit put off by this, but stubbornly set up camp, determined to have a good time together. We went on a walk together down one of the trails, and I decided to climb a tree, much to my younger and elder sister's chagrin at being afraid of heights, and not following my silly idea of having fun in the forest. But while I was up there, I heard large noises far off down the path. My sisters heard this
That way.
The noise we presumed could be a bear or moose, or another dangerous animal.
That one.
I'd climbed very high up in the tree when I was trying to show off. With them being nervous about the large rustling sounds and the grunts in the distance, they were calling for me to come down quickly. I told them to book it back to camp.
Gonna head this way though.
It was a little slow on account of me trying to be
There's
safe.
gotta be another one
To pass.
right over there
And I would follow my way back to
somewhere.
I'd like to point out that it was nearly twilight.
Just out of the
That's when the animals out here move around, going back to where they want to sleep, or the night creatures beginning to stir. They agreed after complaints from my older sister. You know the basic, you're an idiot, and you better not fall, before they steadily jogged away. I went down a little farther and sat still, when the noise was almost near me. From the tree, I saw something that changed my perspective of life. A massive wolf looked stretched and skeleton. It was in the path, sniffing. I had heard how hard it was pumping, and that thing snuck right up to the tree I was in. I didn't dare move. It looked around, then up. Bright yellow eyes stared at me. Then, the creature stood up on two legs, like a person. A scream was caught in my throat, and I tried to climb up higher, again, to get as much distance between me and that thing.
Okay, so there's two of them over here.
Hoping to drive it away. I heard a grunt, and it stepped back from the tree, then spoke in a voice so similar to my sister's as not. You're an idiot. You better not fall. The words were more drawn out than how my sister had said it, almost like it was trying to get the right pronunciation by speaking so slow. That redoubled my terror, and I chucked more and more of this tree down at the thing. It paced around the tree, staring at me. Then I thought it decided I wasn't worth the effort, and walked off into the dim forest. After a few minutes, I descended once again, and once I reached the bottom, I looked around before making a final jump to the mossy forest floor. As soon as I landed, I heard a crack from up a tree beside the one I was in. I looked up, and the thing was up there.
Okay, the one on the left is decidedly closer, and it looked like somebody was just right there.
Without me hearing. It snapped a branch and appeared to be preparing to jump, and my brain screamed to run. I was a long-distance runner in high school, winning a lot of races, and I go on nightly runs every week. But when I say record time, I will always think of this moment, as I bolted down the path, dodging trees and jumping rocks. I could hear the breath of the thing as it raced along beside me. And I know it was a race for my life. After 10 minutes, I broke from the trees into the campground, covered in tens of scratches from my panic in the trees and the desperate run through the woods. I saw my sisters laughing beside the tent, playing that game where you put your hand behind your back and you have to touch the other person. I beelined for them, screaming for them to jump into the pond. They slowly running down my arms and legs, and when they saw their brave little sister leading and running, screaming to get her, they did not hesitate. They were inside, yelling to know what had happened. My older sister was in the front seat, the younger one waiting with the door open for me to jump in. But the questions died out when they saw what was following me. I've never seen such fear in their eyes. I jumped into the car, and my older sister slammed on the gas. She peeled off down the dirt road trail, leaving all our camp equipment behind. It was getting dark now, and my sister weaved down the trail in our crappy silver car like a pro. Honestly, I was surprised how calm she was. We hit the main road, and she sped all the way to a gas station. She pulled into the parking lot, and they immediately grilled me, so I told them everything. We don't really keep stuff from each other. We've always been straight up honest, even when it was hurtful, sad, or in this case, terribly horrifying. It felt like they may not have believed me completely, concerning the part where it talked in my sister's voice. It clearly disturbed her when I told her about it. We were confused on if we should call someone like the police. What do you even do in this sort of situation? My younger sister was trying to stop the bleeding from the cuts on my arms and legs, and my face. I had an especially bad cut on my eyebrow. It only bled more after I had drunk and left it there. We were still in the woods, even if we were at a gas station. The place was located off a minor backwoods highway. We decided a $200 loan to tend on some sleeping bags, not worth our lives to put down. We luckily didn't put our bags with our cell phones and cameras and the expensive stuff into the tents yet, so those were fine. We do like to make sure our clothes and things are safe and stay dry if it ever rains while camping. My older sister, being logical, decided to call the
Mushroom forest.
that there was a dangerous animal that drove us from the campsite. The authorities met us at the gas station after a couple of hours. We made our statements. We thought it was a bear. This is what we said so that we didn't appear crazy. The cops went back to collect our things for us, but they came back with nothing. Just a few pieces of shredded fabric. They closed off the campsite and the forest rangers were called in, but they never found a bear. It's been 4 years now, and we talk about it to our families. We still haven't found the campsite. To like creature thing that was out there, I never never want to see you again, nor those menacing eyes. But you're not gonna stop us from camping, even if we have to go somewhere else. The Night Watcher, from James Y. This happened to me maybe 20 years ago. I was just out of high school and was visiting my grandparents, who lived on a farm in southeastern Virginia, close to the Ouachita National Forest. The farm was always a peaceful place to visit. You could just sit on the porch, swing out front, and it seemed like all your troubles from home had melted away. Lots of cousins lived nearby, and they would always come over. We'd have huge country breakfasts. Then someone would break out there.
Country breakfast.
Truly felt like a magical place. Well, until the sun went down. Growing up, if I ever went outside of my grandparents' farm at night, I always got this creepy feeling. A feeling like something was watching me from the nearby woods. I would often have nightmares of something coming out of those woods to get me. Many nights sleeping in the living room on the hide-a-bed, noises in the night would stir my imagination, as if something was walking around on the front porch. Little did I know that, one day, something would indeed come out of that forest and make its presence known. One day in my late teens, early 20s, I was lying on the bed, listening to music in the back bedroom, which we referred to as the back porch. A room was later added onto the house, which was big enough for 2 full-sized beds. It was then that I heard a scream or howl, something ungodly and otherworldly, coming from outside. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. I can't even describe how scary it sounded. It was loud, and it echoed through the hills. Whatever it was just kept screaming. It was close, possibly even in the backyard. I jumped up and ran into the living room. My mom and everyone else was busy chatting and making supper. To give you an idea of my mom, and pretty much everyone else for that matter, if you were to bust in and say you heard a strange noise outside, they would just say, and go back to what they were doing. If you said, I saw something strange in the sky, or I saw some weird creature in the forest, they'd say, and go back to what they were doing. So knowing this about my family, I rolled my eyes, and I decided to investigate for myself. I walked out the back door with nothing but a camera. Okay, I was young and stupid, but I was on a mission, and I was convinced that whatever was making this sound, it was something that probably hasn't been seen very many times by man. I thought if I could get a glimpse of it, a picture of it, I could report it somewhere as a little bit of proof of strange creatures that lurk in the woods. Whatever it was moving away from me. The screaming continued, and I followed it through the backyard, through the nearby pasture, and then into the woods. Deeper and deeper I followed this thing into the woods, each moment becoming more and more perplexed as to what that thing could be. What an idiot, I thought. This thing could be a mountain lion, a panther, who the heck knows what. I could get mauled out here, but at least I could take a picture of whatever that was about to kill me, I guess. It was the thing that came from you. It was luring me deeper.
Oh.
And then I realized that the sun was going down. Right, I thought, it's going to get dark in a bit, and I'm stuck out in the middle of the woods with this thing. So I turned around and headed for home, always hearing that scream in the distance behind me. And by the time I made it back to the edge of the forest, and
Well, I'm not climbing all the way down there for one piece of meat.
I didn't even have a flashlight to light my way. Maybe
Don't need bones.
I don't remember how this started. Billy decided, and here comes me being stupid number two, that in the middle of the night we would wake up, walk out the back door, down the hill, through the pasture, and go for a dip in one of my grandfather's ponds. Never mind that there were water moccasins and copperheads, but whatever. And for maybe 3 or 4 nights in a row, we did this. Wake up in the middle of the night, go to the back door, walk down the hill, walk through the pasture, go for a dip, then get out, walk back through the pasture up the hill again, then go back to sleep. On about the 5th night, Billy said, "Don't wake me up tonight. Just let me sleep. You can go swimming if you want, but I don't want to go tonight." "All right," I said. So that night, I just went alone, in the dark, down to the pond. Oh lordy, it wasn't long before I got creeped out, and just got out of the pond. I was making my way back across the open pasture, when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. There was someone else with me in that pasture. It was very dark, so I couldn't get a good look at it, but it was tall and thin, and it stood on 2 legs. I immediately froze in fear. What was it? There wouldn't be any reason for a person to be out in this pasture at this hour. Okay, well, anyone other than me. I figured this was it. Everyone's gonna find my dead body out in this field in the morning. I don't want to go out like this. I managed to squat down onto my haunches, trying to get a better look at the thing. The moon was in the background, so I was hoping I could use it to shed more light on what this could possibly be. The thing just stood there. It didn't move, and I was too afraid to move myself. I managed to stand up again. I really couldn't see it very well. All I knew was that I had to get out of there. Finally, I found enough courage where I could slowly start moving away, beginning to head back to the road leading up the hill. After a ways, I quickened my pace, and I made it back up, steadily climbing, terrified that whatever this thing was, it would be following me, and any minute it would grab me from behind, and it all would be over. I prayed under my breath, "Please don't let it get me, please." Back at my cousin's house, I ran inside and locked the door behind me. I got dressed and went back to bed. Billy was still asleep, but I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The following day, I told Billy about what I'd seen the night before. We went down the hill to the pond and retraced my steps through the pasture. There were absolutely no trees and no posts of any kind within that pasture that I would have mistaked for a creature of some kind. It was literally an open field, with nothing much higher than a blade of grass. So what was it that I saw that night? Maybe a night or two later, I was back sleeping on the back porch at my grandparents' house. I was sleeping in the bed with windows above my head and to my right. My cousin Sarah slept in the other bed to my left. I was awakened in the middle of the night by something tapping or knocking on the window above my head.
A rap tap tapping.
The fear returned. There were no lights in the backyard. It was completely pitch black, so there would be no reason for anyone to be out there tapping on my window. I didn't see any light from the floor.
Tap, tap, tap.
Was a person. To what end would they be tapping on the window? And at this hour? Even more so, how did this thing know my exact location within the house? I could have been sleeping in any number of beds in the house, but no, there it was, tapping on the window above my head. The fear that I felt is uncontrollable. You can't move, you can't speak, you can't breathe. I prayed again that it would go away, but it continued to tap, and the fear rose even higher. I heard it walk on 2 legs around the side of the house, pacing as if wondering what to do. It came back to the same window and tapped again. My heart was about to beat out of my chest. At
Go catch the thermal updraft.
I dared to look out the windows, and then again, it would have been too dark to see. What seemed like an eternity passed before it finally left. But I stayed awake the entire night, too afraid to sleep. Only when I saw the sunlight creeping in was I able to close my eyes. I told everyone about it the next morning. No one really gave it much thought, though. My cousin Billy came down, and we went to the backyard by the window it had been knocking on. I wanted to see how tall it would have been to reach the window. I was freaked out, and no one listened to me, except for my cousin Roger. He was 20 years older than me. He said that when he was a kid, Roger and another cousin of mine were sleeping on the back porch when they were awakened by something tapping on the window, which freaked them out so bad that they started moving. This mirrored my story. What is this thing that's been around the property for at least the past 50 years now? And what does it want? I didn't spend too many more nights there on the farm. My grandparents soon removed to a nursing home and passed away thereafter. And under strange circumstances, the house was demolished in a fire. I tried to share my story with the BFRO, or Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, but they didn't publish my story or return my call or email. I guess they thought it was too unbelievable. But was it really a Bigfoot? It was far too thin compared to reports I've heard, and it didn't sound anything like the recordings I've heard. Is it some sort of creature like the Wraith? A Wendigo, perhaps? I'm starting to think this could be an experience. All I know is that these instances happened, and it scared the heck out of me. I don't care who does or doesn't believe me. I just know what I experienced. There's something in those woods, and maybe it didn't want us there. Or maybe it was just curious. But apparently, it's been there a long time. I believe somewhere deep within those woods in southeastern Oklahoma, it's still there. That brings us to the end of this episode of Darkness Prevails. If you enjoyed it, be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe, and send us your story so that I can narrate it. Just go to darkstories.org. If you want to support the show, check the links below. Before I go, here are the credits to my patrons who have donated or continue to donate. They're pretty great. Remember, stay safe.
Ow. Yeah, you better run back to your whatever's shitbag. Cruising time. So finish your whiskey or beer. Mm-hmm. Right, right. Anybody watch the horrible joke last night? Oh, wait, I mean the fight.
In this video, we're diving into 7 spine-chilling ghost apparitions in patient rooms. These stories will leave you questioning, line between life and death blurs, and the spirits of the past may... Story number 1. When I was a new nurse, I worked in the Children's Cancer Center. It's a unit that many nurses find difficult to stay in for long. It's not because they don't want to help the children with cancer, but because it's incredibly sad and heartbreaking. It's tough to see children pass away so young. One week, I was caring for a boy named Adam. Adam had blood cancer. His parents were very kind and understanding. Adam didn't know how sick he was. Sometimes we adults could learn a lot from these little ones. When Adam wasn't in pain, he would play, laugh, and smile. Everyone loved him. Adam was only 3 years old. I also have a 3-year-old son at home, and I couldn't imagine what Adam's parents were going through. I couldn't bear the thought of something like that happening to my own son.
Every week I watched Adam get weaker and sicker. The cancer was making him ill, and the medicine we gave him made him feel even worse. Yet, despite it all, he continued to smile and just wanted to watch cartoons. One day, while watching TV on his bed, his heart suddenly stopped. He passed away with his eyes closed, looking so peaceful. His parents were devastated, but they had known that he might not make it through all his treatments. I remember getting home that night at 7:45 p.m. My husband was about to leave for work. His shift started at 8 p.m., but we live only 5 minutes from his workplace. When I got home, my 3-year-old son was already asleep. My husband left for work, and I went to take a shower. As I was showering, I kept thinking of Adam, and then of my son. When I stepped out of the shower and started drying myself with a towel, I saw 4 little fingers underneath the door. I thought it was my son, because sometimes he would do that when I was in the bathroom. I said, "Baby, why are you still up?" I saw the little fingers continue to feel around underneath the door. I laughed and said, Okay, Mommy's coming out now." I got dressed and wrapped my hair in a towel. I looked under the door and the fingers were still there. But when I opened the door, smiling, no one was there. I called my son's name, but he didn't respond, and he wasn't in the hallway either. I went to my son's room.
There's our next
He was
one,
asleep.
right nearby.
And headed to the kitchen to drink some water. As I leaned my back against the refrigerator, I suddenly broke down, sobbing. I wasn't scared or anything like that. I just hoped Adam was no longer in pain and that he was in a better place. Afterward, I went back to my son's room, held him close, and fell asleep beside him. Story number 2. I worked in the ICU back in 2002. A lot of people passed away in our unit. I remember one patient named Bob. Bob was 84 years old and suffering from pneumonia. His lungs were filled with fluid, so he was placed on life support and given many medications to keep him alive. One night, Bob's condition worsened. We knew he wouldn't make it through the night. At 11 p.m., he was in really bad shape.
Bob's
No matter what we
fucked.
did, nothing seemed to work. He was old, and his infections had spread throughout his body, not just in his lungs. I called Bob's family and spoke to his son, Robert. Robert asked us to do everything we could to keep Bob alive. He told me that he had just lost his mother 3 months ago and couldn't bear the thought of losing his father too. I asked if Robert could come to the hospital because Bob might not make it through the night. Robert said he had been drinking earlier, and his wife was already asleep, so he wouldn't be able to come. I urged him to find a way to come, as his father's condition was critical. After speaking with Robert, I checked Bob's heart rate. Earlier, it had been in the 120s, but now it had dropped to 56. Bob's heart was already starting to slow down. I continued giving Bob medication to keep him alive, as Robert had requested. By 2 a.m., I was feeling anxious. Bob was going to die, and his family wasn't there. I tried calling Robert again, but there was no answer. At this point, I stayed in the room with Bob because I knew his heart was going to stop soon. The other nurses and the doctor were already in the room, doing everything they could to help Bob. I stepped out of the room and tried calling Robert again. The phone rang 4 times, and then someone picked up. I didn't hear anyone speak, so I thought maybe Robert had answered the phone in his sleep. I kept saying, "Hello? Hello, Robert. Are you there?" Then I heard an old, raspy voice whisper, "Let him go." The person on the line didn't hang up, so I continued. "Is this Robert? Hey, Robert, I don't think your father is going to make it." Just as I said this, I saw Robert and his wife walk into Bob's room. I quickly hung up the phone and went into the room. The doctor was talking to Robert and his wife. They were looking at Bob and crying. After seeing that Bob wouldn't make it, Robert decided to withdraw care. and let his father go. We stopped all the medications, and within less than a minute, Bob's heart stopped. After the nurses and the doctor left the room, I asked Robert if there was anyone at their house, and he said no. It was just him and his wife. Their kids were already married and had moved out. Robert told me that his mother had died of cancer at their house about 3 months ago. He was crying a lot because he had lost both his parents that year. To this day, I still wonder who answered the phone when they weren't home. I believe it was Bob's wife, still lingering in their house after she passed. Story number 3. I work in a nursing facility in Central California that has 4 wings. The facility used to be a children's hospital during the TB outbreak in the late 1800s, which means many children died there. Eventually, the facility was converted into a nursing facility for both long-term and short-term care. I was hired at this facility when I first got my vocational nursing license. I had heard staff talk about the sound of children laughing at night, and some patients mentioned seeing children jumping on the unoccupied beds in their rooms. However, there was one particular child that I wasn't aware of. I worked the swing shift from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. One evening, while I was passing out medication to my patients, I encountered a man in his 50s named Timmy. He had been sent to our facility from the hospital due to alcoholic liver cirrhosis, which is the stage of liver damage. Timmy was confused due to the high level of ammonia in his body. I had to give him something called lactulose to make him have multiple bowel movements a day, which would help lower the ammonia levels. But getting him to take his medicine was always a challenge. One night, around 8 p.m., I went into his room to give him his last dose of lactulose for the night. I was struggling because he wouldn't take the medicine from my hand, and when I gave it to him, he didn't know what to do with it and just poured it onto his table.
Yeah,
I
that's
poured
what
the
I was
lactulose
talking about.
into a small medicine cup
The
and
the
handed it to
paid
him.
spectacle.
And holding my own little medicine cup, I said
The
to
real,
him,
from what I
"Let's have a
understand, the
little
real
fun.
fight was
Let's have a
the
little
female
fun."
fighters.
We had a toast, and Timmy drank all of his
That and
lactulose and took
the
shots.
first
Then
match.
he said,
I forget the
"Can I have
guy's
another shot for the
names.
little girl?"
That was
I asked
supposed to
him,
be pretty good
"What
too.
little girl?" He replied, "The little girl in a blue dress. I forgot her name, but she came in and talked to me earlier." I told Timmy that I was out of alcohol, and maybe next time. A few days after that, Timmy's condition worsened, and he passed away. As I continued working there, I noticed the sound of children laughing at night. Occasionally, a dying patient would mention the little girl in a blue dress. They always said, "There's this little girl in a blue dress who came and talked to me last night, but I forgot her name." Everyone forgot her name. It was a strange occurrence. Some patients mentioned how they felt at peace when they talked to that little girl in a blue dress. So I'm not sure if she was a good or bad spirit. Did she come to comfort the dying patients? Or was she taking them? After working there for 6 years, I got hired at a psych facility and left. Story number 4. I am an ED nurse. I remember one night, a man about 4'11" and 300 pounds came to the hospital via ambulance, complaining of stabbing chest pain. This man had an awful stench, and his hygiene was poor. His skin folds appeared dirty and were probably full of sweat and other trapped substances. It was a blend of smells,
Gross.
like vomit and feces. It's hard to describe. According to the patient, he was watching TV and peeling a mango. After he ate the mango and fell asleep on the couch, he woke up with stabbing chest pain, which caused him to feel short of breath, prompting him to dial 911. The patient believed it was the mango that caused his chest pain. Once we got him in, we hooked him up to the monitor, and his cardiac rhythm appeared normal. We did an EKG and confirmed that his rhythm was indeed normal. We took his blood pressure and it was high, so we gave him a shot to bring it down. His blood pressure decreased, but he continued to have chest pain, which made him feel very short of breath. Every breath he took felt like he was being stabbed, according to his description. We drew his blood, and the results showed that his cardiac enzymes were also normal. We weren't sure what so the doctor ordered an MRI for his chest.
Oh,
I took the patient to get the MRI done. For those who don't know, an
damn
MRI
it.
machine is a giant magnet, and you must not bring anything metal into the MRI room. We checked the patient, ensuring he had no piercings, jewelry, or any metals on him. We got him to the MRI area, and as we opened
Well, we could try to make it back that way, but
a knife with a yellow handle flew right out of the patient's abdominal skin fold and straight toward the MRI machine. Luckily, none of us got hurt. That instantly solved the mystery of the patient's chest pain and shortness of breath. I couldn't help but laugh when that happened, considering all the work and effort we put into solving this patient's problem, only to discover that it was a small knife stuck in his skin fold. To make a long story short, we completed the MRI, and the results were normal. They didn't find anything wrong, but the cause of the chest pain was indeed the knife that had been stuck between his skin folds. I'll admit that I didn't check the patient thoroughly when he first came in. We always have to assess patients from head to toe to ensure they don't have any skin issues. I checked him when he first arrived, but I didn't look between his skin folds. The patient was admitted to the
gross.
hospital for blood pressure management and observation, and then he was discharged. About a month later, I returned to work one night, and my coworker told me that the patient had died. At first, I was confused about who it was, but then he said, "The mango guy." I was shocked and asked what happened. My coworker told me that the patient had suffered a hemorrhagic stroke and was brought to the hospital, where he later died in the ICU. That night while working, I spiked a fever in the middle of my shift, and my supervisor sent me home. I remember walking toward the garage where I parked my car on the 4th floor. I got into the garage elevator, pressed the button for the 4th floor, and moved to the back of the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, a familiar stench filled the space. It smelled like a blend of vomit and feces. I didn't think much of it. The elevators in the garage tend to have a funny smell anyway. Once I reached the 4th floor, I walked over to my car and got in. The moment I turned my car on, something hit the window on the side where I was sitting. I looked and saw a green mango rolling around on the floor. The direction the mango was thrown from was near the elevator. I looked toward it, but there was only a wall in the elevator. No one was there. I backed out, and another mango hit my window. I checked again, but I didn't see anyone. I was creeped out and drove home quickly. I think it might have been a coincidence, and maybe someone in the parking lot was messing with me. Part of me believes it was the mango guy. Story number 5. I've been a nurse for nearly 15 years, and I've seen my fair share of strange things. But there's one experience that still haunts me to this day. It happened during a quiet night shift at the small, rural nursing home where I worked. The facility was old, built in the early 1900s, and had seen countless patients come and go, some leaving more quietly than others. That night, the ward was unusually empty, with only a handful of patients scattered across the floor. The atmosphere was eerily silent, the kind of quiet that makes your skin crawl. I was the only nurse on duty, with 2 nursing assistants. Around 2 a.m., I was doing my rounds, checking on the patients, making sure everything was in order. As I approached room 7, I felt a sudden chill in the air. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees, and I shivered despite the layers of my uniform. Room 7 had been emptied for a few days. The last patient who occupied it, an elderly man named Mr. Thompson, had passed away in his sleep about 4 days ago. He had been a kind man, though his last days were filled with pain and confusion. I remember he used to sit on a little rocking chair and stare at the ceiling, whispering to someone who wasn't there. As I walked past the room, I heard a faint, rhythmic tapping sound. I stopped in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound was coming from inside room 7. I slowly approached the door, the tapping growing louder with each step. I hesitated for a moment before gently pushing the door open. The room was dark, the only light coming from the small window on the far wall. The bed was neatly made, just as it had been since Mr. Thompson had passed. But what caught my eye was the old wooden rocking chair in the corner of the room. It's not very noticeable, but I can tell that it was kind of rocking. I froze, unable to move or speak. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation, but there was none. The chair continued to rock, reminding me of when Mr. Thompson would sit there and complaining that he cannot breathe. And then, just as suddenly as it started, the chair stopped. The room fell into an eerie silence. I took a step back, my pulse racing, and I heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible, coming from the direction of the bed. The voice was weak, frail, and unmistakably Mr. Thompson's. My blood ran cold. I knew he was gone, yet here I was, hearing his voice as clearly as if he were lying in that bed once again. Either I'm hearing his voice or my mind was playing with me. I turned and fled from the room, my heart pounding in my ears. I didn't stop until I reached the nurse's station, where I found the nursing assistant. "Did you see something?" she whispered. I nodded, too shaken to speak. We sat there in silence for the rest of the night, neither of us daring to go near room 7 again. The next morning, I reported the incident to the oncoming nurse, expecting her to laugh it off, or tell me it was just my imagination. Instead, she looked at me with a somber expression and said, "You're not the first to hear it. Mr. Thompson was always asking for help in his last days. I suppose some part of him is still waiting for someone to answer." From that night on, I avoided room 7 as much as possible. And I wonder, if I had stayed, if I had tried to help, would he have finally found peace? Or would I have been lost to whatever restless spirit still lingers in that old forgotten room? Story number 6.
Creepy ass
I was
bat.
a new nurse working at a nursing home when this event happened. There was an elderly couple that lived in room 11. From what I know, Mr. and Mrs. Clark had lived there for almost 3 years. During my orientation, Mrs. Clark was sent to the hospital one day. I wasn't aware of it, but a few days later, Mrs. Clark died at the hospital. Mr. Clark had dementia, so I wasn't sure if he knew that his wife had passed away. Once I finished my orientation, I was trained by a senior nurse on the day shift. Then, when I was on my own, I worked the swing shift from 3 p.m. until 11 p.m. After working there for 6 months, one day during breakfast, Mr. Clark swallowed food down the wrong pipe and started coughing, gagging, and becoming short of breath. The food went into his lungs. Mr. Clark was rushed to the hospital and put on a ventilator. A few days later, Mr. Clark died at the hospital. Shortly after Mr. Clark died, one day I was working, and Mr. Clark's daughter called to say she would be coming in the morning to pick up Mr. Clark's belongings. The nursing assistant, Lori, went into Mr. Clark's room to check his belongings. Lori had a list of what Mr. Clark had in terms of personal items. After about 20 minutes, Lori called me into Mr. Clark's room and told me that Mr. Clark's hearing aids were missing. It was the only thing left that she couldn't find. I helped Lori double-check everything, but we still couldn't find them. Then I opened the nightstand and saw a blue urn. I was a bit freaked out and asked Lori if that was an urn with ashes in it, and she said, "Oh, that's Mrs. Clark." I didn't know that Mrs. Clark had been cremated, and that the ashes were kept in the room with Mr. Clark. Both Lori and I couldn't find the hearing aids, but we did bag everything up for Mr. Clark's daughter to pick up the next morning. That night, around 10:45 p.m., sounded like someone was hitting the walls or slamming cabinets or drawers. We went to check, but there was nothing in the room. The next day, Mr. Clark's daughter came and picked up the belongings. The daughter was informed by the staff at the nurse's station that we couldn't find Mr. Clark's hearing aids. However, the daughter said that Mr. Clark was actually wearing his hearing aids when he was sent to the hospital, and that the hospital staff had already given them to her at home. What a relief, because hearing aids are expensive. After that, the Clark's old room was cleaned and prepared for new patients. That night, around 9 p.m., we had just turned off most of the lights in the hallway so the patients could sleep. Suddenly, there was banging and noise coming from the Clark's old room. The CNA, Laurie, went to the room, turned on the light, and said, "Mrs. Clark, they've found the hearing aids, and Mary has already taken them home." After that, Laurie came back to the nurse's station. I asked her why she said that, and she explained that Mr. Clark losing or forgetting where he left his hearing aids was a common issue. Mrs. Clark always helped him look for them, and would often get angry at him, sometimes yelling and slamming cabinet doors as she was looking for the missing hearing aids. After that, there were no more noises or commotion coming from the Clark's old room. I've never dealt with things like this before, but I'm sure some of the staff who have worked at the nursing home for a long time have experienced similar situations. They seem to know what to do or say to calm the spirits down. Story number 7. In my years as a nurse, I've seen many things that can't be explained, but one experience stands out above the rest. It happened during my 3rd year on the night shift at an old hospital in a small town. The building was ancient, the kind that creaked and groaned with the slightest breeze, and had a reputation for strange occurrences. Most of us brushed off the stories, but what happened that night made me a believer. It was a particularly quiet night, the kind where time seems to stretch, and you find yourself counting down the hours until dawn. I was assigned to the geriatric unit on the 3rd floor, where the long-term care patients were housed. The patients were mostly elderly, many of them nonverbal, lost in their own worlds due to age or illness. The atmosphere was always a bit somber. That night it felt heavier than usual, as if the air itself was pressing down on me. Around 2 a.m. I was doing my rounds, checking in on the patients one by one. The floor was dimly lit, and the silence was so deep that the sound of my footsteps seemed unnaturally loud. I reached room 313, where an elderly woman named Mrs. Owens was staying. She had been in the hospital for weeks, completely unresponsive, and was essentially kept alive by the machines surrounding her bed. I'd checked on her countless times before, and nothing had ever been out of the ordinary, until that night. As I pushed open the door to her room, I was immediately struck by the chill in the air. It was significantly colder than the rest of the floor, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. The room was dark, except for the faint glow of the monitors, and the light from the hallway spilling in. Mrs. Owens lay motionless in her bed, just as she always did, her face pale and gaunt. But something was different. The air felt thick, almost oppressive, and I had the distinct feeling that I wasn't alone. I glanced around the room, but nothing seemed out of place. I approached the bed, checking the monitors. Everything appeared normal, the vitals steady, the machines humming quietly. Then, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Mrs. Owens' eyes were open. This might not sound unusual, but in all the weeks she had been there, her eyes had never opened. She had been in a deep, unresponsive state, her eyelids always closed. But now, they were wide open, staring straight ahead with a blank, empty gaze. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Her eyes didn't move, didn't blink, just stared straight ahead as if looking at something I couldn't see. I tried to tell myself it was just a reflex, something purely physical, but deep down I knew something was wrong. soft, it was almost inaudible. I leaned in closer, trying to make out the words, but they were too faint, too garbled to understand. Suddenly, Mrs. Owens's mouth moved. Her lips parted slightly. A raspy, breathless voice whispered, I trembled back, my heart racing. The whispering grew louder, more distinct, filling the room with a cacophony of voices. It was as if dozens of people were speaking at once, but the words were still too jumbled to comprehend. The whispering stopped, and Mrs. Owens's eyes slowly closed, her face returning to the expressionless mask it had been before. I stood there trembling, trying to process what had just happened. I left the room after that, and I told the other nurse on duty what had happened, but she just gave me a skeptical look and said I must have been imagining things. I wanted to believe her, to write it off as a trick of the mind brought on by exhaustion, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in that room. The next morning, when the day shift came in, I reported what had happened to the day nurse. She listened carefully, her face growing pale as I recounted the events. When I finished, she sighed and told me that room 313 had a history. Over the years, several patients had died in that room, all under mysterious circumstances. Some nurses claimed to have seen shadows moving in the corner, or heard voices late at night. Someone passed away later that week. That's all for this video. Thank you for making all the way through and supporting my stories. Have a wonderful day or night.
Ah! Fuck you, bear. Suck it, bitch. I got my shit back. You shit bag.
Did somebody say waffles?
Morning, Will. How are you? How's it going? No waffles today. I had blueberry pancakes yesterday. It was nice. Blueberry pancakes with blueberry syrup and some bacon. And my feet immediately swole up. But it was worth it. Because blueberry pancakes, so tasty. Bacon, so yummy. Not enough bacon, though. I think if I'd had a little more bacon, it probably would have balanced things out a little bit better. There we go. We'll get that filled up. Even though that's supposed to say 75 on there, not 50. Fuck shits. Oh, shit. Hoop, ha, hoop, ha. Grants one level of fire resistance. Grants one level of ice resistance. Armor made out of animal felt. I wonder if I have enough frost pelts to make the better armor. Here, here, here. In the most beautiful place, I was cocooned in warmth, and then reality came knocking, and I opened my eyes. Yep, sleep will do that. Ringly tingly chingly chimes.
but rather tend to be described as more spirit-like. A fairy, or rather the fae, is said to be a type of mythical creature known throughout European folklore. Historically, these beings haven't been referred to as completely physical, but rather tend to be described as more spirit-like. During more recent times, fairies are commonly depicted as friendly, helpful, and loving creatures, but for the remainder of this video, you're going to have to get this visualization out of your mind. As far as I can gather, there is no singular, specific origin of the fae, but rather, there are a collection of beliefs and reported incidents that have occurred throughout Europe, and other continents around the world too, which I suppose could be considered fairly strange. There are also similarities between the traditional European folklore and folklore from other places around the world, such as the Southern Americas, which we'll come to later. Before we go any further and start delving into this, I want to make it abundantly clear that nothing in this video relates to my own personal views. The purpose of this video is not to mock anyone, nor will it be in support of any point of view, but rather I'm going to try to come at this from a completely neutral perspective, and this is something I need to be on that. Or in other words, I don't have a stake in the topic. I must say, these kinds of reports typically bring just a single place, or multiple places which we talk about very simple items. I'm going to be admitting, not all people refer to these supposed beings as friendly, but actually a high number of their encounters were the complete opposite. Some were of the opinion that they were demoted angels or demons sent to plague the lands and to take unsuspecting migrants. Another recurring point that is frequently made when looking at the folklore is the need to ward them off using protective charms, which again doesn't scream at all new friendly. Not every culture knew the fairies by name either. The Irish, for example, would describe something as seed in the forest, which translates to little folk. The Celtic people would report something similar too. In fact, the Celts of old described how a race of little people were driven underground by invading tribes. King James, who reigned between 1603 and 1625, took a particular interest in the fae. It's not clear what happened or why he became so interested, but he described fairies as illusory spirits or demonic entities that would transport people to a place unknown, and sometimes would aid those of ill intention. It's not clear to me when, why, or how this happened, but the church also took a great interest in this topic and believed that the fairies were a class of demoted angels. In the 19th century, the church's view changed somewhat when they would speak of angelic qualities some of the fae possessed, and that they now didn't believe that all of them were evil. Now that's all well and good, but traditionally, what actually are they? That's not actually an easy question to answer, and seems to depend completely on who you ask. Ellen Castello from HistoricUK.com describes them as such. Most of us think of fairies as tiny creatures flitting about on gossamer wings, waving a magic wand, but history and folklore tell a different tale. When belief in fairies was common, most people didn't like to mention them by name, and so referred to them by other names. The little people, or the hidden people. Many explanations have been given for a belief in fairies. Some say that they are like ghosts or spirits or fallen angels, those who are neither good enough for heaven or bad enough for the alternative. There are hundreds of different kinds of fairies, some are minute creatures, others grotesque, some can fly, and all can appear and disappear at will. Ellen then goes on to state that the oldest fairies on record in England were first described by the historian Gervase of Tilbury in the 13th century. Some dispute that point and have claimed that there are cave paintings of old that seem to depict something similar to the fae. Though I will note that I couldn't find them or leave any links, so I'm not sure what they were referring to. It also seems that the belief in fairies isn't specific to one race of fairies, but rather are a collection of many. I didn't know this, but things such as elves, goblins, leprechauns, gnomes, pixies, and others are included among the fairy family. Eventually, through time, though it's not specific as to when, the word fairy became to be used commonly in the phrase fairy tale. Its meaning changed from being specific to some sort of entity that people would report encountering in the
Ooh,
forest.
he's a purple one.
Fanciful tale of legendary deeds and creatures normally meant for younger people. However, not all have forgotten its original reference and meaning, and there are those to this day that still believe that the Fae exists. In the south of England, there's an absolutely stunning known as the Berkshire Dales. In 1962, a farmer's wife reported getting lost in this remote area and was becoming quite panicky. She said that she was desperately trying to make her way back and kept hiking with full belief that she was still heading in the right direction, but was actually taking herself further away from civilization. She came to the realization that she had completely lost her way and didn't know what to do. Now,
Gollum head.
to get bizarre,
Oh, that's
she
gotta
said
be
that she
cool.
stopped for a moment because she thought that she could hear someone nearby, but she couldn't see anyone. She said that the noises continued for a while before a small person, who she thought was male and was dressed in green, made himself known right behind her. She said that they never spoke and that something seemed very odd about the man, and without saying a word, he put her back on the right track. She said that she didn't know what to think at first and didn't see where the man had gone, but after later talking with her husband, she had the feeling that she'd been very lucky. As mentioned earlier, an earlier belief in reference to the Fae, as presented by King James himself, was that they take people to a place unfamiliar. I'm not quite sure what that then entails, but that seems to be consistent with those that believe today. In Celtic lore, the Fae tend to be associated with underground caverns and springs. Legend spoke of travellers either unknowingly trespassing and going too far into these types of places, only to then go missing and sometimes never be found. Some individuals in the past will believe that they had some sort of unusual encounter and would report suddenly being in a place that was unfamiliar to them, but still looked somewhat like the place that they had entered from. Upon returning, they would complain that more time had passed than they had expected and realized. Now, of course, it's worth stating that reports, or perhaps even tales of things like this happening a long time ago, can't be verified in any way, shape or form. But these types of stories or incidents, depending on your perspective, can be found within the folklore. What is absolutely fascinating to me when it comes to folklore is how it actually exists in the first place, because one would think that it must almost certainly be true. King James and people of the distant past took great interest in the topic because they had experiences of their own that they couldn't explain in any conventional manner and thought that they were unusual. Or, these stories were concocted for one reason or another. It's hard to assume a motive, but perhaps they were always intended to be fictitious, but people started to actually believe them. Or perhaps people at the very least truly believed that they were having these kinds of experiences, even though it could have been otherwise explained. One would assume that there were more people spending time in the woods back then than do today, which of course would account for the high number of reports of this back then, whether truly experienced or otherwise. Now, before we get into incidents and people's personal experiences, let's first talk about the rules of engagement. A common belief among those who believe in the Fae is that some are highly mischievous and masters of manipulation to a malevolent degree. According to those who know the history and folklore far better than I ever will, state that part of their ingenuity comes from being master manipulators of language. They state that the Fae will twist your words and will find loopholes in any agreement made to their benefit at a detriment to the other person. Here are the rules of engagement, and just generally speaking, I'm not sure of the origin or how they became well known, but here they are. 1. Be polite and never insult, interrupt, or do anything that would anger whatever it is that you've encountered in the forest. 2. If you ever find yourself with a foreboding sense of being watched or feeling unwelcome whilst on a hike, it's time to leave. 3. Iron is offensive to the Fae, and if it's something that you're worried about, it should be left out of your garden. 4. The Fae love gifts, but they must be sweet, or it could turn into a negative encounter. 5. Time moves differently whilst with the Fae, and you're likely to lose hours or longer. 6. Never directly state either thank you or I'm sorry. Rather, it should be I appreciate that, or pardon me. I couldn't find an explanation as to why that might be the case though. 7. When spoken to, listen very carefully, because there is often hidden meaning. 8. The Fae are thought of as protectors, so don't do anything destructive in their environments. 9. Try not to make any agreements, but if it happens, be very careful, as they are masters of manipulation and loopholes. Finally, certain areas are completely off limits, and this is the case if you're in one. Those who believe in the Fae claim that when looking back through history, certain areas were said to be cursed by the ancient peoples and could have something to do with that with which we have no real understanding of. One legend I remember well resides on Mount Shasta. Early Native Americans would complain of their people, specifically hunting and exploration parties going missing on the mountain, and they said that the area was cursed. They would
It's
speak of
cursed.
that was
Everything is
cursed.
cursed.
People hold. Of course, it's not clear what actual event took place that would cause the Native Americans to say this. Or again, if it was supposed to be fictitious to keep their children from straying into dangerous areas. I suppose it completely depends on how you wish to interpret the information, and that of course will be different for everybody. There are those today that still maintain the belief that the area is cursed and do their best to stay away. Another such curse is that of the Petrified Forest National Park in Arizona. Throughout history, travelers through this area would take pieces of the petrified wood as keepsakes, which of course became illegal when the area was named a national monument in 1906. Interestingly, those who would take pieces of petrified wood would report a life-changing purpose by making it into use of their life. And there were those who were completely convinced that it had something to do with them. In the 1980s, many visitors to the park would report being plagued with bedlam and distinct crowd. He was quoted as saying that he thought that he'd gotten away with it, but he now thinks that he was seen taking it, not by a person or the authorities, but by something else of which he wasn't specific. Funnily enough, park rangers and those within the urban teams have received countless anonymous letters over the years of people describing how sorry they were for stealing the petrified wood. The letters would generally state that they were sorry for doing it and that their life had not been the same after taking it, and would ask if the rangers would take the wood back to its origin area. I'm not actually sure when the park did this, but they shared some snippets of letters which included things such as, "It was a great challenge sneaking it out of the park, but 10 years since that time, nothing in my life has gone right." Another stated, "My life has been totally destroyed since we've been back from vacation. Please put these back so my life can get back to normal." And another, "Take these miserable rocks and put them back. They have caused pure havoc in my love life." Now of course, perhaps these unfortunate events were always going to take place anyway, and I don't mean to laugh at people's misfortune. But what's amusing is that the stolen items can't be returned properly because they have now been taken out of scientific context, is the way it's phrased. Meaning that the park is actually a thriving site for archaeological, geological, and paleontological research, and moving things around like this would be harmful to the studies, so they can't be returned. I'm paraphrasing here, but Kathy Weiser from legendsofamerica.com states that in the Rainbow Forest Museum lies a display called The Mystery of the Pontius Wood. A large piece of petrified wood sits on a bench there, which was returned by a man who admitted to stealing it 67 years ago. Beneath the display sits a glittering binder which contains letters from all over the world, with over 1,200 pages of these guilt-ridden letters. Here are some of the quotes that Kathy picked out. "Believe me, if I would have known the curse once with any of the books, I would never have taken these. My life has been totally destroyed since we've been back from vacation. Forgive me for taking these." But ring the bell, you read the letters, and the many people would return them to you with tales of heartbreak, ruined marriages, as well as other stories of misfortune. At first, we did not believe the ramblings of such obviously superstitious persons, but upon review of the life and lack of luck that our family member has had these past 30 years,
We have begun to wonder if possibly the legend could have some truth to it. I picked up this petrified rock about 13 years ago when I visited the national park. I came across it today and decided that I should send it back to you. I'm sorry that I took it and wish for you to have it back. Thank you. P.S. It has been bad luck to me. It's unclear if these people would have experienced the things that they thought they did without taking the items in the first place, but there's no way you could ever determine that. They sure seem to think that it was their own doing for stealing the wood or rocks in the first place. Now, while obviously I have no idea what that has to do with fairies, if one's assumption is that they are real, then it makes absolutely no sense that they would be situated to Europe alone. I'm not aware of any border that could stop an invisible small person from crossing it. Anyway, the point is that when you look through folklore of various places around the world, you come across very similar accounts in terms of these kinds of encounters, only they're given a different name. To take two examples, there are the duende mentioned before on the channel during a disappearance no less, where the locals and shamans fully believe that the duende were responsible for it, and were somewhat at odds with some of the park rangers. I'll place the reporting on that disappearance towards the end of the video, and I'll let you know beforehand, so if you've already seen my prior video on it, you can skip it. The other example would be the jinn, which are spoken of across the Islamic faith. Let's start with the jinn. First of all, there is that very misconception that the jinn were only really spoken about after the widespread adoption of the Islamic faith. However, this isn't actually true, and the jinn were spoken about in very early pre-Islamic Arabia, though they of course did find their way into the Islamic mythology and theology. Similar to the European faith, the people of old in the area would speak of both positive and negative encounters, and would state that they were neither evil nor innately good, and it just varied. The jinn have always been thought of as ghosts though, or at least beings set by God's guidance. I didn't touch on all this earlier with the faith for the sake of time, but the jinn were regularly credited to misfortune, possession, and disease, which has always been applicable to the faith through folklore. Similar to the faith, there isn't any kind of origin story, but rather a collection of experiences and reported incidents that the experiencee didn't believe could be explained conventionally. Scholars of old believed that they were malevolent spirits that resided in these areas, sometimes taking the form of animals. They believed that they would lure their victims to a different land, which sounds awfully familiar. In today's times, those in more urban areas tend to view the jinn as nothing more than a story or a superstition, while those in more rural areas still report unusual encounters to this day. I recall one specifically that involved the US military and Jordanian troops who were taking part in training exercises in Jordan at a place known as Baton Rouge. This translates to Belly of the Beast. It's not clear how the area received its name, but some US troops would report experiencing night terrors, while a number of Jordanian troops would wake up frightened and reportedly told their leading officers that they had seen something among them. Now, the duende on the other hand are known throughout the Southern Americas and are also described as entities of small stature. In fact, many of the descriptions fit almost perfectly with the European faith. Just like the other two, the duende don't have an origin story, but again, the folklore mostly consists of experiences or reported incidents. Similarly, throughout history, both positive and negative experiences are reported during these supposed encounters. They are said to be mischievous and master manipulators. The legend states that they would use their talents to lure small people, mostly at a young age, into the forest and would cause them to lose their way. Of course, that doesn't directly reference the idea of, and I quote, taking them somewhere else, whatever that means. But I suppose that it could be interpreted as such. Though I said not every report was bad, and some reported incidents in the Southern Americas spoke of these small helpers leading people out of the forest so they could find their way home, which sounds similar to the farmer's wife incidents from earlier. Speaking of unusual incidents, let's explore. Now, first and foremost, it's important to clarify that that it's not like I can verify the incidents took place, nor can I speak of the credulity of those sharing. However, they are shared truthfully nonetheless, and still worth hearing and discussing. Again, let's make it absolutely clear that I'm not endorsing or opposing any incidents, merely sharing them for the purpose of discussion. This first person gave me permission to talk about his experience, but didn't specify as to whether he would like to remain anonymous or not. So for the sake of safety and privacy, I'm going to keep his name anonymous, and he shall be referred to as John Doe. During John's childhood, his grandparents owned a summer house in a wooded area in northern Sweden, and this would be where his experience took place. When John was 10, he had gone to visit his grandparents with the intention of staying there for the summer with his family. His grandparents owned a series of cabins which allowed the family to come over and stay. John stayed in a cabin with his cousins who were located approximately 30 meters away from the grandparents. Right beside the cabin is a lake, and this area was a long way from the nearest town. John said that while they did have electricity, they didn't have running water and had to collect their own because it was so rural. Directly in front of the cabin was the lake, and behind the cabin was thick woods. John related that every time they would go hiking in that place, it always felt eerie somehow. On a number of occasions, John's granddad would tell the family about seeing things in the woods that he didn't quite know how to explain. He said that he'd seen little people that would disappear, and he believed that they lived in the woods. He also spoke of seeing these little people crossing the dirt paths in the forest, and people nearby would freeze in place until the little people had gone. John's cousin heard this conversation, and during a hike made a joke of the situation and froze in place while saying he'd found the little people's trails. John said that his granddad wasn't happy about this, and that you shouldn't joke about the little people, especially while in the woods. There was no further mention of it.
It's not politically correct to joke about little people.
Having to turn in for the night. He said that they were awoken by commotion going on all around the cabin. He said that it sounded like there were multiple bears outside scratching at the cabin, while what sounded like pebbles were hitting the roof and raining down the side of the cabin. John continued and said that he and his cousin completely froze in place and were terrified, and that the sounds of scratching now seemed to be emanating from beneath their beds. He said that this escalated, and it sounded like they were surrounded by absolute chaos. They got up and sprinted to their grandfather's cabin and told them what had happened. The following day, the grandfather took them on the same route in the woods and had them scatter candy in the forest, and they also got that. John finished by saying that was the most extreme experience he had ever had, and related just how surreal it felt. Now, this next incident was reported in the Bloomington Daily Leader newspaper on the 31st of March, 1886, which occurred many years prior. The article in the newspaper is quite long and drawn out, so I'm going to summarize it somewhat. The incident revolves around Andy Crow and his daughter, who was not named, so she'll be referred to as Jane Doe.
She who shall not be named.
A very rural area in Dubuque County, as Andy owned a farm there. Andy recalled that as his daughter was nearing adulthood, she was constantly becoming ill, and physicians weren't of any help. It's understandable that this next part happened during the time period, but after being repeatedly told they weren't sure what was causing the illnesses, Andy took his daughter to see Father Bernard of the New Mallory Monastery. Father Bernard was well respected in the community and agreed to pray with Jane. It was said that he also had a hand in getting Jane to prescribe medicine, but it's not clear what or if he mediated this with the local medical professionals. During one trip home with Andy, after praying with Bernard, Jane told her father that everything Bernard was doing wasn't going to help, and that she was going to be taken by the fairies. Andy said that at the time, he didn't really pay attention to what she was saying, but roughly around a year later, Jane was reported missing. Andy said that all of their belongings, including her clothing and shoes, had been left behind. I'm not sure what law enforcement happened in the county back then, but a search was initiated for Jane. Searchers tracked the neighborhood tracks and explored the neighborhoods and fields for her, but never found her. When Jane wasn't located, people became suspicious of the name and claimed that with the fairies the whole time and had been travelling the country. She said that she had been in strange vehicles that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. On the third day of Jane's return, she told people that she would be leaving again soon as they had come back for her, and sure enough, she left again. The Bloomington Daily Reader said that Andy had been consistent through the years with his story, and said that after learning about the tales of fairies in Ireland, he believed that is what had happened. Now, obviously, that happened such a long time ago that it's impossible to really know what happened, or if it was even supposed to be truthful in the first place. Though it wasn't reported on as though it was fiction, so who knows what version of Chinese whispers were playing. This next incident took place in the 17th century and was centered around a woman known as Anne Jeffreys. Anne was actually born in 1626 and passed away in 1698 at the age of 72. But in the years prior, Anne and the Pitt family would report some very unusual events that revolved around Anne. These incidents were documented by Moses Pitt, who wrote a letter to Reverend Dr. Edward Fowler, Bishop of Gloucestershire at the time, seeking advice. 1645, when Anne was 19 years old, is where this case really begins. She had just managed to secure herself a job working for the wealthy Pitt family, maintaining their estate home. It's not clear in what year this occurred, but after finishing her morning duties one day, she sat in the Pitt's garden inside their arbour. While there, she would later relate that she heard someone moving past branches and was heading in her direction. She ignored this, thinking it was one of the family members or a visitor, but was taken aback when she heard what she described as peculiar ringing coming from every direction. She said that she felt afraid, but didn't think that anyone would do her harm on such a bright day where people would be able to hear and see them. She went on and said that during the ringing, 6 small men dressed in green appeared nearby. She said that they were charming and had big eyes. She would later refer to them as fairies. She described that her environment had changed and that they had somehow paralysed her and had taken her into, and I quote, a castle in the sky, which I'm sure we all know what that sounds like.
Idiots!
Just think about the birds and the bees.
Are fairies actually fairies, or are they aliens?
She did return though, and the Pitt family found her groggy and crumpled on the floor
And
in the garden.
time passes differently? Maybe because you're traveling faster than light?
As they would return to her every so often, which always frightened her. These experiences would go on for a year before she confided in one of the Pitt family members. Unfortunately, it seems that she placed her faith in one person because shortly after sharing what she'd gone through, she was arrested for witchcraft. As far as I can tell, we know this because there was a piece of correspondence from the mayor in 1647 which can now be found in the Clarendon Manuscripts Archive. This document seems to confirm that Anne was held in the jail. An odd snippet states that despite being deprived of food for several months, she didn't seem to suffer any detriment to her health, which can't have helped her witchcraft case. Anne did later state that she was visited by the fairies while she was in the jail, and that they would feed her with an unusual bread, whatever that means.
Fairy bread.
Though I'm not sure what the reason or circumstances were behind her release, but she would go on to marry a labourer called William Warren and became involved in nursing. She said that she didn't know how, but the fairies had given her great knowledge about health, and she wanted to use it to help cure the ailments of others. In 1693, Moses Pitt, who had somewhat vaguely maintained his friendship with Anne, took great interest in what had happened to her those years prior. He brought a friend of his named Humphrey Martin, who I imagine was the equivalent of a journalist back then, to interview her. However, she wasn't interested. Humphrey would later write to Moses. As for Anne Jeffreys, I have been with her the greater part of one day, and did read to her all that you wrote to me, but she would not own anything of it, as concerning the fairies, or any of the cures that she would perform. I asked her the reason why she would not do it. She replied that if she should discover it to you, that you would make books and ballads of it. And she said that she would not have her name spread about the country in books and ballads of such things. Of course, it's difficult to know what to make of all that, given that it was such a long time ago, but the belief in fairies was widespread at that time, and there were many reported incidents similar to ours. Of course, the fairies taking her into a castle in the sky is something else, a different type of snatching, that I can't get into too much because YouTube doesn't like that topic anymore. Anyway, I think that at the very least, Anne did believe that these events were quite literally happening to her. Now, before we talk about the disappearance, where the Duende were actually blamed, a Reddit user compiled some of the work by author W.Y. Evans Wentz, who held a sustained belief in fairies and that there was more to them than we could understand. This Reddit user, of which you will find a link to in the description below, then drew some similarities to the missing 411 and a book
Whoa.
written by Wentz in 1910 called The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries. Here are some direct comparisons. Firstly, David Polides notes that a lot of the types of disappearance that he covers seem to take place near boulder fields. Here's what Wentz had to say in 1910. Fairy preserves, a heap of stones in a field, should not be disturbed, despite the need of building, especially if they are part of an ancient tumulus. The fairies are said to live inside the pile, and to move the stones would be most unfortunate. If you've read any of David's earlier books, especially the first one I think, he notes many cases where people have gone missing while either in fairy bushes or picked them from them. In Went's book, he relayed an incident where he went into contact with during his research. The incident is titled "The Fairy." One day, just before sunset in midsummer, and she struck my cousin across the face with what seemed to be a green brush. We ran for home as hard as we could, and before reaching the house, my cousin fell and passed away. All of us in the house, when Father ran around, he put a stole about his neck and began praying over my cousin and reading psalms and striking her with the stole, and in that way brought her back. He said if she had not caught hold of my brother, she would have been taken forever. When they were referring to bringing her back, I think they were specifically referring to a spiritual sense, more so than anything else. This next one is weird, because I've covered many disappearances where this has been the case, but David identified that when some of these people were disappearing, a lot of the time, they would be wearing bright clothes. This is what Wentz had to say. In the neighborhood of Snowdon, the fairies were believed to live beneath the lakes, from which they sometimes came forth, especially on misty days, and children used to be warned not to stray away from their homes in that sort of weather, lest they would be taken by them. These fairies were not Christians, and they were great thieves. They were fond of bright colours. They were sharp of hearing, and no word that reached the wind could escape them. This video is becoming quite long now, so I won't go over any more of it. I would invite you to have a read of the posted Reddits. It goes on to cover other things too, such as the weather worsening at the start of the disappearance, intellectuals, people of Germanic descent. Some people have come back in a state of confusion, and even Yosemite is mentioned, so you might find it interesting. Finally, let's start by going back in time and revisiting a case I reported on in the National Park in Bolivia. The Bolivian Amazon, or specifically the Madidi National Park, according to nytimes.com, goes from lowland to mountaintop from 600 feet to almost 20,000 feet above sea level. It covers more than 7,000 square miles of wildly different habitats. It has cloud forests, lowland jungles, rivers, streams, wetlands, it even has glaciers. The locals state that this jungle can swallow you whole in a matter of seconds, and they say so for good reason. Rivers are vast and go through mountainous terrain with thick blankets of fog creeping throughout the jungle. Surprisingly, despite its vastness and low visibility, disappearances inside the national park's borders are fairly rare. There hadn't been a single recorded disappearance in the park for a long time until late February 2017. At 8:30 p.m. on this particular night, the Medidi Park Rangers received a radio transmission in which it was relayed to them that 25-year-old Meiko Lacuna had disappeared under highly unusual circumstances and left no tracks behind. They were made aware that Meiko had been on a rainforest tour with the local agency Max Adventures, and that he was last seen sitting on the steps of his cabin at around 8:30 p.m. the night before. Park director Marcos Busquiano said, "This is a really strange case for us. We're not sure what happened last night, but we need to find out." The Rangers at sea made comparisons to a disappearance that took place in 1981 where a tourist by the name of Yossi Ginsberg was lied to and given deceitful information by a fellow traveler. This led Yossi to being stranded in the rainforest for 3 weeks. But this incident was different. After the individuals in the group were questioned, it was thought that this was not the case. The Rangers were described as being quiet and looking very determined. They quickly set off and began to search the immediate area inside the rainforest, thinking that Michael couldn't have gotten very far given the harsh terrain and he was wearing sandals. Phaser, a guide for Max Adventures, relates some interesting details. Phaser said, in regards to Michael, that he had returned to the camp acting noticeably excited. He was acting a little bit strange, his face just didn't look normal. Phaser was keeping tabs on Michael and invited him and the other tourists to participate in a Pachanga ceremony, which is an ancient tradition thanking the Mother Earth for giving them permission to enter the forest. Michael refused the invitation and remained at his cabin. From the point that Phaser left with the other tourists, another guide had made the visit to Michael within 5 minutes, but he had gone. Phaser and the other guides, equipped with flashlights, scoured the lodge and combed the immediate area inside the nearby forest to no avail. Phaser said that they were searching until 5 in the morning and was surprised that he couldn't be located. Phaser said, and I quote, "It's because he offended the Pachamama. He didn't want to participate in the ceremony." After doing a bit of further reading, it seems like the locals are very superstitious of the area, and they say that the rainforest is filled with mystical entities, both good and bad. Locals believe that to disrespect the Pachamama is to put
I got a fine through my head.
Duende, which they believe to be a spirit that lurks in the forest and has the ability to take and hide its victims. One of the guides, who had spent most of his life in the area, had this to say, "For myself and the Rangers, this is our culture. We believe that the Duende is real, and we think that it's possible that Michael was taken by him. If this incident wasn't already strange enough for you, let's get bizarre." Because they didn't know what to do, the guides called for 2 shamans, by the names of Romulo and Tabicia, and asked them to bring Michael back. The pair arrived and brought various ingredients with them, including cigarettes, beers, wine bottles, cocoa leaves, sugar, candles, sparkling confetti, and a large wooden cross. They said, and I quote, "We believe that Duende has been harnessing the energy of Mapajo, a powerful tree spirit, to hide Michael.
Mapajo.
In a place we can't reach, but by performing the necessary intricate ceremonies, we may be able to bring him back." At this point, Michael's family, including his father, stepmother, and sister, had flown in from Chile. Under the guidance of the park rangers and other professionals, they joined the organized search efforts. The rangers thought it best to work section by section, combing multiple kilometers around the lodge by walking and sweeping horizontal lines. I may be wrong, but I get the feeling that some of the rangers didn't care much for what the shamans were doing, and the shamans didn't believe the rangers could be successful until the spirits were appeased. Nevertheless, despite the differences, the rangers searched for 10 hours a day in different sections of the rainforest, desperately trying to find Michael as they knew time was of the essence. The shamans also stayed up until dawn every night, making offerings and performing their ceremonies in payment to the Pachamama. Interestingly, and perhaps even bizarrely, the rangers did concede that they were surprised that they couldn't find even the slightest sign of him, no tracks or any trace at all. They said it was like he was never there. The experienced trackers among the rangers said that they couldn't believe that they hadn't found a single shred of evidence, and one of them was quoted as saying, "In 20 years, we've never experienced anything quite like this before. For those familiar with the channel, this next part may not come as much of a surprise anymore. 6 days after the initial disappearance and tireless searching by all involved, the rangers found one of Maycool's socks on the rainforest floor, seemingly abandoned. This gave the rangers a location to focus their search efforts, and a new plan was produced to zone in on the area, which they immediately began to thoroughly comb. The shaman said that this was a good sign and that the findings changed everything. They were of the opinion that the sock represented a way to reach out to Maycool's soul to bring him back. The shamans then spent the next 2 days and nights without sleep, performing their ceremonies and presenting offerings to the Pachamama. The following day, they said that their payments had been accepted and that the following days would see more signs of Maycool. The day after this would see the rangers taking a boat down the river, where they heard the guides shouting at them to come over. The rangers docked and the guides called out that they'd found Maycool. Surprisingly, while he was somewhat dehydrated and had a lot of bites, he had swollen ankles and he was otherwise okay. Maycool joked and said that he wanted a Coca-Cola. At this point, let's get bizarre again, why not? Maycool was brought back to camp, where he told of what happened to him during his time missing. "I was trying so hard to find the river, but I just couldn't find it," he told the rescuers. He went on and said that he was only able to make it because he was following a group of monkeys that would drop him fruit and lead him to shelter and water. When asked why he went into the rainforest, this is what he had to say. "I was having strange, terrible thoughts about the rainforest, and I just wanted to get out. I started running. I was wearing sandals, and I said no, they would slow me down. I threw away the sandals, then the cell phone and my flashlights, and after so much running, I stopped under a tree and I started thinking, what had I done? What was I doing? And then when I wanted to get back, it wasn't possible." Maycool said that he isn't completely sure what happened to him that night or why he made the decisions he did. Obviously, the shamans, on the other hand, alongside the locals, maintained that it was the duende's doing. They said, "The signs fit, his strange behavior pattern, the maddening thoughts, that's what Duende does." Ultimately though, the circumstances leading up to and during Maycool's disappearance remain a mystery. What are your thoughts about this truly bizarre incident? I don't think I've ever come across an incident like this
Eagles. Eagles.
before. Anyway, I'm going to end this one here. I just wanted to say a big thank you to my patrons who are really helping this channel a lot, so thank you very much for your continued support. And thank you for watching. If you found the video interesting, then please do leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps me a lot. And if not, then feel free to leave a dislike. I'm just looking for your honest opinion to do share. I hope that you've had a great day or evening, depending on where you are. Be safe, guys, and I'll see you next time. Peace.
Circumstances. The local authorities had chalked woke up with a throbbing headache, feeling more exhausted than when I went to bed. Miles Thompson, at your service, a private investigator who usually works in bustling cities. But my new assignment had brought me to Blacktail Canyon, a remote area of the U.S., known for its dense forests and rocky peaks. It was supposed to be a simple case: find the lost hiker and restore him to his worried family. Little did I know the terrifying ordeal that awaited me. Blacktail Canyon was notorious for people disappearing under mysterious circumstances. The local authorities had chalked it up as accidents in the treacherous terrain, but something felt off. I decided to join a group of seasoned hikers who were familiar with the area. Upon meeting them, my suspicions grew as they exchanged stories about numerous unexplained occurrences. As we ventured deeper into the forest and made our way up precarious paths, we came across ever more disturbing sights. First, we encountered shredded clothing hanging from tree branches. Signs of animal attacks were typical in these parts. However, this seemed different, too calculated for any ordinary animal. Suddenly our group stumbled upon a mutilated animal carcass that didn't resemble the usual prey of predators. The wounds seemed deliberate, caused by an almost human-like handiwork. Our shaken guide reduced the pace and spoke in hushed tones, explaining his reluctance to admit that there was something sinister lurking in these woods. The sun began to set as we approached a small clearing where the missing hiker had last been seen. The area bore evidence of struggle: deep claw marks dug into trees along with traces of dried blood on nearby rocks. What kind of creature could do this? I whispered while examining the bloody scene. The guide reluctantly answered me with tales about an elusive creature with razor-sharp claws who roamed these woods for generations. The locals referred to it as the Silent Stalker, since it eliminated its prey stealthily and without so much as a sound. The creature had a sick desire to make its victims suffer before the kill, stalking and mutilating them while evading capture. However, no one knew its true name or origin. We decided to set up camp for the night in a nearby cave, figuring it would provide some shelter and protection against the unsettling situation we found ourselves in. As we made our way toward the cave's entrance, disturbed whispers and nervous laughter echoed among my colleagues. In moments of fear, humor serves as a brief escape from reality. One of my teammates tried lightening the somber mood with a feeble joke about horror movie cliches that made us chuckle for a brief moment. That night, sleep seemed near impossible, but exhaustion won out eventually. A deafening screech jolted us awake early in the morning. My heart pounded wildly as adrenaline rushed through my veins. It only took seconds to grab my gun and run towards the source of the unstoppable scream. The sight that met my eyes horrified even me, a man who has seen his fair share of violence. One of our team members lay on the ground well beyond recognition. Terrified but unwilling to give up on our mission, we cautiously trekked further into the undiscovered heart of Blacktail Canyon. With each passing step, the monster that stalked these woods became increasingly real. Soon enough, we found ourselves surrounded by dense fog which hung like a death shroud over a landscape littered with lifeless trees and abandoned wreckage from failed past attempts to uncover what lurked here. And it was in that cursed revealing fog that I first laid eyes on the elusive creature, towering at nearly 7 feet tall with wicked claws extending from its veined hands, grinning at me with a grotesque snarl revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The sensation of confronting this face-to-face nightmare flooded my mind with
Butterflies.
dread. As I stared
Oh,
into its soulless eyes, I knew that we were in the presence of evil incarnate, an ancient predator that had haunted these lands for generations. We had exposed ourselves to the silent stalker, and now there was no turning back. The creature lunged at us, and I knew we stood little to no chance. I shouted to my team, "Run! Get out of here and call for help!" I could hear their footsteps retreat rapidly from the dreadful beast. However, calling for help wasn't feasible for me as my cell phone had no reception in Blacktail Canyon, a fact I found out hours before when trying to update our location to our boss. We sprinted through the foggy nightmare, hindered by the terror that locked itself around our lungs. While running, I stole a glance over my shoulder at the creature drawing ever closer. The sickly gray skin seemed almost translucent under the dim glow of the moonlight piercing the fog, and its long black hair whipping wildly in all directions. Its spine jutted out at horrific angles. The sight fueled my adrenaline as we rushed for safety. A nearby cabin appeared between the trees in a moment of clarity through the fog and opportunity we couldn't ignore. Breathing heavily, we scrambled inside, locking and barricading the doors as fast as we could manage. For several minutes, we listened with bated breath, eyes wide with fear. Finally, we heard heavy breathing and wood snapping just beyond the door, as if it was trying to dislodge our defenses. In absolute panic, one of my teammates revealed that he had heard whispers from an old man who claimed to know about this creature haunting Blacktail Canyon. He called it the Silent Stalker, an ancient monster born from evil that hunted people down through the generations. The old man had given him a small knife and mumbled something about silver being able to hurt this monster. It sounded like folklore and mythology. And until now, none of us believed in those things. None of us cared enough to delve deeper into local legends. But right now, fears from local stories became all too real. I rummaged through the cabin looking for a way to defend ourselves while the others reinforced our barrier. My hands fumbled onto that knife my teammate managed to keep with him, wrapped in a worn cloth. It was our only option. We armed ourselves as much as possible, hastily transforming tools and utensils into makeshift weapons. Our hearts beat in sync with the relentless pounding on the door. A guttural growl erupted outside, and then there was silence. I peeked through the cracks of our cabin barricades. The creature charged straight towards us, crashing into our faces and roaring in fury. The room descended into chaos. Pieces of wood splintered everywhere. A teammate desperately tried to fight off the monster with a steel rod. The Silent Stalker's claws sliced through flesh relentlessly. Blood spilled among the debris with every movement. Amidst this frenzy, I lunged forward and plunged the silver knife into the creature's torso. It screeched in agony, its formerly triumphant demeanor shifting to something much darker and more desperate. Stunned by my counterattack, it stumbled backward, a thick black fluid pouring from its wound. We regrouped, clutching onto one another as we retreated from the frenzied creature that was frantic to mend itself by any means necessary. Its once sharp claw became twisted droplets of black goo as it twitched violently on the ground, decaying rapidly before us. We watched in terror and amazement as it finally erupted into a black mist, an entity resembling nothing of life as we knew it. Exhausted and horrified by our ordeal, we left Blacktail Canyon mourning our fallen teammate who now lay lifeless on the floor. We vowed to never return or forget what happened within that cursed place. As we passed through its entrance, I glimpsed an engraved plaque mounted on an old tree. Here ends the Silent Stalker. Some stories might be better left untold, but Blacktail Canyon and its monster had become a gruesome and undeniable a chilling reminder that sometimes the monsters of people come to life when you venture too close to their territory. I'm I'm still haunted by the time I stumbled upon a remote cabin in the deep woods of Oregon. My name is Jeremiah Hawkins, and I had inherited a small patch of land from my late grandfather. The redwoods, hills, and crisp air had always brought me peace, so I figured it was the perfect place to escape city life. This was before everything changed. Having just quit my job as a tech engineer, I decided to turn off my phone and venture out into the wilderness in search of solitude. After several days of hiking along trails, I reached the outskirts of my newly acquired property. There, I met an elderly couple who advised caution, warning me about strange happenings. They never elaborated on exactly what these occurrences were, but insisted that I be alert. As I continued into the dense forest, I encountered another traveler named Brooklyn Stover. Brooklyn had been backpacking through the region for weeks and possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of its flora and fauna. We decided to venture together deeper into the shadows of the great pines.
Where did he
Days
go?
passed as we trekked through thickets and over rocky terrain until we stumbled upon an eerie sight, a dilapidated wooden cabin covered in moss and ivy. Intrigued by its decrepit exterior, we cautiously opened it. Inside, a thick layer of dust blanketed the floor and furniture. The place had clearly been abandoned for years. Brooklyn's instincts told her immediately. Ignoring Brooklyn's advice, we descended into darkness. The walls felt strangely damp while spattering noises echoed deeper down. Suddenly startled by an intense screeching sound, we rushed back to find dozens of birds lying motionless at the entrance. Feeling increasingly uneasy, we decided to abandon our exploration for now and set up camp far away from the cabin. As we cooked dinner by the fire, we heard shuffling and howling in the distance. An eerie fog began to roll in. Maybe it's just a pack of wolves moving through, Brooklyn suggested. As I lay in my sleeping bag unable to sleep, I caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a beast lurking near our camp. Before I could react or provoke it, the creature ran off into the darkness with an unnerving agility. The next morning, we unpacked our gear and made our way deeper into the woods, to escape whatever had been stalking us. Along the way, we encountered more dead animals, foxes, raccoons, even deer, all lying motionless with wounds resembling deep cuts. At one point during our trip, we overheard two fellow hikers discussing a similar encounter. We found these claw marks on a few of these trees, one hiker named Isaiah Caldwell said, deeper than any bear or wolf could make. You think it's something else? That evening, we sat around the dwindling campfire and contemplated the situation. Brooklyn suddenly announced that she was going back to seek help from that elderly couple we had met weeks ago. She couldn't shake the feeling that they knew something. Reluctantly with her plan, we decided to set off first thing in the morning. No sooner had dawn broken than an inhuman thought pierced through us. Determined to push forward, we moved hastily towards where we believed our starting point might be located. As we proceeded deeper into the forest, a large shape lurked amongst the trees. A sense of dread washed over me as I caught sight of the creature responsible for all this terror, an enormous beast covered in thick matted fur with razor-sharp claws and teeth that could likely shred through flesh with ease. Its eyes glinted with a malevolent intelligence, and it moved far more swiftly than its size should allow. In that brief moment of eye contact, I felt an overwhelming terror that words cannot do justice. We knew we had to make our escape immediately, regardless of the risk. Summoning our courage and adrenaline, Brooklyn and I bolted towards the nearest possible exit from this nightmare, a rocky outcrop in the distance. We clambered up the rocks, our breaths ragged from fear and exhaustion. The creature pursued us with relentless fury, its claws tearing through the forest floor as it gained on us. Panic surged within us, pushing us to move quickly without a moment to think about our escape route. Approaching a ravine, Brooklyn shouted to avoid crossing the narrow ledge, reasoning that the creature's size would put it at a disadvantage. We edged along the cliffside, holding on tightly to whatever handholds we could find. Suddenly, Isaiah, who had been lagging behind due to his fear of heights, lost his grip and plummeted into the ravine with a shrill scream. Grieving for his loss but unable to stop our desperate escape bid, Brooklyn and I continued ascending through the trees. The creature's enraged roars echoed behind us as it tried to find a way around the steep ravine. As we reached higher ground, our progress slowed by fatigue and distress over losing Isaiah. We finally found ourselves in an unfamiliar valley littered with abandoned hunting cabins. Attempting to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and the beast, we surveyed our surroundings for something that could help us understand what we were facing and how we might escape its clutches. One cabin contained old maps and journals left behind by hunters who had once frequented these woods. As we pored over these texts by candlelight, while keeping watch for any signs of the creature's pursuit, I suddenly stumbled upon a detailed account of a similar beast that had terrorized this area decades ago. The journal detailed how hunters believed they had vanquished this monstrous being long ago, only for it to return to haunt them. Since we dared not call for help from our remote location given the creature's speed and ferocity, Brooklyn scoured through these journals in hopes of finding a clue as to how they had driven off the monster in the past. One passage caught our attention. Only when we learned the creature's real name, a name whispered softly among the forest's oldest trees, could we expose its weakness and drive it away. Brooklyn and I racked our brains as to what this name could be. Was it an ancient, forgotten legend native to these woods? We spent hours parsing through the journals, piecing together fragments of tales until we found it, Rugaloo. We exchanged a glance, knowing that this name could be the key to not only understanding the creature, but also somehow escaping its terror. But having merely found its name was not enough. What were we supposed to do with this knowledge? As we studied the text further, we discovered that speaking Rugaloo's name aloud within its earshot would render it weak and vulnerable. But how could we bring ourselves close enough to the beast that wanted to tear us apart? And even if we managed it, would it work? There were no guarantees, yet it seemed like our only hope. Armed with this newfound information and our backs against the wall, Brooklyn and I made a desperate plan should the creature find us. One of us would shout its name, while the other would lay bait in a makeshift trap. Sure enough, as dawn broke, Rugaloo's growls echoed through the trees. It had found us once again. My heart pounded in my chest as I prepared to carry out our plan. The beast burst into the cabin, its muscular form forcing itself through the door. As Brooklyn prepared to trigger our simple snare, I shouted, "Rugaloo!" with every ounce of courage I possessed. To our surprise, the creature stopped in its tracks and let out a pained roar. Seeing Rugaloo weakened, Brooklyn sprang into action and activated our makeshift trap, causing logs to topple onto it from above. With a final anguished scream from Rugaloo, the creature retreated into the woods, leaving us injured but alive. As we limped out of the now ruined cabin and began our long journey back to civilization, we took a moment to remember Isaiah and the bravery he displayed in his final moments. We knew that his sacrifice had given us the chance to survive and unearth the secret to driving Rugaloo away. Although we were unsure if Rugaloo would ever return to haunt these woods again, We hoped that by sharing our story with others, they too could be armed with the knowledge of how to confront and weaken this terrible creature. The sun was about to set, and the crisp air was a constant reminder that I should head back home as soon as possible. All I needed was a few shots of this breathtaking scenery to show my friends back home in Boston when they asked what drove me to take a solo trip deep into the Appalachians. My name is Harrison Dawkins, and suffice to say, photography is my obsession. I started walking back to my rented cabin, feeling proud of my fine, beautifully isolated spot, far away from the hustle and bustle that constantly nagged at me in my otherwise ordinary life. As I descended downward toward the cabin nestled between thick green foliage, I noticed another hiker staring intently at something in the distance. Their dog Nova barked again, continuing to hold its position and growl. "Hey there! Beautiful day, isn't it?" I said cautiously, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Yeah," replied the stranger, looking back at me with an unsettling glint in his eyes. "Name's Clyde Brogan. Just trying to figure out why my dog won't move." Nova's growling intensified as we heard
I'm
coming
I'm enjoying the hell out of this game.
Before either of us could catch a proper glimpse of what it was, a thundering sound echoed through the trees, forcing me to dismiss it as distant wildlife or perhaps an abrupt
I am
collapse.
having a lot of fun with this.
Nova's distaste for our surroundings, I shared a bit about myself with Clyde. "You know, left my job at an insurance firm to pursue a passion for photography. Tired of sitting in an office all day." I chuckled while trying to sound relatable. Clyde brushed off any humor but did share that he owned a small mechanic shop not too far away from here and often hiked this area for leisure. Our shared appreciation for the remoteness provided common ground as we walked together toward the cabin. The sky continued to darken, yet something outside my cabin didn't feel right. I considered calling for help but found myself unsure if there was even a problem, and my deep loathing of shame caressed my instincts into hesitancy. As we approached the cabin, the rustling I heard from before grew agitated. Hairs up on both our necks, Clyde and I shifted our glance toward the source of the disturbance. A chilling figure with mangled fur tattered unnervingly around its bony limbs emerged from the shadows. The creature
Oh,
stumbled about awkwardly
that's the end of my shovel.
in some recent struggle. Its teeth glistened in the faint last light of day, protruding from its elongated and contorted skull. The grotesque grind of bone against bone barely masked a disturbing sense of hunger emanating from its milky eyes. "By God,"
This might have been a
Clyde,
mistake.
watching as this hideous beast sluggishly stalked closer to us. I wanted to call for help, but realized our seclusion meant we were on our own. No one would hear us scream out here. For days, all I craved was isolation, and now I couldn't feel more trapped by my own reckless desires. "Stay calm," Clyde hissed through gritted teeth. "Think about something lighthearted." He cracked an awkward joke as we weighed our options under immense pressure. We decided that quickly heading back to his mechanic shop to devise a better defense plan was our best possible chance of survival. Clyde and I moved cautiously, making our way back to his mechanic shop. With each step, the sense of dread grew. To calm our nerves as we moved through the woods, we occasionally whispered hopeful words through clenched jaws. The screech of rustling leaves
Some of the
continued,
mechanics leave a little bit to be desired,
inside the creature's
but
snarls. Without
I
a
really
second
am having a good time
we
playing this.
finally reached his mechanic shop. Once inside, we locked the door, and he scrambled around for anything we could use that
Woo,
would make
look at that
him
view.
defense. "It's not going to hold for long," I thought as I stared at the flimsy door. No sooner had that thought crossed my mind than the creature
Okay, so going
rapidly
up over the
expanded.
top of the mountain to try to get to that
And
point
held our breaths as if
might have
attacked
been a
or battling its
mistake.
way through. We need help, I whispered urgently. In response, Clyde grabbed a flare gun from one corner of his cramped shop and rushed outside to fire it into the sky. The bright light illuminated the whole area like a crimson torch. As if in response to that flare, the creature shrieked in pain before retreating. We could hear its bones crunching with every movement it made while stumbling away from our sanctuary. Believing that we should take advantage of this temporary reprieve from danger, Clyde phoned for assistance using a satellite phone in his shop while I remained vigilant near the entrance. "Help is on its way," said Clyde when he finished explaining our ordeal to whomever was on the other end of that phone. "They're sending someone who knows what we're dealing with." Feeling equal parts relieved and terrified at this news, Clyde and I tensed upon hearing heavy footsteps approaching outside.
First off, I love that the map is infinite, although some of the stuff it seems a bit unnecessary and a bit almost impassable. Like where I'm at right now, you could use a little more durability with the tools. I know that. They seem to wear out just a little too fast.
I asked, still in shock that assistance had actually arrived. I recognized your description of the creature when Clyde mentioned it over the satellite.
And there's a few of the mechanics that could probably be improved.
An ancient creature from Native American mythology. They are said to
But
be created when
I love how big this map is and the diversity of it. These zones could stand to be a little bit bigger and a little less populated with predators.
Ancient symbols from the indigenous people believed to ward off.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things, little tweaks here and there that would really maximize this game quite a bit. But overall, I'm having a lot of fun. And I really love the building mechanics in it. I could actually see a few more skinned items in the building aspect. A more diverse variety of building items. I really like that sound.
Among them was a native healer who performed rituals to ward off the Wendigo and protect us during our journey back to civilization. With sweat on our brows and fear still hanging over us like a dark cloud, we trudged towards our new
But some of the stuff that's in here looks fantastic. I really like it.
We managed to distance ourselves from the creature's territory without further incidents. The Wendigo did not pursue us any longer.
Oh, dang it.
Thank Dr. Harris for
Ready
his
to go.
unwavering assistance in combating the Wendigo. We knew
Okay, I'm
lurk in the
almost right at it.
Though we had survived our encounter with death, the lasting impression left upon our psyches would forever remind us of the blood-curdling violence we are capable of inspiring, brought forth by a fear-filled mythos.
Yeah, well, I mean, like everybody in my chat tends to remind me, it is in alpha, you know. It will get better, I'm sure. Improved mechanics. Like I said, the diversity of the map, I love the diversity of it, but I don't like the small territories of it. I think they could stand to be increased into larger biome areas and a little more accuracy in the map couldn't hurt. Because I've noticed that the placement on the map and where you actually look at in game, a lot of the stuff is not where it's supposed to be. Just 2024 video. No, not yet. But usually when you see a jump like that in years, it's a huge difference. So.
When I stumbled upon some peculiar markings near the base of the tree, deep scratches inflicted by some sort of predator.
The render distance could stand to be improved a little bit. You'll notice that a lot of the stuff doesn't spawn in quite soon enough. It spawns in a little bit late.
This was Ellery Ransom, an experienced outdoorsman and fellow park ranger known for his calm demeanor and bushy mustache. Ellery, what's wrong? I asked, opening the door. Lyle, he gasped, trembling.
More outfit selections, a little better character development.
What's going on?
Couldn't hurt.
What did you see? A creature, Lyle. A monstrous creature I've never seen before. It was tearing through the forest like it was nothing. Ellery stammered. My mind raced as I remembered the odd markings near my cabin. Could this creature have made them? The situation felt dire, but as park rangers, we have a duty to remain in charge of
Claiming land. Hold on just a second. Let me get to it. I'll show it to you here in a minute. Let me go up and clear this tower first. And I'll show you. You build a reliquary. And a reliquary, you're allowed to have 4 reliquaries. 1 for each biome. And the reliquaries allow you spawn points and transfer points. So you can, no matter where you're at on a map, you can jump to any one of your reliquaries or to the central reliquary, I guess you would call it. Which I really like that. I'm sure when it goes to full access, there will probably be some kind of player-to-player combat, but it would probably I would see it being something more like World of Warcraft, where both parties have to agree to combat. There we go. That's a little better. Now I should be able to see what's on the map. But you can actually come on. You can teleport to any one of those. You can go to the city of Elysium, which isn't really a city, it's just the starting point. And there's a lot of people have their initial reliquaries there. That's where you do all your training and you learn how to do stuff. And then your first base will probably is going to be there near the city, because it's the forest, like this area. And I'll show you how to
knowing that
do
fighting
that
was
here in a
always
second.
not
Let me
enough.
figure out where I'm
After a
going
few minutes of heart-pounding
on the
search,
map.
we stumbled upon a cabin tucked away in the woods.
Okay, I have one
We
left
dashed
to
inside and locked
clear
the door
up
behind
there,
us.
so.
The cabin looked like it hadn't been occupied in years,
But anyways,
smelling unpleasant decay.
where is
We
it?
searched the cabin for
Right
any
there.
information about this creature, any sort of clue that could arm us with knowledge of what we were up against. There had to be something here that would give us insight into this monstrous being. As the minutes ticked by, panic set in. Ellery spotted a collection of old books on cardboard and cryptids on a shelf covered in cobwebs. Knowing little about such creatures ourselves, we flipped through the dusty pages, hoping to find any hints or advice on how to escape this horror. Then Ellery found something truly odd, an old photo of the scary beast hunting us. In shaky handwriting under the picture were Latin words. Translates to tormenting wolf.
There we go.
It became apparent that this was no ordinary creature, but rather an abhorrent specimen of ancient.
How do trees connect to the internet? They log in.
Sure it's on.
Legs with dark fur.
Oh, that's sad.
This tormenting wolf seemed more like a nightmarish chimera than anything occurring naturally in these woods.
Okay, take the bat head.
We started
Anyways,
the creature violently slammed
you
its
build
mouth
a
on the
reliquary.
door.
Let's not build
We
it down
knew
here
that
though.
we had to weather the beast's onslaught if we were going to stand any chance of survival. We couldn't dare search for weapons or even try to
Okay,
come up with a
so
plan
you
to
just
face off.
build a reliquary.
The only viable option was to run.
This is your
into the
reliquary.
woods. The tormenting wolf seemed like an unstoppable force of nature, but with a surprising strength, it overlooked an important detail. It
What
that
the
door had begun to
fuck?
crack and splinter, but so too had a portion of the wall beside the doorframe on which rested a heavy bookshelf. As if heeding our unspoken prayers, that shelf fell with a resounding crash, blocking the creature's assault and trapping it in place. Ellery and I seized our chance and bolted through the cabin's back door, never looking back or stopping until we were far away from that forsaken place.
Ability to basis. You can build as big as you want, apparently, especially right now. You can build anything you want, anywhere you want, with the exception of being too close to points of interest. You cannot build at POIs. Dra, thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. Good to see you, buddy. You know, you could stand to be a little more active in chat. But I know it's late at night for you, so I won't hold that against you. But yeah, you can build as big as you want. In fact, we're going to teleport to my mountain base so I can unload my inventory. And your reliquaries allow you to transport, no matter where you're at on the map, you can transport to any one of your reliquaries. It's outside your circle, doesn't matter. At the moment, no. But like the goblins and other players, they can come by and destroy your shit, either on purpose or accident. Normally it's on accident because the hits, when you're fighting goblins or bears or wolves or whatever, your swing hits whatever it's gonna hit. So anything it can destroy, your swing will destroy. But yeah, I built this one up in the trees so it would be up out of the way. Oh, that's the wrong way.
Attempted to make light of the situation.
I'll show you this one. I just started this one last week so that I would have
Maybe we should call
somewhere to kind of
I suggested hesitantly.
use as a main base, and I didn't want to do a forest base as my
Cell service here was practically
main base.
non-existent due to the cabin's
But
secluded
I
nature.
built this just
As the
to,
grinding noise approached
and I'd just been adding on to it because, you know, I'd get a little bored with flying around and crashing and dying and
qualities
stuff, so.
numerous years working with machinery and cutting timber in the mill. The creature emerged from the darkened woods on all fours.
So I built this just to kind of
Ever seen before.
run around and
Its skin glistened like raw
practice
meat
my building techniques.
with patches of decomposing fur decorating the rest of its body. Its teeth were jagged,
Item rotations and snapping
promising a painful
needs,
end to
it
anyone who
leaves a little bit to be desired. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not a horrible mechanic that they're using, but
rusted knife from
it could stand to be
we faced the mangled
a little bit better.
but remained unable to move. Our eyes
Yeah,
locked onto
I built this, and then I built a covered bridge down here.
the knowledge we have accumulated over the years now failed us in the face of the abominable beast.
And all this stuff is outside of my circle. My circle only covers one little corner up there. Now you can make your reliquary much larger, and your bubble gets that much bigger. But you have to have enough, I forget what they call it, mana or something, to
It was impossible to ignore the overwhelming terror lurking beneath every
to make it protected.
The sudden onslaught had made us realize that our lives were
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest it right now because it is in alpha and the developers are on here all the time. I wouldn't do anything like that. But yeah, if you wanted to, you could be a dick and do some pretty shitty things to other players. But yeah, that's my little base right there. In fact, needed to do this the other day. And seeing as how it's daytime, I think they should change up some. I'd like to see rebindable keys on here so that I could change a bunch of the shit out.
I thought back to how I faced life's struggles as a lumber mill worker with perpetual strife and laughter, all merging into a single moment that forced me to confront my fears.
I'm not asking for me, I'm wondering so my stuff will be destroyed. Anything that's outside the bubble can just be destroyed. I believe anything that's inside of your sphere, around your reliquary, cannot be destroyed by anybody but you. But if you get rid of your reliquary, then not only can it be destroyed, I think it will actually despawn. So
as we battled further into the night, the creature's rage only seemed to grow stronger as our strength waned. Finally, sensing an opportunity to escape, I shouted at Donnie with urgency. We need to split up and distract it. It's our best
well, let's go in here and we'll
Donnie hesitated, but ultimately agreed with my plan. We devised a quick
I'm not entirely sure about that, so don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure it would probably despawn
one of us could call
over time.
while the other tried to lure the monster away from both of us. And so we separated. I sprinted through the woods, listening for any sounds behind me.
Do you have some AI designs you are happy with? AI designs?
legs grew weary and my lungs burned as I pushed through my
Oh,
Suddenly,
you mean with
a nearby alerted me to a figure appearing
the builder thingy?
an elderly man dressed in tattered clothing.
I haven't really messed around with that a whole lot, to be completely honest. Yeah, the Dreamforge.
Knowing that time
I
was
haven't really messed around with that a whole
without
lot.
hesitating or
So,
explaining further, he guided me through obscured paths in direction opposing Donnie and away from this terrible creature's range.
I haven't really done a whole lot with that.
And the man motioned for me to keep quiet as he opened the door. Inside was an elderly woman sitting in a wooden chair, her face. She
The
seemed to have
heads
been
are
expecting me.
in a different
What you're
box.
facing is called the Wendigo, she whispered, her voice urgent. It's a creature of legend. At least I thought it was just a story. She continued, explaining that the Wendigo was a spirit once human who had consumed flesh and transformed into an insatiable monster. According to local folklore,
I haven't really done a whole lot with it. I made some small statues, and I made the first one that I did was a Gundam.
still out there with the Wendigo. Together,
So,
we hatched a plan to rescue Donnie from the Wendigo's
I haven't really done a whole lot with it.
The elderly woman provided us with rudimentary weapons and sound devices which could help distract it enough to retrieve Donnie unscathed. With extreme caution and determination, we reached an area echoing with gunshots.
Yeah, those are
There, Donnie
food
fought
items.
against the monstrous beast while trying his best to avoid its increasingly furious onslaught. The creature seemed exhausted, its movements sluggish. With heart pounding in my chest, I activated the noise-making devices and instantly drew its attention away from Donnie. Once distracted, we hurriedly led him back to safety.
Yep, I made a Gundam.
Distracted only momentarily by the unfamiliar sounds attacking its sensitive ears. We made it back to house successfully. With the knowledge provided by our newfound allies on how to repel the creature temporarily from habited areas by using specialized talismans, we decided we needed to warn
I need some wood.
this deadly legend come true. The events of our terrible encounter etched deeply into
What if it'll let me do it with stick?
terror when silenced by dark nights and unfamiliar forests. A stark reminder that some legends should not be forgotten or dismissed as myth. But with vigilance, unity, and the power of newfound knowledge, we won't let our lives succumb to the horrors of the Wendigo. And so, the battle continued, a timeless struggle to protect what is most important.
Gotta put my Gundam back in there.
Our loved ones.
Guard my door.
Our hopes for a brighter future free from eternal fear and suffering. In those darkest hours when faced with an unstoppable enemy,
Let's see.
we found strength in ourselves for each other. We fought not just for our own survival, but for generations to come, refusing to let the Wendigo's gruesome nightmares become the reality that consumes us.
Oh, that's a golem head too. Forgot about that. Golem head. Take the heads. Always take the heads.
A remote cabin in the woods, miles away from the nearest town, to get some much-needed solitude.
Ooh, gold spore mushrooms.
So it's rare for me to have any time away from the bustling city life. This cabin had been in my family for generations, so I thought it would be the perfect escape from my hectic life. Upon arriving at the cabin, I met my neighbors.
I need to cook those.
They were also
Blue mushroom spores.
we exchanged pleasantries.
Wait, those spores? Yeah, those are spores.
As we chatted,
Need to plant those so that I can grow them. I'd like to see something like Daisy has the planter boxes. I would really like to see that be implemented in here so that you could build something like this and make an indoor growing area so that the local fauna doesn't come and eat all your goddamn food.
Odor permeated the air as we inspected it closer. The sight left us feeling uneasy as we'd expected our temporary homes to be quiet sanctuaries away from horrors like this. Returning to our respective cabins, uneasiness lingered among the three of us, but we agreed not to dwell on it too much. It was merely nature taking its course. That's what living out in nature does. A couple of nights later, while sitting at my window enjoying a cup of tea and finishing up some writing work,
Yeah,
I heard a rustling noise
I
in the
would
forest.
expect this to get a lot better
That it wasn't an ordinary
as
forest
time
fire
goes on.
smoking around.
I don't know if they're
My window into the pitch black night, but there was
actually
nothing.
pushing really
I
hard to
compelled
try to
myself to
get
relax.
a
I
release
slipped
date for
back
this or
down and
anything,
continued
so
with my
I
work.
don't know how hard the
It wasn't
devs
long
are
before a low,
actually
muffled
working
scream
on this,
echoed through the
or if
empty
they're
forest.
using this as a
It sounded like a guttural howl,
testing
and I knew
ground
that something
for
wasn't right. As we
items
lit the
for
chimney,
other
I
games,
heard
because you'll
the
notice
cabin
like
door
the
slam open and
outfits
a
you'll
flashlight
see in a
flash
couple of other
into the
games, the
darkness.
character models,
They were
you'll
just
see
beginning
them in
to
other
arrive.
games, the
I agreed
hairstyles,
to investigate
all that
further,
stuff. Very
but it was a
reminiscent
grueling
of the,
animal
well,
movement.
I want to say
I turned on my
reminiscent, but
flashlights.
they're
They illuminated the
exactly the
forest
same
far
as
into the darkness
Palia,
in front of
Pal
us.
World.
After walking for what felt like
A lot of the
hours
building
for approximately 20
mechanics,
minutes,
the
we stumbled upon another
the types of
footprint,
materials,
another
the
group of
skins that they've
footprints with
done
claw marks on the
look very
ground
much like
as if
Valheim
scattered around. The carcass appeared
and
fresher than what we had seen before, and we couldn't
respond
shake off
the
the
same
feeling
way
that
that
something
Valheim
unusual was
does.
possibly watching
The
us.
snapping is very
Our
much
heart
just
raced
like
again,
Valheim.
and urgency grew as we tried to find
So,
a logical explanation for this unsettling sight. We couldn't help ourselves from thinking of the
although I
ancient
do
ruins
like the
of a
fact
peaceful
that
area
they have an
that had once been set
integrated
up to rip apart these large animals with
uh,
such ease. We decided to head back, but
movements
couldn't shake
and
off the feeling that we were being followed. Our
size
conversation turned
changing
serious as we
mechanic
discussed whether or not to
integrated
investigate
into
for
their
ourselves
building
the
process.
situation.
I think
If
that's
there was
pretty
a
cool.
large predator stalking these woods that needed to
So you
be
can get a
eliminated,
little more
just as Eberhard stopped in his tracks and
fine
pointed at something large lurking in the trees up ahead,
changing
I
directions and
suddenly remembered
stuff
why.
by
It was
using that
because of
mechanic.
Chesney's
I wish it
headache.
wouldn't
We plunged into
zoom
darkness.
in on
Our
it.
hearts raced while heavy breathing
They
echoed
need
through
to
the
change that
forest.
mechanic so that the
This menacing
camera view
looking
stays
creature
behind the
silhouetted in the
character
dim obscurity,
and you can still
similar
do your
probably to
fine-tuned
that of a bear but more terrifying in
movements to
appearance.
your
The extent of its colossal size
materials
and the fury it seemed to exude left us with no
when you're
doubt
building
that we were in
stuff.
serious danger. In a state of terror, I struggled to reset my flashlight as Chesney and
Hi Glug,
Eberhard tried to do the
how are you,
same,
buddy? How you
frantically
doing?
pleading for one another's assistance.
Oh shit, it's 4
Finally,
o'clock in the morning.
one of our flashlights sprung back to life,
So it
shedding a
happens when you
flickering
start
on the monstrous
streaming
creature
late.
that appeared even more
Start at
menacing than
midnight
worse.
and it's 4 a.m.
We stared in
already.
horror as the creature let out a guttural roar, saliva dripping from its massive, razor-sharp teeth. Instinctively, we turned and
Bad,
began
another
running,
Monday.
desperate to escape from the
Another
creature's
Monday.
menacing life. Call for help!
Let's
I
see.
shouted, realizing that we stood no
Take
chance
some
against this beast
eggs,
alone.
more meat.
Eberhard grabbed his phone and frantically dialed the
Have some
number for
cooked
the ranger
mushrooms. I
station,
do.
but there was no response. The
Gonna
creature's
take
presence
some of
seemed to
these.
somehow interfere with our electronics. As we continued our frantic dash through the forest, the creature stalked us relentlessly, drawing
Those are
closer with every
spores.
step.
Those need to go into the
Despite our best
seeds.
attempts to evade it, the beast was gaining on us. We could hear its heavy
I'm
breath
gonna see
slowly
what I
approaching,
can make
and
with
its
all this
massive claws
stuff.
pounding against the ground.
Cooked
Chesney and Eberhard
taters.
began panicking as we encountered a steep ravine, blocking our escape. With nowhere else to go, I suggested that we climb down, hoping that the creature wouldn't attempt such a descent. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had left. With limited time and dwindling
I don't know what
provisions,
that
we
does. I'm
began to
afraid to
carefully
take it
continue
right
down the
now.
ravine. Just as we reached about halfway
Pumpkin
down,
pulp.
we heard a thunderous
Don't know what I
crash
can make
above
with
us.
that.
The creature was determined not to let us go without a fight. Large boulders tumbled down toward us, narrowly missing our makeshift footholds. As we neared the bottom of the ravine, I spotted what looked like an entrance to a small cave. Without hesitating, I yelled to my friends to head for it. We quickly darted
Another
inside
Manic
and waited
Monday.
in the darkness, our breaths racing.
Manic Monday.
The sound of the creature's angry roars echoed throughout the cave. While waiting in abject terror,
Shield
not
tree.
enough
I need to put that in with
inside,
shields as
the
well.
alone we
Or
could
with
remain within this tiny refuge. Chesney
with
suddenly
my
turned to
seeds.
my grandfather, an old man who frequently
Let's see.
while the
Party
crowd
soup,
listened,
seasoned soup,
learning about folklore, his friend Chesney
meat
began to
stew,
share details of the beast from the stories. The
and
creature,
some gum.
Chesney whispered, his voice wavering. It resembles something my grandfather used to tell me about, the Yeren. An enormous beast said to dwell deep within forests, capable of tearing
Sees how those items you don't have to
never believed it
worry
was
about.
true until now.
Some of that stuff I can get right here next to my base in the water, so
As we listened for any sign that the
I can
creature
always
had
make
given up
more of
its
that.
pursuit. To our relief, the roars gradually grew fainter and further away. Despite our exhaustion, relief washed over us, and we decided to carefully make our way.
Snap, crackle, pop.
As if granted a miracle, we
But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun playing this. It's completely open world. There's no real goals other than explore and build and play with the mechanics that they have and do all that kind of shit. So I'm having a lot of fun with it. I turns out I really like playing these early access games. Some of them are just hilariously funny, but some of them are like this, and you're like, wow, you know what? This would be a lot of fun. It needs to have some changes done, but it really is a lot of fun to play them, you know?
The memories of that night would remain eternally etched on our minds, a chilling reminder that some creatures from ancient folklore still walk this earth, lying in
Hang tight while we're, well, I'll put something else on to cook, but do meat stew next.
And while they may seem like tales told to scare children, sometimes those stories are built on a foundation of terrifying truth.
Yeah, I can wait 15 seconds.
I was driving home after visiting my cousin, Sally Mae Thompson, in a small rural
to finish, and then we'll do some meat stew.
The sun had long set, and the moon now hugged tightly to the horizon. My car's headlights shone through a thick mist that refused to dissipate. As the winding road cut through the silent forest, I felt my grip on the steering wheel tighten. The deafening silence was interrupted by something crashing against a tree nearby. On edge, I immediately pulled over
Meat stew.
I squinted into the darkness, tracing the source of the noise to an injured deer writhing on the
Wow,
ground.
that's it? 8?
My curiosity got the better of me as I drew closer to examine it. To my horror, its hind legs had been savagely
Oh, it takes 10.
At that moment, I heard a guttural growl behind me.
10 meat. Man, that's some serious.
Horrific creature standing there. It stood more than 7 feet tall.
Seasoned soup? How many of those can I make?
Its matted fur
One.
dripped with blood and pus from deep, oozing wounds covering its entire body.
Make that real
Beneath
quick,
heavy
too.
brows glared 2 hateful
That out
eyes
of the way. I'm pretty sure I can make quite a few seasoned soups.
showcasing an arsenal of razor-sharp teeth accented by viciously dripping drool.
Party soup?
Somehow mustering my courage, I slowly backed away, but the creature matched each pace with its own forward movement. I realized I could not outrun this hulking beast. My fingers clutched my keys so tightly they began to dig into my palm. Just then, a pair of headlights appeared in the distance. Relief washed over me as another car pulled up next to mine. A man stepped out and introduced himself as Ben Foster.
Okay,
Seeing the
here we
panic in
go.
my eyes, he asked what was wrong.
Hang tight. I'm gonna run grab another drink, and I will be right back.
After hearing the account, Ben offered his assistance. We decided against summoning help as my cell phone showed no connectivity, and this area was miles away from the nearest village. The communication tower had been out of service for weeks. Armed with only a flashlight and a hunting knife, Ben accompanied me back to the mangled deer. As we approached, we noticed that the carcass was missing. Our eyes darted around the surrounding brush in the hope of finding any clue. Tensely, we continued along the road, when suddenly there was a rustling in the bushes directly ahead. The creature sprang out, landing mere feet away from us, our flashlights catching its demonic features. We attempted to back away without provoking it further, each step covered in beads of sweat that poured down our faces at an alarming pace. We exchanged glances that echoed resignation. I knew deep down things would never be the same. Subtly reaching into my pants pocket, I wrapped my fingers around a small pocket knife, knowing this would offer little solace or defense against this monstrosity. Through sharp teeth stained with bloodlust dripped a wretched grin that demonstrated an understanding of what lay hidden in my palm. The creature lunged forward with unearthly speed and fury unparalleled by any animal either of us had encountered. We sprinted in opposite directions, trying to evade its wrath, but now hopelessly divided. Frantic breaths escaping my throat were soon met by horrified screams belonging to Ben, each cry growing quieter as seconds ticked past until they ceased altogether, consumed by silence or something even more nefarious. Perhaps this beast's insatiable appetite? With tears blurring my vision as terrible thoughts filled my mind, I stumbled upon an abandoned shack nestled within the foliage. Inside laid plans etched into parchment paper, evidence of locals' failed attempts to hunt down and overpower this predatory beast terrorizing their once peaceful town. Quickly, I closed the door behind me, making sure to not let it creak. The shack looked untouched by time. As I scanned the room, my eye caught a dusty book lying open on a table. I approached it hesitantly, carefully dusting off its cover. Upon skimming its contents, I gasped. It was information on local folklore and legends. Among these pages lurked mention of a malicious creature, the Cordon Beast. It was said to be a ruthless hunter with unmatched speed and agility, sporting serrated teeth and dark fur that blended seamlessly with the night. The detailed sketches in the book horrifyingly resembled the creature we had just encountered. I took a deep breath and rummaged through an old chest in the corner of the shack. My hand grasped around something metallic, an old walkie-talkie. Its battery life appeared low, but sufficient enough for an emergency.
It's a fun game. It really is.
I whispered into it apprehensively. Is anyone there? Ben and I need help.
Especially for something that's still in alpha development.
Eventually, though, a male voice responded. This is Sam from the local patrol. We'll reach your location as soon as we can. Just stay hidden. I knew calling for help put others at risk. However, Ben's potential fate paralyzed me with fear. We didn't stand a chance alone against this beast. Time crawled by as I huddled in that precarious haven, waiting for the patrol's arrival. Guttural noises echoed from the outside, a cruel reminder of the danger lurking just beyond those wooden
I'd like to see them
Finally, after what felt like hours,
make the building progression a little simpler.
over me as Sam burst through that door, flanked by two of his patrol officers, Jenna and they surveyed their surroundings. As well as me infused with terror, they began to piece together the events that had transpired. They asked me about Ben, and I hesitantly admitted that I had last heard him scream. It wasn't long before we found Ben's body, his wound evidence of the cordon beast's attack. Grief threatened to consume me, but every ounce of energy had to be focused on the mission at
But
hand.
it's a lot of fun.
We decided to stick together as Sam led us through the treacherous undergrowth in search of the beast. Each step weighed heavily with dread, but none dared break formation. Around us,
Wouldn't mind seeing
heartbeats hastened with
them
each
use
trees.
a type of building mechanic that's a little more
And sent shivers down our spine.
user friendly, like they have in Tiny Glade. That would be a little bit funner, possibly.
Sam screamed, "Run!" as the creature charged towards us.
Pre-made buildings, shapes,
It was as if it had eyes on every one of us.
and a broader variety of material skins.
Tearing it from his body like a ragdoll. It then pounced on Jenna, ruthlessly mauling her until she ceased to struggle. Moments after her last scream left the night air, silence filled our world once more, a violent reminder that anguish and death were not far from reach. Sam and I barely made it back to town. Our hearts raced but paled in comparison to the horror that ensued behind us. Blood-stained streets testified to other victims who had encountered their cruel fate at the claws of a once-unknown monster. It wasn't until
Yeah, I thought this was going to be a folklore one, but this has got a lot of repeat stories in it. So we'll find something else. Got a lot of folklore horror story.
Hello, my dear adventurers. It's Fox. Blends with the rustle of leaves and the haunting call. In the ancient kingdom of Dunwick, carries with it legends of old, tales of love, betrayal, and adventure, entrusted to the land by generations of storytellers. So find a cozy nook where the glow of your hearth warms the cool night air. Let the cares of the day drift away as you nestle amongst cushions. Surrounded by the comfort of your own sanctuary, let us glimpse into the captivating lives of heroes and the mystical beings they encountered. In the ancient kingdom of Dreamworld, where legends traveled through misty forests and hidden caves held long forgotten secrets, there lived a gallant knight named Sir Cedric. He was a true man of honor. His loyalty was steadfast, both to the realm and to his beloved wife. Tales of his valor and kindness echoed through the land, for whenever there was a soul in need, he would rise to the occasion. From the towering peaks of the Dragon Spine Mountains to the tranquil shores of Lake Elysia, Sir Cedric's name was synonymous with courage. He lived a simple and humble life for a man of his station. His wife, Lady Evelyn, was a woman of beauty beyond compare. Her raven black hair and kind, bright eyes bewitched all who met her. The love that she and the knight shared was known far and wide. Every day, Sir Cedric would rise and take his post by the gates, while Lady Evelyn sewed and fashioned garments for the city's orphans and the poor. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow lurked within the heart of the Master of the Watch, Lord Byron. Though outwardly noble and respected, there was a secret desire that clouded Lord Byron's intentions. He wished to win the heart and affections of Lady Evelyn, and have her as his wife. Often he would send Sir Cedric on a fool's errand, and pass the time speaking to Lady Evelyn in solitude, hoping his charm might sway her. But it was to no avail, for the lady's love was as pure as unalloyed gold. One sombre evening, as the last light of the sun bled into the horizon, Sir Cedric received an urgent summons to the grand laid with ancient stones and twisted statues, whose eyes seemed to follow his every move. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by the stern countenance of his commander. Sir Cedric, Lord Byron intoned, his voice grave, echoing off the high stone walls. The kingdom is besieged by a dire threat. A Dullahan haunts our lands, reaping souls and sowing fear. This spectral harbinger of death rides under the cloak of night. You are our last hope, to vanquish the unholy creature and bring peace to our people. Never one to shirk duty, Sir Cedric's spirit soared with pride at the trust placed upon him.
Okay.
He pledged to embark on the perilous quest, unaware
Now,
of the hidden intention behind Lord Byron's words and behind the depth of his gaze. And yet, his heart was heavy, for none lived to tell of their victory against a Dullahan. Venturing into the darkened woods where the Dullahan was said to dwell, Sir Cedric faced the daunting task ahead. Through moonlit glades and shadowed valleys, he journeyed.
Okay, so if we go back here, we can go up here and finish that off, and then this whole area
A mist
up here
wove
be
around
open.
his steps, leading him deeper and deeper. Suddenly, he heard a faint cry from somewhere within the woods. A gentle
Ding!
that grew louder with every step. Finally, he reached the source of the sorrow. It was a young child, no older than 7 summers. He was sat with his arms wrapped about his knees, rocking to and fro, as tears streamed down his cheeks. How do you find yourself at the mercy of this forest? Pray, hurry home, Sir Cedric said kindly, his voice heavy with concern. I am lost, and it is much too dark to see the path, replied the child, his voice shaking with fear. The knight gave the boy his torch, bright and fiery, and bid him to hasten back to his village, lest the Dullahan find him. Though he did not regret his kindness, Sir Cedric was now well and truly surrounded by the suffocating darkness. As he stilled his grief and kept panic at bay, a dim, otherworldly light appeared in the distance. It danced among the trees, as though beckoning him towards it. With no other lead to follow, he made his way towards the source of the strange glow. He had heard tales of the fate
And all these forest ferns.
that they helped or hindered.
Got to make sure you check around all these kinds of forest ferns when you're running around, because that's where the pumpkins grow,
He hurried forward,
apparently.
thinking he finally reached the light,
And I forgot to look for pumpkins while I was there.
but at his feet
Oops.
lay a small, injured fox. Its hind leg was bent, and it could not move. Taking pity on the poor creature, Sir Cedric tore a piece of cloth from his own tabard, binding and bandaging the fox's leg. Moments after this kind deed, the fox rose and bowed its head, a sign of thanks. It pounced into a cluster of bushes and trees, looking back at Sir Cedric. Once again, he felt the scent that he ought to follow. He pushed through the thick, dense shrubbery for what felt like an eternity. Brambles and thorns seemed to melt beneath his
Oh, I forgot to make a shovel too. Damn.
stepped out into a dazzling glade. A deep, bright pool shimmered and pulsed with a long-forgotten magic. A hum of power hung in the air. A faceless voice
Ah.
beautiful and terrible, all at once. For the kindness you have shown, the forest returns tenfold. Bask in the spring of your life, and speak your heart's true desire, the voice chanted. Sir Cedric answered with no hesitation. To be reunited with the Lady Evelyn, and live all my days alongside her. The waters thrummed, as if in a prayer, and glowed with a holy, golden light. He filled his water skin with liquid gold, and unsheathed his blade. He plunged it into the spring, infusing the sword with a divine light that could vanquish even the darkest of foes. For days after, Sir Cedric stalked the elusive Dullahan, his determination matched only by the light of his sword, keeping his darkness at bay. Finally, on the night of All Hallows Eve, he confronted the spectral being in a clearing deep within the woods. The Dullahan, a ghastly figure draped in shadows, emerged from the mist,
Guessing that's a bear.
its very essence chilling the night air. It rode a horse black as the dawn,
Yep, that's a bear.
and wielded a scythe that gleamed with cold. It laughed, a maniacal that was not of this world. The battle raged, tempest of steel and shadow, under the uncaring gaze of the stars. Each time the Dullahan's scythe sought him, Sir Cedric countered. His blade plot of her own, biding her time until Sir Cedric returned. She agreed to be his wife, but only if she could sew for him a cloak worthy of a lord. Day after day, she would weave together the richest fabrics, and he would watch her work, marveling at her skill. By night, she would unravel a quarter of the threads, praying for her knight's return. As the dawn broke, Sir Cedric rode into Darnwick, as Lord Byron and his courtiers gazed upon him with disbelief. Having done the impossible, he was made the master of the watch, and Lord Byron was ousted. Sir Cedric shared the waters of the magical spring with Lady Evelyn, as they both drank from the water skin. They lived unusually long lives, blessed by the stars, and never did evil darken their door. In a time when myth and
Ooh, I found a forest pumpkin.
within the verdant halls of Ireland, where the myths danced with the ancient spirits, there lay the hill of Tara. It was a place of power, where the Tuatha De Danann, godlike beings of preternatural grace and wisdom, held court. Among them, there stood the Dagda, their chief, and a figure of immense power and contradiction. Clad in robes that shimmered with the hues of the forest, the Dagda was a sight to behold, his presence commanding, yet comforting, like a storm that nourishes the earth it falls upon. Around his waist, he wore a belt that held a cauldron, known across the land as the Cauldron of Plenty. No matter how many warriors sat down to feast from it, it never ran empty. A symbol of endless sustenance and generosity that was the very essence of the Dagda's being. In one hand, he wielded a mighty club, an instrument of destruction and creation. For one end, held the power to take a life, and the other, to restore it, embodying the cycle of life and death, a cycle as natural and essential as the turn of the seasons.
Ah.
Of all the treasures that the Dagda possessed, none was as precious or as powerful as his harp, Tuatha, also known as the four-angled music. Crafted from the oldest oak, its wood resonated not just with the sound, but with the very soul of nature. Intricate carvings adorned its frame, each line and curve telling tales of the earth's ancient wisdom, and the stars' eternal dance. This harp was no ordinary instrument. It was an extension of the Dagda's will, a conduit for his immense powers. With
Gotta get ready for work later, everyone.
command the
Alright, well,
bringing
thanks for coming in and hanging out while you're waking up.
summer's warmth, autumn's bounty, and winter's rest.
We'll see you later.
But the harp's powers were not limited to the
Rather sooner than later, but
in times of war.
till the next time,
Hearts of men were
Vaders,
the
have a
Dagda
good day.
lay his harp, and the very fabric of reality would bend to the sound of its music. The melodies woven by Tuatha
Hooray!
driving out fear and doubt, and instilling in them a lust for honor and glory that no enemy could withstand. And when the battle was won, and the weary warriors returned, the Dagda would soothe their spirits, lifting the weight of grief for fallen comrades from their shoulders, and replacing it with the lightness of glory and the peace of valor acknowledged. Thus, the harp of the Dagda was not merely an object of beauty or a musical instrument. It was a key that unlocked the deepest emotions and the most profound truths. A treasure beyond compare in a world where magic and mystery were as real as the land underfoot. As the shadow of conflict with the formidable Fomorians loomed, the harp of the Dagda became a source of hope and strength. Before the clash of the Second Battle of Moitura, it was said, "Let us fight, not just for victory, but for the laughter and tears that make us whole," the Dagda would declare, his voice echoing like thunder. His fingers would dance across the strings of Uathna, weaving melodies that banished fear, replacing it with a fierce yearning for combat. But under the cover of night, clandestine schemes took form. As dawn's first light crept over the horizon, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape of ancient Ireland, a deep sense of foreboding hung in the air. The Fomorians, a race of beings as formidable as they were fearsome, with their dark visages and hearts filled with envy and malice, plotted in the shadows. Their eyes, as cold as the depths of the sea,
I'd also like to see
were fixed upon the
a
Tuatha,
compass heading, like on the
the
top
source of their
or the
wisdom
HUD
and spirit,
on here as well.
the harp of the Dagda.
So you can have north,
The
south,
Fomorians
east, and
knew
west.
all too well
So you know which direction you're actually facing.
it was the heart that turned the tide of battle,
Because there is no real
soothed the weary, that
east,
brought
west,
rest
sunrise, sunset,
and
and the
celebrated
day-night cycle is very fast
in their dark hearts.
in this game.
They harbored a desire not just to defeat
It
the
only
Tuatha,
lasts about 15 minutes
but to break their
for
spirit,
each section of the
extinguish the
day.
light that burned so brightly within them. If we possess the heart, they whispered among themselves, we shall hold the heart of the Tuatha De Danann in the grip of terror. And so, that night, while the din of battle still echoed across the plain,
Wow, there's all kinds of shipwrecks out here.
Fomorian warriors, as stealthy as the night wind, infiltrated the Dagda's stronghold. With hands as cold as their intentions, they took the heart, feeling its power running within the carved oak. A power they longed to corrupt and turn to their own wicked purposes. As the battle raged on, the Fomorians retreated to their stronghold, a desolate castle, hidden by the spells of their sorcerers, where they awaited the outcome of the war. They hung the harp upon the wall, a trophy of their cunning. unaware of the true power it wielded, a power that was loyal only to the Dagda and his kin. Meanwhile, the battle surged like a tempest, a clash of light against darkness, of order against chaos. The Tuatha De Danann, led by heroes whose names would echo through the ages, fought with a fierceness that turned the tide against the Fomorian horde. As the last of the enemy fell, a cheer rose from the ranks of the Tuatha De Danann, a sound as joyous and vibrant as the life that pulsed through the lands. It was then, in the aftermath of their hard-won victory, amidst the celebration and relief, that the absence of the hunt was discovered. The revelry ceased, a silence falling over the warriors as they gathered around the Dagda. The loss of the hunt was a wound to their collective soul, a theft of not just an object of great power, but of a piece of their identity. Word of the theft spread like wildfire. The Dagda, his heart heavy, as if ensnared by a winter's frost, stood before his kin and declared, "The essence of our land, our very spirit, has been taken."
I thought maybe that was some kind of
To reclaim
no flower of some kind, but it's not.
from the gathered warriors, two stepped forward. Ogma the Artificer, whose wisdom was as deep as the oceans, and Lug of the Lion, whose courage shone as brightly as the morning star.
Our eagles.
They travelled until the forsaken castle loomed before them, its towers piercing the night sky. Inside,
Makes me kill mighty majestic eagles.
as if mourning separation from the Dagda, the hall was filled with sleeping Fomorians, their breath as shallow as the grave. With a voice that resonated with the ancient power of the land, the Dagda spoke to his heart. "Wake me, return to me."
Oh.
At his command, the hunt leapt from the wall.
Buried him face down in the dirt.
But the silence was shattered. The Fomorians awoke, their eyes burning with rage and malice. As they advanced, weapons drawn, glinting with the deadly kiss of winter, Lug whispered urgently, "Let the music play, Dagda. Let it play." With a smirk that held the echo of battles won, and the promise of tales yet untold, the Dagda strummed the strings, invoking the music of mirth. Laughter erupted, uncontrollable and liberating, turning the hall into a spectacle of dancing enemies, their arms too occupied with joy to hold on to their swords. Yet, as the laughter died, the Fomorians' resolve returned, their eyes narrowing with renewed purpose. Ogma, his voice calm as the eye of the storm, urged, "Your heart, Dagda, let it weep for you." And so, with a touch as gentle as the fall of night, the Dagda summoned the music of grief. Tears flowed like rivers breaking their banks. washing away the remnants of anger and vengeance, leaving only the raw, unguarded hearts of warriors exposed. But their sorrow too faded, and as they reach once more for their weapons, the dagger, with a wisdom as profound as the ages, played once again. This time, the music of sleep whispered through the thought, a lullaby that carried the weight of mountains, the softness of moonlight. One by one, the Fomorians succumbed to an irresistible slumber, their fears and losses cradling them to dreams. With the harp secured, the Dagda, Ogma, and Lug departed, leaving behind a silent, sober sound. It was as if the curse of the sleep had been insanely asleep. The harp, now safely within the heart of Tara, played once more. Its music would never again be stolen. Its melodies forever entwined with the soul of Ireland. Long ago, when forgotten beings lurked within the deep forests of Ireland, there lived a young shepherd named Donal. His life, simple yet full of contentment, was spent among the rolling meadows and under the vast, ever-changing sky, where he tended to his flock with a gentle and kind heart. One twilight, as the last rays of the sun
I'm pretty sure these
shone
bears
through
would
the
probably kill me IRL.
Donal stumbled
I
upon
wouldn't stand a
the
chance.
winding
Look at him.
heart of
He's
the
looking right at me.
compelled by a force he could not name. He followed it, his steps silent, his curiosity alight like the first star of evening. Deep into the forest, where the trees stood tall and ancient, Donal cloaked in shadows, yet radiating a light as serene as the moon's. The figure, a druid of old, held in his hand a branch of silver, adorned with blossoms that shimmered like starlight. His thick hair entwined with vines cascaded to his shoulders. The druid's eyes, pools of wisdom infinite, met Donal's with a gaze that pierced the veil of time. Young shepherd, the druid's voice echoed, soft yet clear. The land whispers of a darkness looming, a shadow that seeks to silence the song of the earth. But within you burns a light, a courage that can withstand the eternal night. Will you journey to the well of wisdom, to retrieve its waters, and banish the darkness from this realm? Donal, heart beating like the wings of a sparrow, replied, I am but a shepherd, with no weapon but my will. How can I undertake such a quest? The silver branch you see before you, the druid intoned, handing Donal the enchanted bough, shall be your guide and protector. Its melody will open paths hidden to mortal eyes, and soon even the wildest of beasts. Trust in its magic, and trust in the strength that dwells within you. With the silver branch in hand, Donal set forth under night's embrace, the bell-like chimes of the blossoms guiding him through mists. that turned the familiar world into one of shadow and silver light. The path twisted and turned, leading him to realms where the boundary between the earthly and the other world blurred. As Donal ventured deeper into the heart of the ancient realm, guided by the ethereal chime of the silver branch, his path unfurled before him in a mosaic of moonlight and shadow. His journey, marked by encounters with beings of old, became a pilgrimage through the hidden depths of his soul and the forgotten corners of the earth. In a clearing, bathed in the glow of the moon, Donal stumbled upon the fairy folk of legend, dancing in circles that swirled like eddies in a stream. Woven from moonbeams and mist, their faces alight with an eerie beauty that was as captivating as it was alien. Their laughter, pure as the ring of crystal, wove around him in tendrils of sound, pulling at the edges of his consciousness. Join us, traveller, they beckoned, their voices a melody that spoke of joy untouched by time. Feel the deep rhythm of the earth, the great pulse of the moon, and let your heart be light. As he moved with them, his feet barely touching the grass, he felt a lightness, a freedom he had never known, a reminder that even in his quest, joy was not to be forgotten, and that wonder was a companion as constant as the stars. Leaving the Fae behind, Donal's journey took him through a forest, where shadows clung like velvet to the trees, and the earth thrummed with unseen light. Here, he encountered wolves.
Wow,
Their
this
eyes
is
glowing like embers in the dark. Their presence commanding, yet not threatening. One, larger and greyer than the rest, stepped forward. Its voice a deep rumble that spoke of ancient pacts and the untamed wild. You walk our path, human, the wolf spoke, with a courage rare and a heart open. Know that true strength lies in the bonds you forge, in loyalty to those you hold dear. The wolves, majestic and fierce, taught Donal the value of trust, of standing together against the darkness that sought to divide. In their eyes, he saw reflections of his own journey, a reminder that no path is walked alone. And its faces, passing layers of earth, grew closer. Beyond the forest of the wolves, Donal found himself in a grove, where tiny seeds stand still. The trees here were ancient, their thick trunks gnarled with the passage of centuries, their branches reaching towards the heavens, like supplicants in prayer. And from these titans of the earth came whispers, voices as old as the land itself, sharing secrets of the world's birth, of the dance of creation and destruction that wove the fabric of reality. Listen and remember, the trees echo, their voices a symphony of rustling leaves and creaking boughs. together into a deeper understanding. The closed dome in the army of wisdom. With the Fae, he found joy. With the wolves, loyalty. And with the ancient trees, humility. Armed with these virtues, he pressed on. At last, guided by the silver branch's song, Donal arrived at the well of wisdom. Its waters as clear as truth. Its surface still as eternity. Guarding it was an ancient druidess. Her eyes reflecting the depth of the well itself. She had journeyed far. She spoke. Her voice the sound of water over stone. But the door from the well must offer a truth. Donal, gazing into the well's depths, whispered, I came seeking strength, but I found that true power lies in understanding, in the harmony between all things. Pleased with his answer, the druidess allowed him to fill a vial with the well's magic water. Return to your world, Donal. Let the silver branch guide you back through the shadows. The darkness cannot withstand the light of true wisdom. With the vial secured and the branch in hand, Donal retraced his steps. As he emerged from the forest, the land lay shadowed under a blanket of despair. The darkness creeping across the fields towards his home. In the heart of the village,
Obsidian pickaxe.
its music soaring, a beacon in the night. He poured the water onto the barren earth, and as it touched the soil, light spread like dawn, driving back the shadows, healing the land with a radiance that pulsed with life. The people of the village, awoken from the spell of despair, gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder, as the land bloomed before them, richer and more vibrant than any had seen before. Donal, amidst the blossoms and the wild songs of the earth, knew then that true magic was not just in the shadows of the cave, but in the heart of every living being, in the courage to stand against the darkness, and in the wisdom to seek harmony. And so, the tale of Donal and the silver branch became a legend, a story told through the ages, as a reminder of the light that dwells within us all, waiting only for the courage to shine. There was a king in the ancient Irish forests whose name was Colua O'Hara, and he had 3 daughters. One time when the king was away from home, the eldest daughter had thought that she'd like to be married. So she went up in the castle, put on the cloak of darkness which her father had, and wished for the most beautiful man under the sun as a husband for herself. She got her wish, for scarcely had she put off the cloak when there came, in a golden coach with 4 horses, 2 black and 2 white, the finest man she had ever laid eyes on, and took her away. When the second daughter saw what had happened to her sister, she put on the cloak of darkness and wished for the next best man in the world as a husband. She put off the cloak, and straightway there came, in a golden coach with 4 black horses, a man nearly as good as the first, and took her away. The third sister put on the cloak and wished for the best white dog in the world. Presently he came, with 1 man attending, in a golden coach and 4 snow-white horses, and took the youngest sister away. When the king came home, the stable boy told him what had happened while he was gone. He was enraged beyond measure when he heard that his youngest daughter had wished for a white dog and gone off with him. When the first man brought his wife home, he asked, "In what form will you have me in the daytime? As I am now in the daytime, or as I am now at night?" "As you are now in the daytime," she replied. So the first sister had her husband as a man in the daytime, but at night he was a seal. The second man put the same question to the middle sister and got the same answer. So the second sister had her husband in the same form as the first. When the third sister came to where the white dog lived, he asked her, "How will you have me to be in the daytime? As I am now in the day, or as I am now at night?" "As you are now in the day," she said, to his surprise. So the youngest sister's husband was a dog in the daytime, but the most beautiful of men at night. After a time, the third sister had a son, and one day, when her husband was going out to hunt, he warned her that if anything should happen, the child not to shed a tear on that account. While he was gone, a great grey crow that used to haunt the place came and carried the child away when it was a week old. Remembering the warning, she shed not a tear for the loss. All went on as before, till another son was born. The husband used to go hunting every day, and again he said she must not shed a tear if anything happened. When the child was a week old, a great grey crow came and bore him away, but the mother did not cry or drop a tear. All went well till a daughter was born. When she was a week old, the crow came and swept her away. This time, the mother dropped 1 tear on a handkerchief, which she took out of her pocket and then put back again. When the husband came home from hunting and heard what the crow had done, he asked the wife, "Have you shed tears this time?" "I have shed just 1," said she. Then he was very angry, for he knew what harm she had done by dropping that 1 tear. Soon after, their father invited the 3 sisters to visit him and be present at a great feast in their honor. They sent messages, each from her own place, that they would come. The king was very glad at the prospect of seeing his children, but the queen was grieved and thought it a great disgrace that her youngest daughter had no one to come home with her but a white dog. The white dog was worried that the king wouldn't leave him inside with the company, but would drive him from the castle to the yard, and that the dogs outside wouldn't leave a patch of skin on his back, and would tear the life out of him. The youngest daughter comforted him. "There is no danger to you," she whispered.
Might catch me some of them rabies.
"And wherever you go, I'll follow and take care of you." When all was ready for the feast at the castle, and the company were assembled, the king attempted to banish the white dog. But the youngest daughter would not listen to her father, would not let the white dog out of her sight, but kept him near her at the feast, and divided with him the food that came to herself. When the feast was over, and all the guests had gone, the three sisters went to their own rooms in the castle. Late in the evening, the queen took the cook with her and stole in to see what was in her daughter's rooms. They were all asleep at the time, and she saw by the side of her youngest daughter the most beautiful man she had ever laid eyes on. Then she went to where the other two daughters were sleeping, and there, instead of the two men who brought them to the feast, were two seals, fast asleep and loudly snoring. The queen was greatly troubled at the sight of the seals. When she and the cook were returning, they came upon the shed skin of the white dog. She caught it up as she went and threw it into the kitchen fire. The skin was not 5 minutes in the fire when it gave a crack that woke not only all in the castle, but all in the country for miles around. The husband of the youngest daughter sprang up. He was very angry and very sorry, and said, "If I had been able to spend 3 nights with you under your father's roof, I should have got back my own form again for good, and could have been a man both in the day and the night. But now I must go." He rose from the bed, ran out of the castle, and away he went, as fast as ever his 2 legs could carry him. He was this way all that night and the next day. But he couldn't leave the wife, for she followed from the castle, was after him in the night and the day too, and never lost sight of him. In the afternoon he turned and told her to go back to her father, but she would not listen to him. At nightfall they came to the first house they had seen since leaving the castle. He said, "Go inside and stay in this house till morning. I'll pass the night outside where I am." The wife went in, and the woman of the house rose up, gave her a pleasant welcome, and put a good supper before her. She was not long in the house when a little boy came to her knee and called her mother. The woman of the house told the child to go back to his place and not to come out again. "Here are a pair of scissors," said the woman of the house to the king's daughter, "and they will serve you well. Whatever ragged people you see, if you cut a piece off their rags, that moment they will have new clothes of cloth of gold." She stayed that night, for she had good welcome. Next morning, when she went out, her husband said, "You'd better go home now to your father." "I'll not go to my father if I have to leave you," said she. So he went on, and she followed. It was that way all the day till night came. And at nightfall, they saw another house at the foot of a hill. And again, the husband stopped and said, "You go in. I'll sleep outside till morning." The woman of the house gave her a good welcome. After she had eaten and drunk, a little boy came out of another room, ran to her knee, and said, "Mother." The woman of the house sent the boy back to where he had come from and told him to stay there. Next morning, when the princess was going out to her husband, the woman gave her a comb and said, "If you meet any person with a diseased and a sore head, and draw this comb over it 3 times, the head will be well and covered with the most beautiful golden hair ever seen." She took the comb and went out to her husband. "Leave me now," said he, "and go back to your own father." "I will not," said she, "but I will follow you while I have the power." So they went forward that day, as on the other 2. At nightfall, they came to a third house at the foot of a hill, where the princess received a good welcome. After she had eaten supper, a little girl with only one eye came to her knee and said, "Mother." The princess began to cry at sight of the child, thinking that she herself was the cause that it had but one eye. Then she put her hand into her pocket, where she kept the handkerchief on which she had dropped the tear when the grey crow carried her infant away. She had never used the handkerchief since that day, for there was an eye on it. She opened the handkerchief and put the eye in the girl's head. It grew into the socket that minute, and the child saw out of it as well as out of the other eye. And then the woman of the house sent the little one to bed. Next morning, as the king's daughter was going out, the woman of the house gave her a whistle and said, "Whenever you put this whistle to your mouth and blow on it, all the birds of the air will come to you from every quarter under the sun. Be careful of the whistle, as it may serve you greatly. Go back to your father's castle," said the husband when she came to him, "for I must leave you today." They went on together a few hundred yards, and then sat on a green hillock, and he told the wife, "Your mother has come between us. But for her, we might have lived together all our days. If I had been allowed to pass 3 nights with you in your father's house, I should have got back my form of a man, both in the daytime and the night. The Queen of Dreamworld, the land of youth, enchanted and put on me a spell, that unless I could spend 3 nights with a wife under her father's roof, I should bear the form of a white dog 1/2 of my time. But if the skin of the dog should be burned before the 3 nights were over, I must go down to her kingdom and marry the queen herself. And 'tis to her I am going today. I have no power to stay, and I must leave you. So farewell. You'll never see me again on the upper earth." He left her sitting on the mound, went a few steps forward to some bulrushes, pulled up one and disappeared in the opening where the rush had been. She stopped there, sitting on the mound, lamenting till evening, not knowing what to do. At last she bethought herself, and going to the rushes, pulled up a stalk, went down, followed her husband, and never stopped till she came to the lower land. After a while she reached a small house near a splendid castle. She went into the house and asked, could she stay there till morning? You can, said the woman of the house, and welcome. Next day, the woman of the house was washing clothes, for that was how she made a living. The princess fell to and helped her with the work. In the course of that day, the Queen of Tirnanol and the husband of the princess were married. Near the castle, and not far from the washerwoman's, lived a henwife with 2 ragged little daughters. One of them came around the washerwoman's house to play. The child looked so poor, and her clothes were so torn and dirty, that the princess took pity on her and cut the clothes with the scissors which she had. That moment, the most beautiful dress of cloth of gold ever seen on woman or child in that kingdom was on the henwife's daughter. When she saw what she had on, the child ran home to her mother as fast as ever she could go. Who gave you that dress? Asked the henwife. A strange woman that is in that house beyond, said the little girl, pointing to the washerwoman's house. The henwife went straight to the Queen of Tirnanol and said, there is a strange woman in the place who will be likely to take your husband from you, unless you banish her away or do something to her. For she has a pair of scissors different from anything ever seen or heard of in this country. When the queen heard this, she sent word to the princess that, unless the scissors were given up to her without delay, she would have the head off her. The princess said she would give up the scissors if the queen would let her pass one night with her husband. The queen answered that she was willing to give her the one night. The princess came and gave up the scissors and went to her own husband. But the queen had given him a drink, and he fell asleep and never woke till after the princess had gone in the morning. Next day, another daughter of the henwife went to the washerwoman's house to play. She was wretched looking, her head being covered with scabs and sores. The princess dropped the comb 3 times on the child's head, cured it, and covered it with beautiful gold. The little girl told her how the strange woman had drawn her head, the henwife hurried off to the queen. That strange woman has a comb with wonderful power to cure golden hair. She shall take your husband from you unless you banish her or take her life. The queen sent word to the princess that unless she gave her leave, she would have her life. The princess returned as answer that she would give up her life if she would pass one night with the queen's husband. The queen agreed and gave her husband a draft as before. princess came, he was fast asleep, and did not waken till after she had gone in the morning. On the third day, the washerwoman and the princess went out to walk, and the first daughter of the henwife with them. When they were outside the town, the princess put the whistle to her mouth and blew. That moment, the birds of the air flew to her in every direction in flocks. Among them was a bird of song and new tales. The princess went to one side with the bird. "What means can I take," asked she, "against the queen to get back my husband? Is it best to kill her, and can I do it?" "It is very hard," said the bird, "to kill her. There is no one in all Tirnanok who is able to take her life but her own husband. Inside a holly tree in front of the castle is a ram. In the ram a duck, in the duck an egg, and in that egg is her heart and love. No man can cut that holly tree but her husband." The princess blew the whistle again. A fox and a hawk came to her. She caught and put them into 2 boxes, which the washerwoman had with her, and took them to her new home. When the henwife's daughter went home, she told her mother about the whistle. Away ran the henwife to the queen and said, "That strange woman has a whistle that brings together all the birds of the air, and she'll have your husband yet unless you take her head." "I'll take the whistle from her anyhow," said the queen. So she sent for the whistle. The princess gave answer that she would give up the whistle if she might pass one night with the queen's husband. The queen agreed and gave him a draught as on the other nights. He was asleep when the princess came and when she went away. Before going, the princess left a letter with his servant for the queen's husband, in which she told how she had followed him to Tirnanok and had given the scissors, the comb, and the whistle to pass 3 nights in his company, but had not spoken to him because the queen had given him sleeping draughts, that the life of the queen was in an egg, the egg in a duck, the duck in a ram, the ram in a holly tree in front of the castle, and that no man could split the tree but himself. As soon as he got the letter, the husband took an axe and went to the holly tree. When he came to the tree, he found the princess there before him, having the 2 boxes with the fox and the hawk in them. He struck the tree a few blows. It split open, and out sprang the ram. He ran scarce 20 perches before the fox caught him. The fox tore him open. Then the duck flew out. The duck had not flown 15 perches when the hawk caught and killed her, smashing the egg. That instant, the queen of Tirnanok died. The husband kissed and embraced his faithful wife. He gave a great feast, and when the feast was over, he burned the henwife with her house, built a palace for the washerwoman, and made his servant secretary. They never left Tirnanok, and are living there happily now, and so may we live here.
It's an interesting tale.
Where the mists weave through the hills like a dance of spirits. There lay a village long ago with the Fae, the mysterious and capricious beings of the other world, a realm parallel to our own, veiled in enchantment and shadow. This ancient pact decreed the promise that the Fae would protect the villagers from misfortune. In return, they were to abide by one rule: never to venture into the forbidden forest that lay at the edge of the village, shrouded in perpetual twilight after dusk. The agreement had held for generations, passed down through the ages like a sacred torch, its origins lost to the mists of time, and the villagers lived in harmony with the land and its unseen guardians. But as the years turned, the seeds of curiosity and the innate restlessness of human nature began to stir within the hearts of the villagers. Whispers of the wonders and dangers of the forbidden forest grew into tales of enchantment and temptation. The forest called to them, a siren song of the unknown, promising secrets and adventures beyond their wildest dreams. A young villager named Amy, with hair as dark as the raven and eyes filled with a spark of curiosity, found himself drawn to the forbidden forest. He had heard the tales of the Fae, of their beauty and their wrath, and something deep within him yearned to uncover the truth. One evening, under the cloak of twilight, Eamon ventured into the forest. The trees whispered secrets in a language lost to men, and the deeper he walked, the more the line between the worlds seemed to blur. After hours of wandering, he began to wonder if perhaps he should turn back. Having found nothing of the Fae and the ancient oaths but a beguiling sense of awe and unease. It was then that he saw her. A Fae maiden, bathing in a moonlit glade, her skin glowing with fairy light, her presence commanding yet ethereal, like a vision crafted from moonlight and shadow. The moment she sensed Eamon's approach, she turned towards him, her movements graceful. Her eyes, shimmering pools of the deepest green, reflected a world unseen by mortal eyes, capturing the very essence of the other world. An enigmatic smile played upon her lips, and in that smile, Eamon sensed a blend of curiosity and amusement, as if she found his bewilderment both expected and delightfully intriguing. She introduced herself in a voice that carried the melody of the forest. "I am Aisling," she said, her words a gentle echo in the still air. "Guardian of these woods and daughter to the Fae King." As days turned into weeks, Eamon found himself returning to the glade to meet Aisling in secret. Breaking the ancient pact with every nightfall, drawn by an inexplicable bond that seemed to grow stronger with every encounter. Aisling, too, found herself intrigued by this human's genuine wonder and respect for the natural world, traits seldom seen in those from beyond the Fae realm. Their conversations, once cautious, flourished into exchanges of tales and laughter, of human dreams and Fae magic. They shared stories under the moonlit sky, Aisling teaching Eamon about the ancient magics of the other world that wove through the fabric of the forest. Battles fought and alliances forged, of magic that could bend the very fabric of reality. sorrows, its fleeting nature, and the dreams that propelled it forward. He described the beauty of the mundane, seen through eyes unaccustomed to the wonders of the fair, providing Aisling a glimpse into a life governed by time and change. And yet, with each visit, a sense of unease began to grow within him. The forest seemed darker, the mists thicker, and whispers of discontent stirred among the trees. The villagers noticed the change as well. Crops began to fail, livestock lingered, and an unspoken fear settled over the village. The elders spoke in hushed tones of the broken pact and the wrath of the Fae. One night, as Aemon made his way to the glade, he found Aisling waiting for him with a solemn expression. She revealed the truth that she had kept hidden. With every visit, the barrier between the worlds weakened, and dark entities from the other world sought to break through, drawn by Aemon's human energy. The twist of fate was cruel. Aemon's love for Aisling and his desire to uncover the mysteries of the Fae had endangered his own village. The only way to mend the rift and protect both worlds was for Aemon to forget Aisling and the Fae, to never venture into the forest again. A powerful spell would seal his memories and the breach, but at a great cost. The love they shared would be sacrificed, and Aisling would return to the other world, never to meet Aemon again. With a heavy heart, Aemon agreed. As Aisling whispered the spell, Aemon's memories of her and the Fae began to fade, like mist under the morning sun. He found himself standing at the edge of the forest, the urge to explore gone, a vague sense of loss his only companion. The village slowly recovered, the crops flourished once more, and peace was restored. Aemon, with no recollection of the events, continued his life, occasionally pausing at the forest's edge with an unexplainable ache in his heart. The pact between the villagers and the Fae was mended, but the forbidden forest remained, a reminder of the delicate balance between curiosity and caution, the seen and the unseen, the human heart and the mysteries of the Fae.
Ah, shitbird. Shit fuck.
Long ago, in the lush green valleys of ancient Ireland, there reigned a mighty king named Lear. He was known far and wide for his wisdom, generosity, and fair rule. King Lear was blessed with a wife named Aoi, whose beauty was renowned throughout the land. Together, they had 4 children: Fionnuala, Aod, Fiachra, and Con. Their laughter echoed through the halls of the royal palace, filling their parents' hearts with joy. But happiness, as fleeting as the morning mist, soon turned to sorrow. Tragedy struck when Oib, beloved wife and mother, fell gravely ill and passed away. King Lear was overcome with grief, and the kingdom mourned alongside him. In time, however, the king's advisors urged him to remarry, believing it would bring stability and happiness back to the realm. Reluctantly, King Lear agreed, hoping for a motherly figure to care for his motherless children. Aoife, a woman of great beauty, but with a heart tainted by envy and ambition, became the new queen. From from the moment she entered the palace, a darkness seemed to settle upon its walls. Jealousy gnawed at her heart as she witnessed the love between King Lear and his children. A love that reminded her of what she herself lacked. As the days passed, Aoife's resentment grew, twisting her thoughts into dark and treacherous paths. Consumed by jealousy, she sought to rid herself of the king's children, seeing them as obstacles to her own ambitions. One fateful day, she took the children to a secluded lake, promising them a day of adventure and play. But her intentions were far from innocent. With whispered incantations and malevolent magic, she cast a powerful spell upon them, transforming them into swans of exquisite beauty. The children, bewildered and frightened, found themselves trapped in avian forms, their human bodies replaced by sleek feathers and graceful wings. Despite their newfound plight, they remained bound by their love for each other and their father. For 900 years, they glided upon the shimmering waters of Loch Deravarach, their wings catching the golden light of dawn and dusk. They faced storms and tempests, hunters and predators, yet their spirits remained unbroken. As the centuries passed, their longing for their father grew stronger, their hearts aching for the warmth of his embrace. Meanwhile, King Lear, unaware of their fate, searched the length and breadth of the kingdom for his lost children, his grief unyielding. Their tale of sorrow and endurance spread throughout the land, carried by the whispered winds and murmuring streams. It became a story of love tested by adversity, of innocence betrayed by envy. Finally, after 9 centuries had passed, the swans heard whispers of a prophecy that spoke of a Christian monk whose blessing could break the spell that bound them. With renewed hope in their hearts, they set out across the vast expanse of the Sea of Moyle, guided by the distant shores of the Isle of Glora. At long last, they reached the tranquil shores, where a humble monastery stood bathed in the golden light of dawn. There they found the monk, a gentle soul whose eyes shone with kindness and compassion. With words of blessing and prayers of salvation, the monk broke the enchantment that held them captive. As the first light of dawn touched their feathers, the swans felt a warmth spreading through their bodies, a sensation long forgotten. Their avian forms melted away, revealing their true selves once more. But time had taken its toll, and they emerged as old and weary as the ancient oaks that shaded the monastery grounds. With tears of joy and sadness mingling on their cheeks, they embraced each other one last time, their hearts heavy with the weight of 9 centuries' worth of memories. And as the sun rose high to the sky, casting its golden glow upon the world below, they closed their eyes and surrendered to the eternal embrace of sleep. Their spirits, freed from the confines of mortal flesh, ascended to the heavens, where they were reunited with their beloved mother. Together, they soared among the stars, their voices blending with the celestial chorus in a song of everlasting peace and love. And so, the tale of the children of Lear passed into legend, a testament to the enduring power of love, the destructive force of jealousy, and the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity. In the veiled depths of the ancient Ardennes, beneath the canopy of whispering leaves, and between the roots of towering oaks, there existed a realm unseen by human eyes. This was the domain of the Fae, a world of splendor and shadow, where every dewdrop held a secret, and the moonlight whispered tales of old. Among the myriad creatures of this enchanted realm was a fairy named Lorcan, a guardian of the forest, known for his unparalleled skill in crafting magical amulets that could protect the wearer from harm. Lorcan's closest friend was Aisling, a sprite of the wind, whose laughter could be heard in the rustling of leaves, and whose touch could soothe even the most troubled brow.
Aisling again?
Together, they roamed the woods, a pair bound by deep trust and the unspoken ties of countless shared adventures. But peace in the realm of the Fae is as fleeting as the morning mist, and into this tranquility crept a shadow of envy and deceit. The Queen of Thorns, ruler of a distant and thorny corner of the forest, coveted the power of Lorcan's amulets. She desired not their protection, but the dominion they could grant her over all the Fae. Yet, knowing that Lorcan would never willingly aid her in this dark ambition, she hatched a plot most foul. With honeyed words and false promises, she turned Aisling against Lorcan, whispering lies of a hidden betrayal, that Lorcan vowed his loyalty to her and planned to use his amulets to bind the Fae under a different rule. Heartbroken and feeling betrayed, Aisling agreed to steal the most powerful amulet Lorcan had ever made, a gem imbued with the essence of the forest itself. Under the cover of the night, with a heart heavy as the darkest storm clouds, Aisling slipped into Lorcan's sanctuary. The amulet, pulsing with a gentle light, seemed to gaze at her with a sorrowful knowing as she took it into her trembling hands and returned it to the Dark Queen. The moment the Queen of Thorns touched the stolen amulet, the forest recoiled in agony. The balance had been disturbed, and a great sorrow fell upon the land. Lorcan, realizing the treachery, was stricken with grief, not at the loss of the amulet, but at the betrayal of his dearest friend. Aisling, witnessing the torment her actions had unleashed upon the forest and upon Lorcan, understood too late the gravity of her mistake. She had been a pawn in a game of power. Her trust twisted into a weapon against her oldest friend. Seeking redemption, Aisling confronted the Queen of Thorns, demanding the amulet's return. As Aisling approached the twisted citadel of the Queen of Thorns, the air thickened with a sense of foreboding, and the very ground seemed to whisper warnings. The Queen, anticipating Aisling's arrival, awaited with a cruel smile, surrounded by a court of shadows, eyes gleaming with malice and anticipation. You return to me with nothing but a heavy heart and a clouded conscience. But you have played your part. Now begone before my mercy is spent. The queen hissed, her voice like the scrape of thorns against stone. Aisling, standing tall amidst the encroaching darkness, replied with a voice that carried the weight of her remorse and the strength of her resolve. I come to right a wrong, to restore what has been disturbed, she declared, her determination shining through the gloom. The battle that ensued was unlike any other. A clash not of swords
I
or
hope for
shields,
something more out of that
but
golem.
wills, as intangible and potent as the wind itself. The queen unleashed spells of binding and despair, conjuring barriers of brambles and shadows to ensnare Aisling's spirit. Yet,
Well, cold for you to be up here, crocodile.
Aisling's resolve only grew stronger, her sorrow and guilt transforming into a force of purity and light. As the duel reached its zenith, a compelling twist emerged from the depths of Aisling's heart. In a moment of inspiration, Aisling realized that the power of the amulet, now corrupted by the queen's dark will, could still be influenced by the true essence of the Fae, their connection to the natural world, their capacity for change and renewal. Summoning the last of her strength, Aisling focused not on confronting the queen's darkness with her own light, but on awakening the latent magic within the amulet itself. She called upon the memories of the forest, the laughter shared with Lorcan, the whispers of the wind, and the resilience of the earth. Hear me, spirits of the forest, she cried. Let the true essence of the Fae flow through this amulet and cleanse the corruption. The amulet, responding to Aisling's plea, began to pulse with a brilliant light, its magic amplifying Aisling's call. The forest itself seemed to answer, as every leaf and every breeze lent its energy to her cause. The Queen of Thorns, sensing the shift in power, tried to tighten her grasp on the amulet's magic, but the connection had changed. It was no longer hers to command. In a breathtaking moment, the amulet exploded in a cascade of light and life, shattering the Queen's spells and breaking the chains of darkness that had begun to choke the heart of the forest. The creatures of the wood, from the smallest insect to the ancient trees, felt the surge of freed magic and rejoiced. The Queen of Thorns, overwhelmed by the pure force of nature's will, found her own power waning, her dominion crumbling around her. In a final act of desperation, she recoiled into the shadows, her rule over the forest at an end. The balance restored, Aisling vanished into the winds, her laughter no longer heard among the rustling leaves. Lorcan, his heart heavy with loss, continued his guardianship of the forest. His amulets, now imbued with a bittersweet magic, a reminder of the fragile nature of trust and the deep scars left by betrayal. And so, the tale of Lorcan and Aisling became a whispered warning in the Ardennes, a story of friendship tested, of betrayal born from deceit, and of redemption found through the courage to confront one's mistakes. It serves as a somber reminder that even in the world of magic,
Oh,
Heart's betrayals cut the deepest. One must never wander about alone on Halloween, for it is then that the veil between our realm and the other world is thinnest, and the fairies are abroad looking for mortals to trick and lead astray. Now, there was once a girl, the prettiest girl in all Ireland, who late one Hallows Day was going to a spring to fetch some water. The allure of night, a siren's call to her adventurous spirit. As she neared the edge of the water, her foot slipped on a damp patch of earth, and she tumbled forward into a hollow by the base of an ancient tree. When she got up, she looked about her and saw that she was in a very strange place. A great fire was burning near, around which a number of people, beautifully dressed, were dancing. A handsome young man, like a prince, with a red sash and a golden band in his hair, left the fire and came toward her. He greeted her kindly and asked her to dance. "It is a foolish thing, sir, to ask me to dance," she replied, "since there is no music." At that, the young man lifted his hand, and instantly the most delicious music sounded. Then he took her by the fingers and drew her into the dance. Around and around they whirled, and they danced and danced until the moon and stars went down. And all the time, the girl seemed to float in the air, and she forgot everything except the sweet music and the young man. At last, the dancing ceased, and the door opened in the earth. The handsome young fairy, who seemed to be the king of all, led the girl down a pair of stairs, followed by all the happy company. At the end of a long passage, they came to a hall, bright and beautiful, with gold and silver and lights. A table was covered with every good thing to eat, and wine was poured out in golden cups. The young man lifted a cup and offered it to the girl, urging her to sit and partake in all the merry. At the same moment, someone, an unseen spectre, or perhaps her own thoughts buried deep down, whispered in her ear, "Do not drink, do not eat. If you do either, you will never see your home again." Well, the girl,
well, shit, what?
set the cup down and refused to drink. Immediately, all the company of fey folk grew angry. A great buzzing arose, the lights went out, and their gleaming, mischievous eyes, now maddened with anger, drew closer. The girl felt something grasp her and rush her forth from the hall and up the stairs. And in a minute, she found herself beside the spring, holding her pitcher in her hand. She did not wait for anything, but ran home as fast as she could, and locked herself in tight, and crept into bed. But all was not well, for the air around her seemed thick with
What happened, Glug?
and an unnatural darkness, blacker than black, filled her room. Then she heard a great clamour of little voices outside her door, and she could hear them cry, "The power we had over you tonight is gone, because you refused to drink. But wait until next Halloween
It's not the first time.
when you dance with us once more on the hill,
The trick is trying to get back to my my body,
forever."
because I died right there at
In the
that
realm where the rivers
tower.
whispered
So
and forests held secrets, there stood a towering castle, shadowed by legends, and guarded by the noble Sir Alaric. Unlike the lord of this castle, a man of cold ambition and colder heart, Sir Alaric was a knight of honour and valour, though not of noble birth. His allegiance was sworn to the castle and its lord, yet his heart belonged to the people who dwelled in the shadow of its walls. The villagers, oppressed by the lord's harsh decrees and heavy taxes, found a friend in Sir Alaric, who often softened the blow of his master's greed, but the knight's ability to aid them was limited, and the shadow of despair grew ever darker upon the land. One evening, as Sir Alaric patrolled the castle's vast boundaries, a shimmering light caught his eye. Approaching, he found a circle of fairies dancing under the moon, their laughter a balm to his weary soul. The fairies, sensing the goodness in his heart, ceased their dance and approached him. "We know of your struggles and the plight of your people," said the Fey Queen, her eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. "We offer you a challenge. For 7 nights, you must bring us a single grain of wheat from the Lord's stores. In return, we promise prosperity for your village beyond what you can imagine." Bewildered but intrigued, Sir Alaric agreed. Each night, under the cover of darkness, he took a single grain of wheat from the Lord's vast granaries and brought it to the fairies. Each morning, to his astonishment, the village fields were golden with an abundance of wheat, more than they could have hoped to grow in a season. To the untrained eye, the minuscule amount taken from the hoards of grain in the Lord's possession would not have aroused the slightest suspicion. However, being the miser he was, and ever vigilant over his own resources, suspicion began to take root in his heart. On the 7th night, the Lord, having noticed the diminishing stores and hearing tales of the village's sudden fortune, followed Sir Alaric. He watched in disbelief as the knight handed over a grain of wheat to the fairies, who, with a laugh, turned it into a shower of gold that rained over the village. Furious at being deceived and his stores diminished, the Lord confronted Sir Alaric, accusing him of theft and treachery. Sir Alaric stood firm, prepared to face the consequences of his actions, his heart heavy with the thought of the village's welfare. But the fairies, witnessing the scene, intervened. "Your knight has shown true generosity and courage, unlike the greed that poisons your heart," the Queen addressed the Lord. "His reward shall be the prosperity of his people."
Oh, goddamn, got me on the fucking fly even.
With a flick of her wrist, the fairies vanished, leaving the Lord to ponder their words. The next morning, the Lord awoke not in his grand chambers, but in the humblest cottage in the village, his appearance unknown to all. Sir Alaric, now recognized as the true leader of the land, guided the people to years of prosperity and peace. His rule marked by fairness and a generosity learned from the Fae. The Lord, living among the people he had once oppressed, learned humility and the value of kindness. His identity and status restored only after he had proven his change of heart. The castle, now a beacon of hope and prosperity, stood as a testament to the power of generosity and the magic of the Fae, who had tricked a knight into becoming a true lord of the people. In the dim, forgotten corners of Irish folklore, there exists a tale that has chilled the bones of those who've heard it whispered beneath the wail of the autumn wind. This is the story of the O'Malley family, who lived in a secluded cottage near the edge of a dark and whispering forest, a place where the veil between our world and that of the Fae was as thin as a spider's silk. It begins on a night cloaked in the thick mists of November, under a new moon, when darkness swallowed the land whole, that the O'Malley's youngest child, a boy named Aidan, was taken. The fairies, drawn by the innocence of his laughter, slipped through the veil that separated the worlds, unseen and silent as the night itself. In his place, nestled within the cradle, they left a changeling, a creature from their world, ancient as the hills and as cold as the deepest winter's frost. This changeling, though bearing Aidan's likeness, was marked by its unnatural stillness, only breaking with a laugh that sent shivers down the spine, and eyes like hollow shadows that seemed to peer into one's very soul. The air around the cradle grew chill, and a faint, otherworldly luminescence lingered, the only sign of the fairies' passage. The O'Malleys, stricken with grief and confusion, were at a loss. The changeling, with its odd ways and eerie presence, drained the warmth from their home. Milk soured overnight, and the family's faithful dog cowered and whined, refusing to enter the house. Shadows seemed to linger longer in the corners of rooms, and a chill that no fire could dispel crept into their bones. Crops failed, and laughter died. Even the sun seemed to dim in the sky above their cottage, casting a perpetual twilight that blurred the line between day and night. The air itself felt heavy, charged with an unspoken dread, as if the cottage and all within it had slipped into a realm not quite of this world. Seeking help, they turned to an old hermit known to possess knowledge of the old ways. He advised them to cook a meal inside an eggshell, a task so bizarre that it would force the changeling to speak, revealing its true nature. And so, under the light of a waning moon, they did as instructed, setting a tiny fire and placing an eggshell filled with broth upon it. As the flames danced and flickered, the changeling, who had until now remained silent, burst into laughter, its voice echoing with a timbre that belonged neither to man nor beast. "I have seen the acorn before the oak," it cackled, "but never have I seen a meal cooked in an eggshell." At that moment, the air shimmered, and standing where the changeling had laughed was Aidan, no longer a babe, but a boy of 4, looking as if no time had passed for him in the realm of the Fae. The twist, however, lay in the eyes that met the O'Malleys, for though it was their Aidan, his gaze held a depth and a sorrow far beyond his years, a wisdom born from an ancient world. The hermit, who had witnessed this transformation from the shadows, later whispered that the Fae, amused by the human's cleverness, had decided to return the child. But the Fae's gifts were never without a price. Aidan, now back in the human world, found himself lost between the two realms, his laughter never quite reaching his eyes, his dreams filled with the echoing music of the Fae courts. The O'Malleys, though overjoyed at the return of their son, could not ignore the change that had come over him. Aidan spoke little of his time with the Fae. His words often veiled and cryptic, as if the memories were too vast and intricate for human words. But on those nights, when the wind howled like the banshees of old, stirring the embers of ancient stories, he would stand at the window, gazing out into the darkness, with a yearning that tugged at the heartstrings. During these moments, under the cloak of night's silence, he would whisper of lands where time flowed like a meandering stream.
Ever shut the fuck up? No, he does not.
Woven from stars, and of melodies that could make the soul weep with joy. These tales, shared in hushed tones, painted a picture of a world so vivid and enchanting. Yet they always ended with a sigh, a subtle reminder of the price paid for such wonder. A price that lingered in the depths of Aidan's eyes, which had seen wonders beyond our grasp. Thus, the tale of the O'Malleys and their changeling son serves as a chilling reminder of the Fae's power, and the thin veil that separates our world from theirs. It's a story of love, loss, and the eerie truth that sometimes, to find what is lost, one must venture beyond the realms of understanding, into the shadows of the unknown. As our journey through the enchanted realm of Fae and fairy folk tales comes to a gentle close, I hope the magic of these ancient stories has wrapped around you like a warm, comforting embrace. In the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the shimmering light of the stars, remember that the world of the Fae is never too far away. A world where wonder and mystery dance hand in hand with the night. Let the tales of bravery, trickery, and the unseen magic that weaves through the fabric of the natural world guide you into a peaceful slumber. Imagine yourself wandering through moonlit glades and ancient forests, where the veil between our world and the Fae.
Gotta get juiced up first before we go jumping down there.
Every shadow holds a story.
I gotta fight that bear.
Good night, and may your dreams be filled with the gentle wonder of the other world.
Oh, you mother. God damn it. Goddamn fuck shit, motherfucker. Well, one more time. Some of these controls are definitely in need of some refinement. Hello, Gollum-y guy. I don't have time for you right now, otherwise I would kill you too. Quite frankly, I just want to get back to my fucking dead body chest, so... Peace out, motherfucker! No, there's no guns. No guns. Closest you got is a bow, as far as I know. Might be crossbows in here somewhere, but wouldn't count on it. Yeah, this is one of those kind of fantasy realm type games where you'll get, an AK or supercharged laser guns or anything like that. You're hearing shit. You guys not hearing the stories? Stories of the Fae? Yeah. Uh, it's like most builder games. I mean, it's set to be more medievalish. Oh, it's over now, but you guys didn't hear that before? You guys can't hear that shit? You guys hear in-game sound? You hear me jumping?
Welcome to our channel. In today's spine-chilling episode, we delve into the dark and mysterious world of real witches from history with terrifying backstories. We're uncovering the secrets of
You
witches
hear
who
that?
practiced dark magic, faced ruthless persecution, and left a legacy that still haunts us today.
Yeah.
From eerie rituals to grim fates, these are the witches who terrified and fascinated their contemporaries and continue to do so. Buckle up for a journey through history's most unsettling tales of witchcraft. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell for more chilling content. Let's get started. Tituba. Tituba's early life remains shrouded in mystery, her origins speculated upon by historians but never fully confirmed. It is widely believed that she was an Arawak or Carib Indian, born in South America, possibly in what is now Venezuela or Guyana. This theory aligns with accounts that she was brought to Barbados as a child, a common route for indigenous people captured during European colonization efforts. Her journey into the hands of Samuel Parris, the Puritan minister who would later play a central role in the Salem witch trials, likely began in Barbados, where she was enslaved. The Caribbean, during the 17th century, was a melting pot of cultures, beliefs, and practices, some of which would later be deemed witchcraft by the Puritans. Enslaved Africans, indigenous people, and European settlers all contributed to a unique spiritual landscape that included elements of African traditional religions, Catholicism, and indigenous practices. Tituba, immersed in this environment, would have been exposed to a variety of rituals, spiritual beliefs, and healing practices, knowledge that she would carry with her to the strict, Puritan world of Massachusetts Bay Colony. Arrival in Salem and life in Puritan society. Tituba arrived in Salem Village, modern-day Danvers, Massachusetts, in 1680 with Samuel Parris and his family. Her life in Salem was defined by servitude, racial discrimination, and the stark contrast between the vibrant, syncretic culture of the Caribbean and the rigid, religious orthodoxy of the Puritans. The Puritans viewed anything outside their strict interpretation of Christianity as a threat, and the cultural practices Tituba might have known and occasionally practiced were likely seen as dark and mysterious, if not outright heretical. The atmosphere in Salem Village was rife with tension. Social, economic, and religious pressures were mounting, creating a fertile ground for paranoia and fear. The Puritans believed in the real presence of the devil and his power to corrupt and control individuals through witchcraft. It was against this backdrop that the Salem witch trials erupted, a tragic event that would cement Tituba's place in history. The Salem witch trials, a catalyst of fear. The Salem witch trials began in 1692 when a group of young girls in Salem Village began exhibiting strange behaviors, including fits, convulsions, and screaming. The village doctor, unable to find a medical explanation, declared the girls bewitched. The first 3 women accused of witchcraft were Sarah Good, Sarah Osborne, and Tituba, an enslaved woman of color, who was an easy target in a community that was suspicious of outsiders and non-Christians. Under intense pressure and possibly fearing for her life, Tituba confessed to practicing witchcraft. Her confession was elaborate and terrifying, a tale of spectral visions, pacts with the devil, and dark rituals that fed into the Puritans' worst fears. Tituba claimed that she had been approached by a man from Boston, whom she identified as the devil, and had been coerced into serving him. She described seeing strange animals like black dogs, hogs, and a yellow bird, which she believed were agents of the devil.
Yellow
This
birds?
was not just a recounting
Yellow
of
birds
her
are agents of the
It
devil?
was a vivid narrative that painted her as both victim and participant in a diabolical plot to destroy the Puritan colony. She spoke of other witches in the village, casting suspicion on more people and fueling the growing hysteria. A detailed confession, which some historians believe may have been coerced or fabricated under duress, set the stage for the witch hunts that followed. More than 200 people were accused of witchcraft in the ensuing months, and 20 were executed. The real witch, Tituba's cultural and spiritual practices. While Tituba's confession was likely influenced by the intense pressure she faced, it also reflected elements of the spiritual practices she may have been familiar with from her time in the Caribbean. The Puritans, with their rigid worldview, interpreted these practices through a lens of fear and misunderstanding, labeling them as witchcraft. The Caribbean spiritual practices Tituba might have known were a blend of indigenous beliefs, African traditions, and Catholicism, often referred to as syncretic religions like Vodou or Santeria. These practices included ritualistic elements such as the use of herbs for healing, communication with spirits or ancestors, and the performance of ceremonies to invoke protection or guidance. In the context of the Puritan belief system, these practices would have appeared foreign and threatening, further fueling the perception of Tituba as a witch. The terrifying aspect of Tituba's story lies not in the reality of her being a witch, but in how her cultural and spiritual identity was weaponized against her. The fear of the unknown, combined with the Puritans' strict religious beliefs, created a scenario where Tituba's very existence as an outsider made her a target. Her knowledge of non-Christian spiritual practices, which in another context might have been respected or revered, was instead used to condemn her. The aftermath, Tituba's fate and legacy. Tituba's life after the Salem witch trials is another mystery. After her confession, she remained in prison for over a year. Interestingly, despite her detailed confession, Tituba was never executed. Historians believe that her confession may have saved her life, as it aligned with the fears and expectations of the authorities. Eventually, Tituba was released from jail after an unknown person paid her jail fees. She was sold to a new owner, and after that, she disappeared from historical records.
Even though she might be a witch, she was still a valuable slave.
She has been variously portrayed as a victim, a villain, and a symbol of the racial and cultural tensions that underpinned the Salem witch trials. In literature, film, and popular culture, Tituba is often depicted as a powerful witch, a portrayal that simplifies the complexities of her life but underscores the enduring fascination with her story. Her character is a confrontation with the realities of colonialism, slavery, and the ways in which fear and prejudice can manifest in deadly ways. The image of Tituba as a real witch is a construct born out of these dark societal forces, rather than a reflection of her true identity. It is a chilling reminder of how easily fear can distort the truth, turning cultural differences into terrifying accusations. The broader context, witchcraft, race, and gender. Tituba's story cannot be fully understood without considering the broader context of race, gender, and power dynamics in 17th century New England. As an enslaved woman of color, Tituba occupied a vulnerable position in society. Her status made her an easy scapegoat for the anxieties of the Puritan community, which was struggling to maintain control in the face of external and internal pressures. The Salem witch trials were as much about enforcing social norms and hierarchies as they were about eradicating witchcraft. Women, particularly those who were seen as outsiders or who defied traditional gender roles, were disproportionately targeted during the trials. Tituba, as an enslaved woman, was doubly marginalized, and her confession can be seen as a response to the overwhelming power imbalance she faced. Moreover, the racial element of Tituba's story highlights the intersection of witchcraft accusations with colonialism and slavery. In a society that was built on the subjugation of non-white people, the fear of witchcraft became entangled with racial fears. The depiction of Tituba as a dark-skinned, foreign other who practiced strange rituals fed into the existing prejudices of the time, making her an easy target for the witch hunts. Tituba in modern interpretations. In modern interpretations, Tituba has become a symbol of resistance and survival. Writers and scholars have re-examined her story, exploring the ways in which her identity as a woman of color shaped her experiences and how she navigated the dangers of the Salem witch trials. Some portrayals emphasize her agency, suggesting that her confession was a strategic move to protect herself in an impossible situation. In literature, Tituba's story has been reimagined and reinterpreted in various ways. One notable example is Marais Condé's novel I, Tituba, Black Witch of Salem, which presents Tituba as a complex, fully realized character who is both a victim and a survivor. Condé's Tituba is not just a witch, she is a woman with her own desires, fears, and hopes, caught in the crosshairs of a society that refuses to see her humanity. These modern retellings serve as a corrective to the simplistic portrayals of Tituba as merely a witch. They invite readers to consider the ways in which race, gender, and power intersected in her life and how these factors continue to shape the narratives we create about history. Alice Keitler. Alice Keitler was born around 1263 in Kilkenny, Ireland, into a wealthy and influential Norman family. Her father was a banker, and Alice was raised in an environment of privilege, wealth, and power. Over the course of her life, Alice married 4 times, each time to a man of considerable wealth, which allowed her to amass significant assets. Her financial acumen and business dealings made her one of the richest women in Kilkenny, if not all of Ireland, by the early 14th century. Her marriages, however, would become a central element in the accusations that later plagued her. Alice's first husband, William Outlaw, was a banker like her father, and their union produced a son, also named William Outlaw. After William's death, Alice quickly remarried, a pattern that repeated with her third and fourth husbands. Each of her husbands left her wealthier, but this accumulation of wealth, coupled with the mysterious circumstances surrounding the deaths of her latter husbands, raised suspicions among the townspeople. The accusations of witchcraft. The story of Alice Keitler took a dark turn in 1324 when her fourth husband, John Le Poer, fell seriously ill. He claimed to be suffering from an unknown ailment that left him emaciated and weak. Before his death, John accused Alice of poisoning him, and this accusation led to the broader allegation of witchcraft. Following John's death, his children from a previous marriage, along with the children of Alice's previous husbands, banded together to accuse her of being a witch. The accusations against Alice were not merely those of murder, but included claims of practicing sorcery and consorting with demonic forces. The charges against Alice Keitler were extensive and terrifying. She was accused of using her witchcraft to manipulate and ultimately kill her husbands in order to inherit their wealth. The specific accusations included using potions and spells. Alice was said to have brewed potions and cast spells with the assistance of her maid, Petronella de Meade, to poison her husbands. Her stepson claimed that he found a sacred host, the consecrated bread used in the Eucharist, hidden in her house, which was supposedly used in her dark rituals. Sacrificing animals and offering them to demons, it was alleged that Alice sacrificed
You are
animals,
younger,
particularly
you know
cockroaches
him
and
as
cats,
Mr.
to invoke
Feeney
the help of demons.
than
These
elsewhere.
sacrifices were said to take place at crossroads, a place commonly associated with the supernatural in medieval folklore. Worshipping a demonic figure, the most damning accusation was that Alice worshipped a demon named Artisan, whom she allegedly conjured to do her bidding. Artisan was described as a shadowy figure with the body of a man, but with features more like a goat, a common depiction of demonic entities during this period. Teaching others in the ways of witchcraft, Alice was also accused of initiating others into her supposed coven, including her son William and her maid Petronella, who was said to have been her
Frostmelon.
closest confidant in these dark practices. The terrifying backstory, sorcery, demons, and death. The backdrop to these accusations paints a picture of a woman who, if the charges are to be believed, was deeply involved in the occult. However, it's important to consider the context of medieval Ireland, where superstition, religious orthodoxy, and the fear of the supernatural were pervasive. During the Middle Ages, belief in witchcraft and demonic possession was widespread. The church wielded considerable power and often viewed deviations from orthodox religious practices as heresy. Women, especially those who were independent or who deviated from societal norms, were particularly vulnerable to accusations of witchcraft. Alice Kiteler, as a wealthy and powerful widow, fit the profile of someone who could easily become the target of such accusations. Her son, William Outlaw, was also implicated in the charges, accused of learning sorcery from his mother and using it for personal gain. The supposed evidence of their crimes included not only the potions and charms found in Alice's house, but also testimonies from those who claimed to have seen her engaging in rituals at night, invoking demonic forces. The figure of Artisan, the demon Alice was said to have worshipped, is particularly noteworthy. Medieval demonology often depicted demons as half-human, half-animal figures who could grant their followers wealth, power, and knowledge in exchange for their souls. The accusations against Alice included that she had made a pact with Artisan, offering her soul and the souls of her late husbands in exchange for continued wealth and influence. The trial and persecution. The trial of Alice Kiteler is one of the earliest recorded cases of witchcraft prosecution in Europe. It was presided over by Richard de la Drede, the Bishop of Ossory, a zealous churchman who was determined to root out heresy and witchcraft in his diocese. Bishop de la Drede's fervour in pursuing the case against Alice was likely fueled by the broader church's efforts to consolidate power and eliminate any threats to its authority, whether real or imagined. Alice, using her wealth and connections, managed to avoid arrest initially, even though Bishop de la Drede had her excommunicated and demanded her immediate imprisonment. However, her influence in Kilkenny was such that local officials, who were either her friends or under her patronage, were reluctant to act against her.
Okay, we got our fucking shit back yet again.
Of personally arresting Alice's associates, including her son William Outlaw and her maid Petronella de Meave. Petronella, under torture, confessed to everything the bishop wanted to hear. She admitted to aiding Alice in her sorcery, concocting potions, and performing sacrifices to demons. She even claimed that she had seen Alice consorting with the demon Artisan. This confession, extracted under extreme duress, was used as damning evidence against Alice. Petronella was subsequently burned at the stake, making her the first person in Ireland to be executed for witchcraft. Alice Kiteler, however, managed to escape. Some accounts suggest that she fled to England, where she disappeared from historical records. Her son William was forced to perform penance, and all of Alice's wealth was confiscated by the church. The death of Meath serves as a stark reminder of the brutal lengths to which the church would go to eliminate perceived threats to its power. The aftermath and legacy.
Was it really? Or was it a corrupt way of robbing her of her wealth?
It marked the beginning of a series of witch trials in Europe that would reach their peak in the 16th and 17th centuries. The story of Alice Kiteler also highlights the precarious position of women in medieval society, particularly those who defied traditional roles or amassed power that rivaled male counterparts. Alice's life and the accusations against her reveal much about the intersection of gender, power, and religion in medieval Europe. Her wealth and independence, traits that should have been celebrated, instead became the basis for allegations of witchcraft, rooted in deep-seated fears of powerful women. Her escape from prosecution, while fortunate for her, left behind a legacy of persecution for others less powerful and less connected. The story of Alice Kiteler is both a cautionary tale and a tragic one. It is a reminder of how superstition and fear can be used as tools of oppression, particularly against those who dare to step outside societal norms. While Alice's true guilt or innocence may never be known, the historical record suggests that her trial was more about consolidating power and control than about justice. Agnes Waterhouse.
Probably money.
To understand the significance of Agnes Waterhouse's story, it is essential to consider the historical context of 16th century England. This was a time of great social, political, and religious upheaval. The The Protestant Reformation was in full swing, and the dissolution of monasteries had left many people disoriented and fearful. The church, which had been a stable force in people's lives, was undergoing significant changes. Religious tensions ran high, and suspicion of anything that deviated from the norm was rampant. Witchcraft, once considered a superstition, began to be viewed as a genuine threat to Christian society. It was believed that witches made pacts with the devil, allowing them to wield dark powers to harm others. In this atmosphere of fear and uncertainty, accusations of witchcraft became a way to explain misfortune and disaster. Agnes Waterhouse, the woman
And to
behind
get
the
rid
legend,
of people you saw as
Agnes
rivals.
Waterhouse was born in the small village of Hatfield Peveril in Essex, England, sometime in the early 1500s. Little is known about her early life, but by the time she became infamous, she was a widow with a daughter named Joan. As a widow, Agnes likely faced many hardships, as women of her status had limited means of support. This may have contributed to her eventual entanglement with the dark arts, as practicing witchcraft could be a way to gain power and influence in a society that offered her few opportunities. Agnes's involvement in witchcraft first came to public attention in 1566 when she was accused of causing the death of a neighbour, William Finn. According to the charges, Agnes had bewitched Finn after a dispute, leading to his untimely death. This accusation was serious, as witchcraft was considered not only a crime against individuals, but also an offence against God. The trial, a precedent in English legal history. The trial of Agnes Waterhouse was one of the first major witchcraft trials in England, and it set a precedent for how such cases would be handled in the future. The trial took place at Chelmsford Assizes, a court known for dealing with serious criminal cases. It was presided over by two judges who were tasked with determining whether Agnes was guilty of the charges against her. The case against Agnes was bolstered by the testimony of several witnesses, including her own daughter, Joan. Joan claimed that her mother had taught her witchcraft and that they both owned familiars, supernatural creatures that served witches.
Yeah, they
Agnes's
had
familiar was
cats.
a demonic cat named Satan, which allegedly assisted her in carrying out her malevolent deeds. One of the most damning pieces of evidence against Agnes was her own confession. Under intense pressure, she admitted to practicing witchcraft and to causing the deaths of several people, including William Finn. She also confessed to having a familiar, which she had used to curse her enemies. Agnes's confession was likely obtained through coercion or fear of further torture, a common practice in witch trials of that era. However, in the eyes of the court, it was enough to seal her fate.
Sad thing is you can torture a person so much to a point where they'll tell you anything you want, no matter how lunatic it is. That don't make it so.
The Legend of Satan, Agnes's Familiar. The Legend of Satan, Agnes Waterhouse's Familiar, is one of the most chilling aspects of her story. According to Agnes, Satan was a black cat that she had received from another woman, Elizabeth Francis, who was also accused of witchcraft. The cat, named after the devil himself, was said to possess supernatural powers and could communicate with Agnes, demanding sacrifices in return for his services. Satan was no ordinary cat. He was a manifestation of the devil's influence on earth, and his presence in Agnes's home was considered undeniable proof of her guilt. Agnes claimed that Satan had helped her cast spells and that he had the power to transform into other animals, such as a toad or a dog. She also admitted to feeding Satan blood, which was believed to be a way to strengthen the bond between a witch and her familiar. The idea of a familiar, especially one as malevolent as Satan, added a layer of horror to the accusations against Agnes. It played into the common belief that witches were in league with demonic forces and that their power came directly from the devil. This belief made it easier for society to justify the harsh punishment that awaited those accused of witchcraft. The execution, a grim fate. After being found guilty of witchcraft, Agnes Waterhouse was sentenced to death by hanging. Her execution took place on July 29, 1566, making her the first woman in England to be executed for witchcraft.
You think maybe she didn't name her cat Satan because it was a demonic familiar, but more because it was a cat and maybe it did cat-like shit like knock everything off of shelves for no fucking reason, or be a nuisance because he was bored?
The execution was a public spectacle meant to serve as a warning to others who might be tempted to dabble in the dark arts. In her final moments, Agnes reportedly expressed remorse for her actions and asked for God's forgiveness. She also warned the assembled crowd about the dangers of witchcraft, further reinforcing the idea that she had been under the influence of the devil. Her death marked the beginning of a wave of witch hunts in England, as fear of witchcraft continued to spread throughout the country. In
Yep.
aftermath, the legacy of Agnes Waterhouse. The execution of Agnes Waterhouse did little to quell the fear of witchcraft in England. Instead, it sparked a series of witch trials that would continue for over a century, leading to the deaths of hundreds of women and men. The trial of Agnes Waterhouse became a template for future witchcraft cases, where accusations, confessions, often obtained under duress, and the presence of familiars would be used as evidence of guilt. Agnes's story also contributed to the popular image of the witch as an old, malevolent woman who consorted with the devil and used her powers to harm others. This image would become deeply ingrained in the cultural imagination, influencing everything from literature to folklore. The broader implications, witch hunts and misogyny. The story of Agnes Waterhouse is not just a tale of one woman's tragic fate, it is also a reflection of the broader societal issues that led to the witch hunt in the first place. The witch trials were often driven by fear, superstition, and a desire to control women who did not conform to societal expectations. In many cases, those accused of witchcraft were women who lived on the margins of society, widows, healers, or those who were simply different. These women were easy targets for accusations, as their independence and knowledge were often viewed with suspicion. The trials were a way to reinforce patriarchal control and eliminate those who threatened the social order. Agnes Waterhouse, as a widow and a practitioner of folk medicine, fit the profile of a typical witch trial victim. Her execution was not just about punishing one woman, it was about sending a message to all women who might challenge the status quo. A re-examination: was Agnes truly a witch? While Agnes Waterhouse confessed to witchcraft and was convicted based on that confession, it is worth questioning whether she was truly guilty or if she was a victim of the hysteria and fear that characterized the witch hunts. Many historians now believe that the majority of those accused of witchcraft were innocent, their confessions obtained through torture or the threat of it. In the case of Agnes Waterhouse, her confession may have been the result of intense pressure from the authorities, who were determined to root out witchcraft at any cost. The presence of her daughter Joan at the trial and Joan's testimony against her mother add another layer of complexity to the case. It raises the possibility that Joan was coerced into testifying or that she was influenced by the prevailing beliefs about witchcraft. Moreover, the idea of familiars, like Satan the cat, was a common trope in witchcraft accusations, often used to justify the execution of those accused. In reality, these animals were likely just pets or strays that had nothing to do with witchcraft. The association of animals with witches was a way to dehumanize the accused and make their alleged crimes seem even more horrifying. Bridget Ellen Biddy Early was born around 1790 in Farnham, a small town in County Clare, Ireland. She was the daughter of a poor farming family, and her childhood was marked by hardship. During this time was a land of struggle. The country was reeling from British rule, widespread poverty, and a series of failed uprisings. The rural communities in which Biddy grew up were steeped in superstitions and a belief in the supernatural, fairy folklore, and the fear of witches were an integral part of daily life. Biddy was different from a young age. As a child, she was known to talk to herself, or rather, to unseen entities that others could not perceive. Her mother, who was also believed to have some knowledge of herbal remedies and folk magic, encouraged her daughter's peculiar behavior. When Biddy was around 16 years old, her mother died, leaving her to fend for herself. Not long after, her father passed away, leaving Biddy completely orphaned. Without parents or support, Biddy worked as a servant in various households around County Clare. Her eccentricities, however, followed her wherever she went. She was often caught conversing with the air or making strange predictions that would later come true. Eventually, Biddy married a man named Pat Malley, who was much older than her. After his death and the inheritance of his small town of Fecal, that Biddy's life took a dramatic turn. The magic of Biddy Early. The stories of Biddy Early's magical abilities are as numerous as they are varied. Her fame spread across County Clare and beyond, and she was both revered and feared in equal measure. The most famous aspect of her legend involves a mysterious blue bottle, which she claimed was given to her by a fairy. According to the tales, Biddy used this blue bottle to perform her miraculous cures and divinations. She was able to peer into the bottle and see the future, diagnose illnesses, and even summon spirits. People came from all over Ireland to seek Biddy's help. Farmers whose livestock were sick, mothers whose children were dying, and even those who believed they were cursed or haunted would travel great distances to consult with her. Biddy would often ask them to look into her blue bottle, after which she would offer a remedy or advice that invariably worked, according to the numerous accounts. Her remedies often involved common herbs and potions, but it was the way she administered them, accompanied by incantations and rituals, that frightened and fascinated people. Despite her reputation as a healer, Biddy was also feared. Those who crossed her or questioned her methods were said to have met with unfortunate ends. Some local priests and clergymen attempted to denounce her as a witch, but they often found themselves outmatched by her influence over the people. Biddy was known to have no love for the Catholic Church, and she reportedly warned those who sought to harm her that they would suffer greatly if they tried. The darker side of Biddy Early's legend. While Biddy Early was celebrated by many as a healer, her story has darker undertones that contribute to her terrifying legacy. One of the most chilling aspects of her legend is the idea that her powers were not entirely her own. Some believed that Biddy had made a pact with the devil, or that she was possessed by malevolent spirits who granted her the ability to see and manipulate the world in ways that others could not. The blue bottle itself was a source of fear. It was said that Biddy did not reveal where she obtained it, leading to speculation that it was a gift from the fairies, who were not always benevolent in Irish folklore. In some versions of the story, the fairies were angered when Biddy used the bottle for her own gain, and they demanded it back. Biddy's refusal to part with it, according to legend, led to tragic consequences for those around her. There are stories of people who sought Biddy's help but disobeyed her instructions, only to find themselves cursed with bad luck or worse. One tale speaks of a man who visited Biddy to cure his sick cattle. She gave him a potion and told him to administer it without questioning her. The man, curious and skeptical, did not follow her instructions precisely, and soon after, all his cattle died. Another story tells of a woman who went to Biddy for a love potion. Biddy gave her the potion, but warned her that if she used it for anyone other than her intended, the effects would be disastrous. The woman ignored the warning, and her lover died suddenly. Even more unsettling are the tales of Biddy's interactions with the dead. It was believed that she could communicate with spirits, both to seek their guidance and to command them to do her bidding. People claim to have seen her walking through graveyards at night, speaking to the dead as if they were alive. Some said that she could raise the dead, though these resurrected beings were not fully human but twisted, monstrous versions of their former selves. The trial of Biddy Early. As Biddy's fame and notoriety grew, so did the efforts to bring her down. The Catholic Church, which held significant power in Ireland, was particularly concerned about her influence. Priests condemned her as a witch, and there were several attempts to bring her to trial. However, Biddy's cunning and the loyalty of her followers often kept her one step ahead of the authorities. In 1865,
She was just
Biddy
smarter
was
than
arrested
everyone
and
else.
charged with witchcraft under the Witchcraft Act of 1586, which was still in force in Ireland at the time. The trial was held in Ennis, County Clare, and it attracted significant attention. Witnesses were brought forward to testify against her, but many were too afraid to speak out, fearing that Biddy would curse them. Those who did testify often contradicted themselves or provided evidence that was easily dismissed as hearsay. Biddy herself was calm and composed throughout the trial. When questioned about her blue bottle and her supposed powers, she simply smiled and refused to answer directly. The lack of concrete evidence and the widespread belief that Biddy was protected by supernatural forces led to her acquittal. The court could not convict her of witchcraft, and she was released. This only served to enhance her reputation, and she continued her work until her death. The death of Biddy Early. Biddy Early's death is as shrouded in mystery as her life. She died in 1874 at the age of 76 in the same cottage in Fecal where she had lived for most of her life.
Oh, what a horrible
Some say that
town
she died
name.
peacefully in her sleep, while others claim that her death was the result of a final, failed attempt to use the blue
Where do you
bottle.
live, Fecal?
According to this version, Biddy knew her time was near and tried to extend her life by invoking the spirits within the bottle. Instead, the spirits turned on her, leading to her sudden and violent death. In the days following her death, the townspeople of Fecal were said to have been plagued by strange occurrences. Cattle died unexpectedly, crops failed, and there were reports of ghostly apparitions wandering the countryside. It was believed that Biddy's spirit was restless, angered by her untimely demise and the loss of her powers. Some even claimed to see her ghost, still clutching the blue bottle, walking the roads of County Clare at night. Biddy's cottage was abandoned after her death, and it fell into ruin over the years. However, it became a site of pilgrimage for those who believed in her powers. People left offerings and prayers at the site, hoping to gain favor with Biddy's spirit or to seek protection from her wrath. Biddy Early's legacy. Biddy Early's legacy is a complex one. To some, she was a healer, a wise woman who used her knowledge of herbs and the supernatural to help those in need. To others, she was a witch, a woman who wielded dark powers and consorted with spirits and fairies for her own gain. Her story is a reflection of the tensions between the old pagan beliefs and the encroaching influence of Christianity in Ireland. It also speaks to the fear of the unknown and the power that such fear can hold over people. Even today, Biddy Early remains a prominent figure in Irish folklore. Her life has been the subject of numerous books, plays, and songs. Some modern interpretations view her as a feminist icon, a woman who defied the patriarchal structures of her time and lived on her own terms. Others continue to see her as a cautionary tale about the dangers of dealing with the supernatural. The blue bottle, the most enduring symbol of Biddy Early's power, has never been found. According to legend,
Because
it
it probably
disappeared after
never
her death,
existed.
either taken by the fairies who gave it to her or hidden away to prevent anyone else from using its powers. The mystery of the blue bottle and Biddy Early's life continues to captivate the imagination, ensuring that her story will be told for generations to come. Urbain Grandier. Urbain Grandier was born in 1590 in Bouer, a small village in the province of Maine, France. From an early age, Grandier showed signs of ambition and intelligence, traits that would both aid and doom him. He entered the priesthood, a common path for those seeking influence in a society where the Catholic Church wielded immense power. However, Grandier was not a typical clergyman. He was charismatic, eloquent, and had a magnetic presence that drew people to him, especially women. After his ordination, Grandier was appointed the parish priest of Saint-Pierre-du-Marche in Loudun, a prosperous town in western France. It wasn't long before he began to clash with local authorities and other members of the clergy. His arrogance, combined with his reputed sexual liaisons with several women, earned him many enemies. Despite this, his sermons were popular, and he maintained a loyal following among the townspeople. However, this popularity would soon attract the wrong kind of attention. The seeds of destruction, the politics of power. Loudun, like much of France, was a town teeming with political and religious tension. The country was in the throes of the Counter-Reformation, and the Catholic Church was determined to root out any form of dissent, including Protestantism and witchcraft. Cardinal Richelieu, King Louis XII's chief minister, sought to consolidate royal power by reducing the influence of local nobility and clergy. Loudun, a town with a history of Protestant-Catholic conflict, was a perfect battleground for Richelieu's policies. Grandier's downfall began when he publicly opposed the demolition of Loudun's fortified walls, which Richelieu had ordered. This act of defiance marked him as an enemy of the state. Furthermore, his sexual exploits and the rumors of his arrogance had already made him a target for those seeking to bring him down. But what sealed his fate was the scandal that would later unfold at the Ursuline convent in Loudun. The possessions at Loudun, a convent in crisis. In 1632, the Ursuline nuns of Loudun began to exhibit strange and alarming behaviors. The nuns claimed they were being tormented by demons and spirits. They spoke in tongues, convulsed, and exhibited symptoms that were believed to be signs of demonic possession. At the heart of these terrifying episodes was a name that would reverberate through the corridors of the convent, Urbain Grandier. The Mother Superior of the convent, Jeanne des Anges, claimed that Grandier had bewitched her and the other nuns, sending demonic forces to torment them.
Oh,
The
fuck.
accusations quickly spiraled out of control, with several
They got
nuns
hot and wet
suing
between the legs.
They described visions of Grandier performing dark rituals, summoning demons, and even entering the convent at night through supernatural means. The spectacle attracted the attention of both the local populace and the higher authorities.
Holy cow, how many pigs are
Witch hunts
over
were
here?
not uncommon in 17th century Europe, and the idea of a priest, someone entrusted with the care of souls, engaging in witchcraft was both shocking and titillating. For Richelieu and his allies, this was an opportunity to eliminate a troublesome figure under the guise of religious and moral duty. The trial of Urbain Grandier, a farce of justice. Grandier's trial began in 1633 and was a chilling display of the dangerous combination of superstition, fear, and
It's
political.
the bear inside the rock that's the
tribunal
bad
that
part.
oversaw the proceedings was composed of Grandier's enemies, including some of the most powerful men in France who had vested interests in his downfall. The trial was a foregone conclusion, with the evidence against him fabricated or extracted through torture. One of the most damning pieces of evidence was a document purported to be a pact between Grandier and the devil, written in blood. This pact was a grotesque fabrication filled with demonic symbols and signed by various demons, including Lucifer himself. It claimed that in exchange for his soul and the souls of the convent's nuns, Grandier would be granted worldly pleasures and power. The document was clearly absurd, but in an era where belief in the supernatural was pervasive, it was enough to seal his fate. The testimonies of the nuns, many of whom were clearly under duress or in states of hysteria, were also used against Grandier. They described lurid scenes of witchcraft, with Grandier at the center, controlling their actions and violating their bodies through his sorcery. Grandier maintained his innocence throughout the trial, but his words fell on deaf ears. The verdict was inevitable. Urbain Grandier was found guilty of witchcraft, heresy, and immoral conduct. The execution, a spectacle of horror. On August 18, 1634, Urbain Grandier was subjected to one of the most brutal executions in history. He was sentenced to be burned alive at the stake in the public square of Loudun. The execution was intended not only as a punishment, but as a public spectacle, a warning to others who might defy the church or engage in heretical practices. Grandier was tortured before his execution, with his legs crushed in a vice, a method known as the broken, designed to extract a confession. Despite
Savage.
Grandier refused to confess to the charges against him. He continued to protest his innocence, even as he was led to the stake. His refusal to confess made him a martyr in the eyes of some, though others saw it as further proof of his allegiance to the devil. As the flames consumed him, Grandier is said to have recited prayers, calling upon God for mercy. The crowd watched in a mix of horror and fascination as the priest who had once walked among them was reduced to ashes. But even in death, Grandier's story did not end. The events at Loudun continued to haunt the town and the nation for years to come. The aftermath, a legacy of fear and doubt. The Loudun possessions did not end with Grandier's death. The nuns continued to experience episodes of possession, though without the same intensity. Over time, the events were re-examined, and many began to see them for what they were, a tragic result of mass hysteria, religious fanaticism, and political manipulation. Jeanne des Anges, the Mother Superior, later confessed that her accusations against Grandier were influenced by a combination of jealousy, unrequited love, and a desire for attention. The case of Urbain Grandier remains one of the most infamous witch trials in history. It exemplifies the dangers of unchecked authority, the power of superstition, and the ease with which the innocent can be condemned when reason gives way to fear. Historians and scholars have studied the Loudun possessions extensively, often pointing to the psychological and social factors that contributed to the events. The nuns' behavior has been interpreted as a manifestation of repressed emotions and desires, exacerbated by the strict confines of convent life. The political climate, rife with paranoia and a desire to eliminate dissent, also played a crucial role in transforming what might have been a minor scandal into a deadly conspiracy. Urbain Grandier, a real witch or a convenient scapegoat? To this day, Urbain Grandier's story raises questions about the nature of justice, the power of belief, and the human capacity for cruelty. Was he truly a practitioner of dark arts, or was he simply a victim of circumstances beyond his control? The evidence against him was flimsy at best, constructed on a foundation of fear and hatred. Yet, in the eyes of his contemporaries, he was not only guilty, but a symbol of evil that had to be eradicated. The tale of Urbain Grandier also serves as a stark reminder of the dangers that arise when individuals are allowed to manipulate religious and judicial systems for personal gain. The nuns' accusations were used by powerful men to remove a political adversary, and the consequences were devastating. In this light, Grandier's story is not just one of witchcraft, but of the corruption and moral decay that can infect societies during times of crisis. Elizabeth Sawyer. Elizabeth Sawyer was born in the late 16th century in the small village of Edmonton, located just outside London, England. Not much is known about her early life, but like many women accused of witchcraft, she was described as an outsider in her community. Sawyer was not wealthy, and by some accounts, she was an elderly, ill-tempered woman who often found herself at odds with her neighbors. Her physical appearance, often depicted in records as unattractive and unkempt, further alienated her from the village.
God damn it!
In an era where being different was often enough to provoke suspicion, Elizabeth's status as a poor, older woman with a sharp tongue made her an easy target. The community's fear. The early 1600s in England was a period rife with fear and superstition. The country was plagued by political and religious unrest, economic hardships, and outbreaks of disease, all of which contributed to a climate of fear. When things went wrong in a community, it was not uncommon for people to seek out scapegoats, and accusations of witchcraft provided a convenient explanation for unexplained misfortunes. In Edmonton, tensions were high, and the villagers' fear of the unknown made them particularly susceptible to witchcraft accusations. Elizabeth Sawyer's troubles began when a series of unfortunate events struck the village. Livestock died mysteriously, crops failed, and illnesses spread among the villagers. People were desperate for answers, and in their desperation, they turned their suspicions towards Elizabeth Sawyer. The fact that she was often seen talking to herself and muttering curses under her breath only fueled the villagers' fears. They believed that Elizabeth was responsible for their misfortunes and that she had made a pact with the devil. The accusation? The final catalyst for Elizabeth's downfall came in 1621 when a young girl in the village fell ill and died. The girl's parents, devastated by their loss, sought someone to blame. Rumours quickly spread that Elizabeth had cursed the girl after a quarrel with the family. The villagers' long-held suspicions about Elizabeth seemed to be confirmed, and soon whispers of witchcraft became shouts. The community was convinced that Elizabeth Sawyer was a witch. In a time when the legal system was heavily influenced by superstition, it did not take long for the authorities to act. Elizabeth was arrested and charged with witchcraft. The trial that followed was a grim spectacle, with villagers eagerly testifying against her. The evidence presented was largely circumstantial and based on hearsay, but in the eyes of the law and the public, it was enough to condemn her. The trial. Elizabeth Sawyer's trial was a harrowing affair. Witch trials in the 17th century were often more about proving the community's beliefs than about seeking the truth. The court relied on evidence such as the presence of a witch's mark, a blemish or mole believed to be the devil's mark, and the testimonies of those who claimed to have been cursed by her. In Elizabeth's case, several villagers testified that they had seen her talking to animals, which they claimed were her familiars, spirits or demons in animal form that assisted witches in their malevolent deeds. One of the most damning pieces of evidence was the testimony of a local farmer, who claimed that after refusing to sell Elizabeth some milk, his cows had suddenly fallen ill and died. This, combined with the death of the young girl, was enough to convince the court of Elizabeth's guilt. Despite her denials and pleas of innocence, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. Elizabeth Sawyer was found guilty of witchcraft and sentenced to death. The execution. Elizabeth Sawyer was executed by hanging in April 1621. The execution was carried out in a public square in Edmonton, drawing a large crowd of onlookers. Public executions were common during this period, and they were often seen as both a punishment and a deterrent to others. For the people of Edmonton, Elizabeth's execution was a necessary act to rid their village of the evil they believed had taken root. As she stood on the gallows, Elizabeth maintained her innocence. According to some accounts, she expressed regret for any unkind words or actions she had taken, but denied that she had ever practiced witchcraft. Her execution was brutal and swift, a grim reminder of the dangers of mass hysteria and the power of superstition. The aftermath. The story of Elizabeth Sawyer did not end with her death. Her execution had a lasting impact on the community of Edmonton, and her tale became a cautionary story about the dangers of witchcraft. However, in the years that followed, some began to question the legitimacy of the accusations against her. With the Enlightenment bringing new ideas and a more critical approach to superstition, some historians and scholars started to view Elizabeth's case as an example of the tragic consequences of fear and ignorance. Over time, Elizabeth Sawyer's story has been retold and reinterpreted in various forms of literature and theatre. One of the most famous adaptations of her story is the play The Witch of Edmonton,
Hi,
written by
Bitsy.
William Rowley, Thomas Dekker, and John.
Been a while.
The play, first performed in 1621, the same year as Elizabeth's execution, portrays her as a sympathetic character, a victim of her circumstances and the malice of those around her. In the play, Elizabeth is driven to witchcraft by the cruelty and persecution she faces, a narrative that adds a layer of tragedy to her story. A chilling legacy. The legacy of Elizabeth
We're
Sawyer,
learning about
real
the
Witch of Edmonton,
origins
is a
of the
chilling
witch
one.
trials.
Her story is a stark reminder of how fear and prejudice can lead to the persecution of innocent people. In a time when the label of witch could mean the difference between life and death, Elizabeth's life and death stand as a testament to the horrors of the witch hunts that swept through Europe and America. Elizabeth Sawyer's tale also highlights the role of gender in the persecution of witches. In many cases, those accused of witchcraft were women, often older, single, or widowed, who did not conform to societal expectations. These women were easy targets for accusations because they were already marginalized within their communities. Elizabeth's story is no exception. Her poverty, age, and social isolation made her a prime candidate for scapegoating. The fear of witchcraft, while rooted in ancient beliefs, was often a reflection of the social anxieties of the time. In Elizabeth's case, the villagers' fear of disease, economic hardship, and social change manifested in their desire to find someone to blame. Unfortunately, Elizabeth Sawyer became the embodiment of their fears, leading to her tragic and untimely death. Anna Goldie. Anna Goldie was born in 1734 in the small village of Senwald in the canton of Glarus, Switzerland. She came from a humble background, and little is known about her early years. However, her life took a dark turn when she moved to the nearby town of Glarus to seek work. In the late 18th century, Europe was rife with paranoia and superstition, with witch hunts still lingering from centuries past. The fear of witchcraft had waned somewhat compared to the 17th century, but remnants of this paranoia persisted, particularly in smaller, isolated communities. The accusation. Anna Goldie's life changed dramatically when she became the target of witchcraft accusations.
It's a lot of fun. It's still alpha.
She was employed as a maid in the household of the prominent physician and
Got a lot of
George Andreas
glitchy, weird
Jagger's family was
things that happen in it, like most alpha games.
in the unfolding events. The initial spark of suspicion was lit when a series of mysterious ailments and strange occurrences began affecting the Jagger household. One of the family's children fell ill with what was described as a mysterious and incurable condition. The illness spread fear and anxiety throughout the household, and Goldie, as a servant, was a convenient scapegoat. The local community, already primed to believe in supernatural explanations for misfortune, quickly turned against her. Accusations of witchcraft, a common and deadly form of social control, began to surface. The torture and trial. Once accused, Goldie was subjected to brutal interrogation methods. At this time, the practice of torture was a common and accepted method of extracting confessions from suspected witches. Goldie was subjected to intense physical and psychological torture, a reflection of the extreme lengths to which authorities would go to elicit confessions and solidify convictions. The details of her torture are harrowing. She was reportedly subjected to thumbscrews and other forms of physical pain designed to break her will. Despite the severity of her suffering, Goldie maintained her innocence, but the pressure and brutality forced her to eventually make a confession under duress. Her confession, like many others during the witch hunts, was likely a product of torture rather than any genuine acknowledgement of guilt. The trial that followed was a grim formality, largely a confirmation of the guilt that had already been decided by the authorities. The legal system of the time was heavily biased against the accused, with little regard for fair trial practices or the rights of the accused. Goldie's case was
Oh yeah, there's lots of players, lots of people play it. There's no PvP though, so
Anna Goldie was executed by
hopefully you're not looking for a PvP style game.
Her execution marked a tragic end to her life and underscored the harsh realities faced by those accused of witchcraft in this period. Her death was not an isolated incident, but rather part of a broader pattern of persecution that had plagued Europe for centuries. Goldie's execution stands as a chilling testament to the power of superstition and the misuse of authority. Her story is a reminder of the dangers of allowing fear and ignorance to dictate justice. The legacy of Anna Goldie is one of tragedy and injustice, highlighting the
Trying to make it back
consequences
to
of
my
societal
my
paranoia
dead
and the
body.
failure of legal systems to
Well, my
protect
dead
the
body
vulnerable.
chest, anyways.
Historical and cultural impact. The case of Anna Goldie is significant not only as a historical event, but also as a symbol of the broader witch trials that swept through Europe. Her story is a poignant example of how fear of the unknown and the desire to find scapegoats can lead to devastating consequences. It also serves as a reminder of the importance of safeguarding human rights and ensuring that justice systems
It is free to play right now, though.
in the centuries following
So,
her death, Anna Goldie's story has been revisited and re-evaluated by historians and scholars. Her case is now recognized as a tragic example of the abuses of power and the injustices that can occur when fear and superstition override reason and compassion. Modern interpretations of her story often highlight the need for critical reflection on historical injustices and the importance of learning from past mistakes. Moll Dyer. Understand Moll Dyer's story. It is crucial to appreciate the historical and social context in which she lived. The 17th century was a period of great upheaval and transformation in the American colonies. European settlers faced harsh and unfamiliar conditions, which often led to fear and suspicion toward anything or anyone perceived as different or threatening. In Maryland, as in other colonies, witchcraft accusations were common. These accusations were fueled by a combination of religious fervor, superstition, and the struggles of colonial life. The period saw numerous witch trials and executions, reflecting the era's intense paranoia and the tendency to blame personal misfortunes on malevolent supernatural forces. Moll Dyer's life. Moll Dyer was purportedly an elderly woman living in St. Mary's County, Maryland, in the late 1600s.
it'll probably still be free to play. It's got a long way to go before it goes to full release.
According to these sources, Moll Dyer was a recluse who lived on the outskirts of the settlement. Her isolation and peculiar behavior made her a target for suspicion and gossip. Some accounts suggest that Dyer was known for her herbal remedies and knowledge of traditional folk practices, which were often misinterpreted as witchcraft. In a time when medical knowledge was rudimentary and disease was frequently met with fear and superstition, anyone with unconventional methods was at risk of being labeled a witch. The accusations and tragic end. The most widely circulated version of Moll Dyer's story begins with a series of unfortunate events that struck the local community. According to legend, a harsh winter or a series of crop failures led the settlers to blame Moll Dyer for their misfortunes. Such scapegoating was not uncommon in times of crisis. As the story goes, Moll Dyer was accused of witchcraft and subjected to a trial. While historical evidence of a formal trial is lacking, the legend suggests that the local authorities were convinced of her guilt. Facing hostility and fear from the community, Dyer fled her home, seeking refuge in the wilderness. In her flight, Moll Dyer is said to have sought shelter in the forest. According to local law, she was found dead in the snow, clutching a large rock. The circumstances of her death were mysterious and horrific, adding to her legend. Some versions of the story suggest that she died of exposure, while others claim that she was murdered by the settlers. The rock she was clutching was rumored to be a symbol of her resistance and defiance. The curse and the haunting. Moll Dyer's death did not mark the end of her story. According to folklore, her spirit did not rest in peace, and she was said to have placed a curse on the land before her death. This curse was believed to bring misfortune and disaster to those who wronged her. Local legend holds that the curse was manifested in various ways. Some say that anyone who disturbed her grave or attempted to remove the rock she was found with would suffer from a series of tragic events. Stories abound of people who experienced inexplicable accidents, personal tragedies, or other misfortunes after coming into contact with Dyer's supposed resting place. The tale of Moll Dyer also includes accounts of ghostly apparitions and supernatural occurrences in the area where she lived. residents have reported sightings of a spectral figure resembling an elderly woman wandering through the woods or appearing at the edge of their property. These sightings, combined with the lingering belief in the curse, have contributed to a sense of dread and unease surrounding her story. The legacy of Moldaya. Moldaya's story has left a lasting impact on local folklore and popular culture. Her tale has been recounted in books, articles, and local legends, becoming a symbol of the harsh realities faced by those accused of witchcraft. The story highlights the dangers of superstition and the consequences of scapegoating individuals in times of crisis. The legend of Moldaya also serves as a reminder of the dark side of human nature and the lengths to which fear and ignorance can drive people. Her story resonates with themes of injustice, persecution, and the supernatural, making it a compelling and enduring piece of American folklore. In recent years, interest in Moldaya has grown, with various investigations and attempts to uncover the truth behind her story. While concrete historical evidence remains elusive, the legend of Moldaya continues to captivate and terrify those who encounter it. Alice Samuel. Alice Samuel was born in the early 1560s in the rural village of St. Osoph, Essex, England. The exact details of her early life are sparse, but she was known to be a poor woman living on the fringes of society. The 16th century in England was a period marked by intense religious upheaval, social change, and increasing fear of witchcraft. This environment set the stage for Alice Samuel's eventual descent into infamy. The accusations begin. The first accusations against Alice Samuel arose in 1582, when a local woman named Elizabeth Williams fell ill under mysterious circumstances. Elizabeth's illness was described as a severe affliction that no local doctor could remedy. In a time when medical knowledge was rudimentary and superstitions ran high, such unexplained ailments were often attributed to witchcraft. Elizabeth's family, in a desperate attempt to find an explanation, accused Alice Samuel of witchcraft. This accusation was not made lightly. It was the result of growing resentment and social tensions within the community. Alice Samuel was known to be a contentious figure, and her reputation as a healer, using herbal remedies and charms, made her a target for suspicion. Her practices, while rooted in traditional folk medicine, were misunderstood and mistrusted. The trial and torture. Alice Samuel's trial began in 1583, and it was conducted with the same fear-driven fervour that characterized many witch trials at the time. The evidence against her was flimsy and based primarily on the testimonies of those who had accused her. These testimonies were often inconsistent and driven by personal grievances rather than concrete proof. Despite the lack of solid evidence, the authorities were eager to prosecute Alice. The methods of interrogation were brutal and inhumane. Alice was subjected to various forms of torture, including the infamous swimming test, where suspected witches were thrown into water to see if they would float. The logic was that if the accused floated, it was a sign of witchcraft, as the water was believed to reject those in league with the devil. If they sank, they would likely drown, a tragic outcome for anyone subjected to this barbaric test. During her torture, Alice Samuel allegedly confessed to being a witch. Her confession, however, was obtained under duress and was far from credible. The pressure and pain inflicted upon her were extreme, and confessions obtained in such a manner were often unreliable. The aftermath and execution. Despite her confession, Alice Samuel's case did not end with immediate execution. Local authorities were divided on the issue, and the trial dragged on for several months. The delay was partly due to the involvement of various local authorities who had personal stakes in the outcome. The trial became a spectacle of social and political maneuvering, further complicating the proceedings. In early 1584, Alice Samuel was found guilty of witchcraft and was sentenced to death. The execution was carried out in a manner befitting the era's understanding of justice, brutal and public. Alice was hanged, and her body was left exposed as a grim warning to others who might be tempted to dabble in the forbidden arts. The legacy of Alice Samuel. The story of Alice Samuel did not end with her death. Her trial and execution became a symbol of the excesses of witchcraft trials in early modern England. Her case highlighted the dangers of relying on superstition and prejudice rather than evidence and reason. The witch hunts of the time often targeted the vulnerable and marginalized, and Alice Samuel's story is a tragic reminder of how fear can lead to the persecution of innocent people. Her case also had a lasting impact on the legal and social landscape of England. The controversy surrounding her trial contributed to a growing awareness of the need for judicial reform and the protection of individuals from unjust persecution. The legacy of Alice Samuel serves as a cautionary tale about the consequences of allowing fear and
Oh yeah,
to override
the
justice
map
and
is, well, they call it infinite,
If
so
you enjoy diving into the dark and chilling tales of real witches from history, don't
they
forget to hit that like button and
they have a
subscribe for more
video.
mind-blowing
They
content.
gave a character the
Share your
ability
thoughts
to
in the comments.
fly. They
Who
put
was
it
the
up at
most
flight level
terrifying to you?
and just let it go
And if you have
straight
any
for
other
12
historical
hours,
mysteries or creepy
and
legends
it
you
still
want us to
didn't
cover,
reach the
let
end
us
of the
know.
map. So
Hit the bell icon so you never miss a video.
it just keeps going.
Stay curious, stay intrigued, and remember, history has a way of haunting us. Until next time, keep exploring the shadows of the past.
Yeah, the map is, it's the biggest map that I've ever seen, or you could possibly imagine, I guess. Somebody built a bridge off of the city of Elysium, the platform that you start at. They made a bridge. I think it was one of the developers made a bridge. It goes off the end of it. It goes out like 16 kilometers, and that's the end of the unprotected save area. But you can look from there. It keeps going and going and going and going. They limited the area that is protected for your own unprotected stuff. Can easily be destroyed and trashed. But everything inside that circle, 1,600 meters out from the center point, so 3,200 meters, which, how big is Daisy's map? 12? 12 kilometers? Or less than 12 kilometers? So, yeah. So 1,600 meters, doing the math. So 16 kilometers times pi is what? I don't have a calculator right now, and I can't really do the math in my head while I'm trying to do this without dying. So just the save area alone right now is probably 4 Daisy maps out from the center point. Well, I say save area, but it's more like a safe area for your building. Anything outside of that, your stuff will despawn on its own. Unless you protect it with your own thingy. Your own, whatever they call that fucking thing. Forget what they call it now. Learn about creatures
Hello,
of
everybody. Join
North
me on a
American
journey through mythical
folklore.
creatures, monsters, and cryptids that have captivated generations. From lake depths to forest shadows, these tales blur fact and fiction, inviting us to explore North America's captivating enigmas. So, let's begin. Menehune. Hailing from Hawaiian mythology, the Menehune are dwarf-like creatures, often linked to ancient sites and mysterious old constructions across the islands. They're typically portrayed as skilled builders, working under the cover of darkness. Though mischievous, they're known to help humans at times. Agripelta. Deep within the lumberjack lore of North America, one might find tales of the Agripelta. This creature is usually described as a malicious beast with long arms, dwelling in treetops and known for hurling branches at unsuspecting loggers. Its role is that of a forest saboteur, making the wilderness unpredictable. Alkali Lake Monster. Nevada's Alkali Lake is believed to be the dwelling place of a cryptid creature. This beast is depicted as a large serpentine entity. The Alkali Lake Monster legend arose from Nebraska's local tales, describing a dragon-like creature in the lake, instilling fear and curiosity about the mysteries lurking beneath its waters. Legends claim it as a guardian of the lake, protecting its waters from intruders. Chupacabra. The legend of the Chupacabra originated in Puerto Rico
Chupacabra,
during the 1990s.
the goat sucker.
Described as a blood-sucking creature with reptilian or alien features, it was believed to attack livestock. Its name, literally goat sucker, reveals its infamous deeds. Sightings spread throughout Latin American countries and southwestern United States, becoming a cultural phenomenon blending folklore, conspiracy theories, and cryptozoology, reflecting fears of the unknown and urban legends. Altamaha. Georgia's Altamaha River gives tales of the Altamaha, affectionately termed Alti. Described as a sea serpent with greenish skin, this creature serves as a guardian of the waters, often reminding locals of the river's ancient and mysterious nature. Urayuli. In the vastness of Alaska, the tales of the Urayuli emerge. The Urayuli legend stems from Alaskan native folklore, describing tall, hair-covered creatures with glowing eyes. Born from lost children, these beings are said to roam the southwestern Alaskan forests. Rather than being malevolent, they're elusive and prefer to keep to their shadowy realms. La Llorona. Originating from Mexican folklore, La Llorona, the weeping woman, is a tragic figure. Cloaked in white, she's said to wander waterways, lamenting the loss of her children.
Oh, he fell into water.
Her haunting wails serve as a chilling reminder of her sorrowful tale. Two-Toed Tom. From the swamps of Florida and Alabama comes the legend of Two-Toed Tom, a monstrous alligator with a penchant for terror. With fiery
Two-Toed
red eyes
Tom.
and an oversized physique, Tom is known to be a relentless predator, his tales cautioning those who venture too close to swampy domains. Bigfoot. Perhaps the most iconic cryptid of North America, Bigfoot, or Sasquatch, is said to roam the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest. This tall, hairy humanoid, often linked to ancient indigenous myths, is a symbol of the wild unknown. Its role in folklore? A gentle giant to some, an elusive mystery to others. Rougarou. Louisiana's bayous give rise to the legend of the rougarou, a werewolf-like creature. Drawn from French-Canadian origins, this beast prowls the night, hunting for victims to sate its hunger. Its role is both as a terror of the night and a lesson about obeying Lenten practices. Dover Demon. Massachusetts' town of Dover has its own eerie tale, the Dover Demon. This small humanoid creature with a large head and glowing eyes has an extraterrestrial vibe. Spotted for a brief time in the 1970s, it stands as an unsolved mystery, blurring lines between folklore and possible alien visitation. Wood Devils. The dense forests of New Hampshire are whispered to house the Wood Devils. Tall and slender with a bark-like skin, these entities perfectly camouflage with trees. Their purpose? To startle unsuspecting passers-by while remaining unseen, epitomising the wilderness's mysterious depths. Mishipeshu. The Ojibwe tribes of the Great Lakes region revere the Mishipeshu. Translated as water panther, it's a creature with a cat-like head, sharp spikes, and a long tail. It's both feared and respected, often considered a spirit guardian of freshwater sources. Sidle Gouger. Originating from North American lumberjack folklore, the Sidehill Gouger is a peculiar creature. Adapted to live on hillsides, it has legs on one side longer than the other. Often depicted as a mischievous being, it symbolises the quirky and inexplicable aspects of nature. Charlotte. The shimmering waters of Payette Lake in Idaho are said to be the home of Charlie, another sea serpent akin to Nessie. Sightings and stories dating back to at least the 1920s have kept its mystery alive. While often depicted as a long, undulating creature, it primarily plays a role of a gentle giant, adding allure to the lake's deep secrets. Spectre Moose. Maine's wilderness boasts tales of the Spectre Moose, a ghostly albino creature. Much larger than an average moose and exuding an ethereal glow, its appearances often signify omens, reminding hunters of nature's enigmatic wonders. Joint Snake. From southern US tales comes the joint snake, a reptile that can break itself into pieces and rejoin later. More fascinating than menacing, its tales mingle astonishment with caution, suggesting the unpredictable nature of the wild. Stick Indians. In the Native American traditions of the Pacific Northwest, tales of stick Indians abound. The legend arose from Native American lore, portraying elusive forest spirits using sticks as camouflage, cautioning against venturing too deep into the woods. These spirit beings are often considered malevolent and known to whistle or imitate voices to lead wanderers astray. They symbolise the lurking dangers and mysteries of the forest. Tahoe Tessie. Beneath the blue waters of Lake Tahoe, California, the legend of Tahoe Tessie swims. The legend of Tahoe Tessie emerged from Native American tales and modern sightings around Lake Tahoe, depicting a large serpentine creature lurking beneath the lake's deep blue waters. This serpentine creature has a reputation of curiosity rather than menace. Some stories suggest she guards the lake's hidden depths. Tizaruk. In the beliefs of the native people of Alaska, the Tizaruk is a sea serpent that lurks in icy waters. With a snake-like body and a head resembling a dragon or seal, it's often seen as a mysterious and menacing creature in the depths, ready to snatch those wandering too close to the shore. The Michigan Dogman. Lurking in the shadows of Michigan's forests is the Dogman. Part of local lore since the late 19th century, this creature is portrayed as a terrifying blend of man and canine. Rooted in local stories and popularised by radio broadcasts, Dogman's legend showcases how regional myths blend with modern media, captivating imaginations. Whirling Whimpers. Appalachian folklore offers the whirling whimpers, a beastly creature known for its hypnotic spinning motion. Using its rapid twirling, it's said to disorient and capture prey. This cryptid encapsulates the dangers hidden in the mountains and deep woods of the region. Bat Squatch. In the shadow of Washington's Mount St. Helens, stories of the Bat Squatch have arisen. This winged creature, bearing a primate's body and bat-like wings, is reminiscent of the Sasquatch.
Bat Squatch.
Often seen soaring, it adds an aerial mystery to the Pacific Northwest lore. Northfield Pigman. Vermont's Northfield has whispers about the pigman, a half-human, half-pig creature. Seen as a disturbing fusion with a pig's head atop a human body, he haunts the woods, with tales warning of his eerie presence and the unease that surrounds him. Tartar Clayard. The Native American Yakama legends introduce the Tartar Clayard, an owl-like creature. Often depicted with a ghastly appearance, this being is believed to snatch people away, especially those wandering at night. In many tales, it plays the part of a nighttime predator, signifying dangers of the dark. Bilday. From the tales of Texas emerges the Bilday, a mischievous creature with kangaroo-like features. It hops around on strong hind legs and boasts oversized ears. A night prowler, the Bildad exemplifies the uncanny mysteries that the Texan wilderness might hold. Snallygaster. The hills of Maryland and Washington, D.C. speak of the Snallygaster.
Where did the time go? It's 4 days till Lady Glug and my
German immigrants, warning of its danger. Newspapers fueled the frenzy
first
of stories
anniversary?
creating a lasting cryptid lore.
Oh, 10th anniversary. Goddamn autocorrect.
Down to prey on livestock and, at times, on humans.
Yeah, it flies by, don't it?
Tripodero. California's folklore presents the Tripodero, an odd creature with long legs and a telescopic neck. Using its unique physique, it hunts by zooming into prey from a distance. It serves as a testament to the wild imagination of early
Oh,
settlers.
fat fingers, that too.
Unpredictable surprises of the wilderness. Hide Behind. A creature from American lumberjack stories, the hide behind is aptly named. It's reputed to conceal itself, only to stalk humans unseen. When one attempts to view it, it swiftly hides, making its presence felt but not seen, thus encapsulating the unseen fears of the woods. The Beast of Bray Road. The Beast of Bray Road legend emerged in rural Wisconsin during the late 20th century. Witnesses claimed to see a werewolf-like creature on Bray Road. Local newspapers fueled the story with reports of sightings, sparking discussions of cryptids and supernatural entities. It stands as a chilling embodiment of the mysteries that roads less travelled might hold. Loveland Frog. The Loveland Frog legend surfaced in Ohio in 1955. Reportedly, a humanoid frog-like creature was spotted near Loveland. A police officer claimed to have encountered it, adding credibility to the tale. These bipedal amphibians, armed with wands, are a mix of eerie and whimsical. They highlight the mysterious encounters that can be found even in the most unexpected places. Ozark Howler. The Ozark Howler legend arose in the Ozark Mountains in Arkansas. Described as a fearsome creature with dark fur, sharp tusks, and eerie howls, sightings date back to the 19th century. Stories spread through local communities, blending Native American lore with settlers' tales. The enigmatic howler became a distinctive figure in regional folklore and cryptozoology. Nalusa Falea.
Hopefully, if you play this game, you're not afraid of heights.
Or the long black being. Resembling a shadowy man with elongated features, it's said to emerge at dusk, preying on the weak-spirited. Its tales serve as a metaphor for the darkness within and the shadows of despair. Atasea. Hailing from the tales of the Zuni people,
And he sticks the landing.
Cannibal, giant, malevolent creature
Yet again.
from rocks and dark magic. It's said to terrorize the desert, attacking travellers and causing harm. He represents the raw, untamed forces of nature and the dark facets of the world. Shunka Warakin. Wandering the Northern Rockies, British Columbia, Canada, tales of the Shunka Warakin abound. Described as a wolf-hyena fusion, this cryptid is said to prey on livestock. Its name, derived from the Native American languages, encapsulates the mystery and fear of the unknown in the wilderness. Jersey Devil. New Jersey's Pine Barrens has birthed the legend
Okay,
of
hang
the
tight,
Jersey
chat.
Devil.
I will be
This
right
winged
back.
creature,
I'm going to go
with
use the
horse's
restroom.
head and cloven hooves, has been a source of fear and fascination. For over 2 centuries, it has stood as a symbol of the inexplicable and eerie aspects of the region. Tupilak. Emerging from Greenlandic Inuit lore, the Tupilak is a vengeful creature crafted from bones and flesh. Once made by a sorcerer and set to sea, it targets enemies, but can backfire if intercepted. It's a chilling testament to the dangers of harnessing malevolent intentions. Goatman. The wooded areas of Maryland speak of the goatman, half human, half goat, and said to dwell in rural areas. Often associated with horror stories and urban legends, it serves as a cautionary tale to discourage people from venturing into secluded palaces alone, reflecting societal fears and fascination with the unknown. Beast of Busco. Indiana's Churubusco is home to the tale of the Beast of Busco, a gigantic turtle said to inhabit the local lakes. While enormous in size, its nature is more elusive than threatening, serving as a local legend and testament to nature's mysteries. Nanahi. From the Cherokee traditions come the Nanahi, benevolent spirit people. Residing in the mountains of the southeastern US, they're known to assist or save humans in times of need. They embody the spiritual bond between the Cherokee and their ancestral lands. Oklahoma Octopus. The freshwater lakes of Oklahoma are rumoured to house a mysterious creature, the Oklahoma octopus. With reddish-brown skin, it's believed to drown unsuspecting swimmers. This legend weaves caution with mystery, emphasising the unpredictable depths of water bodies. Kanatia. Derived from Lakota mythology, the Kanatia are tree-dwelling spirits, resembling small stick figures. Living in knotholes, they ensure the well-being of trees and can either be benevolent or mischievous, symbolising nature's duality and inherent magic. Piazza Bird. The cliffs along the Mississippi River near Alton, Illinois, bear ancient pictographs of the Piazza.
Alright, I'm back.
The original painting is no longer visible due to erosion, but replicas have been created over the years to preserve the image of the legendary creature. This dragon-bird hybrid, with deer antlers and a scaly body, is said to prey on locals. The tales serve as a testament to the region's rich indigenous history and the mythic creatures of yore. Bear Lake Monster. The Bear Lake Monster legend emerged from Native American and pioneer accounts. The serpent-like creature, said to inhabit Utah's Bear Lake, sparked tales of its mysterious appearances and disappearances. Passed down through generations since the 19th century, the legend evolved into a captivating blend of history and folklore, capturing the allure of the lake's enigmatic depths. Flatwoods Monster. Emerging from the woodlands of West Virginia in 1952, the Flatwoods Monster is an extraterrestrial figure. With a spade-shaped hood and glowing eyes, it's both an icon of post-war UFO hysteria and a symbol of the region's eerie tales. Mothman. The legend of the Mothman took flight in 1966 in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Eyewitnesses described a tall, winged creature with glowing red eyes. Sightings in the 1960s culminated in the tragic Silver Bridge collapse, leading to legends that link this cryptid to ominous premonitions. The enigmatic being's appearances fueled theories of warnings, omens, and cryptids. The legend endures as a fusion of supernatural intrigue and real-world tragedy. Colossal Claude. Off the coast of Oregon, the legend of Colossal Claude emerged from maritime lore in the early 20th century. Sailors' accounts spoke of a massive sea creature resembling a colossal octopus, reputed to be the size of ships. Tales of its elusive appearances and encounters gave rise to speculative fascination, blending imagination with the mysteries of the deep sea. Pukwudgie. Originating from the Wampanoag people's lore of northeastern US, the Pukwudgie is a small, mischievous being. Though they can assist humans, they can also play malevolent tricks, encapsulating the dual nature of forest spirits. Champ. The legend of Champ, a Lake Champlain monster, originated from indigenous Abenaki tales of a large aquatic creature in Vermont's lake. In 19th century newspapers, reports of sightings gained attention, evolving into a modern cryptid legend. Champ's mystique now thrives in local lore, drawing tourists and fostering speculation about a hidden water-dwelling enigma. Hoop snake. The American Midwest and parts of Canada
Hoop snake.
with tales of the hoop snake, a peculiar creature that bites its tail and rolls after its prey. Originating in tall tales and campfire stories, this whimsical legend showcases the creative imagination of early settlers and their storytelling traditions. The squonk. Pennsylvania's hemlock forests harbour tales of the squonk, a creature said to be so ugly that it perpetually weeps. With saggy skin and a sorrowful demeanour, it dissolves into a puddle when cornered, symbolising vulnerability and elusive nature. Endamkenowet. From the lore of the Lenni Lenape people of Delaware comes the Endamkenowet, or the pond monster. Residing in a pond, this aquatic creature has a terrifying countenance, but is said to be non-aggressive. It stands as a guardian of water bodies, reminding all of nature's hidden protectors. Splinter cat. Hailing from the forests of the Pacific Northwest, in Oregon, the splinter cat is a feline entity with spikes on its back and with a head so hard that it can smash trees to bits, seeking out its favoured bee nests and honey within. This creature's tales blend the unpredictable force of nature with a touch of woodland whimsy. Melonheads. Found in the lore of Michigan, Ohio, and Connecticut, the melonheads are said to be beings with oversized heads. Resulting from various unsettling stories, often involving sinister medical experiments or inbreeding, they roam woods and backgrounds, signifying the eerie unknown in familiar places. The Enfield Horror. In 1973, Enfield, Illinois became the spotlight for sightings of the Enfield Horror, a creature with 3 legs, glowing eyes, and short, stubby arms. Its tales capture the quintessential small-town monster mystery, leaving an indelible mark on local folklore. Ogopogo. Canada's Okanagan Lake in British Columbia claims the home of Ogopogo. Often described as a multi-humped green serpent, this creature has Native American origins, emphasizing the lake's deep mysteries and long-standing tales. Sinkhole Sam. The tale of Sinkhole Sam emerged from Kansas folklore. This mysterious entity is believed to inhabit sinkholes, dragging unsuspecting victims into the depths. Originating in local stories, Sinkhole Sam embodies the fears of the unknown lurking in natural formations. The legend reflects a blend of cautionary tales and the eerie allure of unexplored underground realms. Tennessee Wildman. The woods of Tennessee are home to the tales of the Tennessee Wildman, a creature similar to Bigfoot but with a reddish hue and piercing scream. Beyond its fearsome appearances, it symbolises the age-old tales of humanoid beings lurking in American woods. Jackalope. The legend of the jackalope emerged from American Western humour and folklore. Portrayed as a rabbit with antelope-like horns, the jackalope is a whimsical creature that playfully subverts reality. Blending creative storytelling with taxidermy pranks, the legend reflects a humorous cultural fascination with the wild and the bizarre, becoming a staple of roadside attractions. Slide Rock Bolter. Colorado's mountain lore introduces the Slide Rock Bolter, a creature that attaches itself to mountainsides and releases only to devour unsuspecting animals or travellers. It captures the inherent dangers of the Rockies, emphasising the unpredictable nature of wilderness terrains. Water Babies. The tale of the Water Babies has roots in English folklore and gained popularity in the 19th century. These supernatural beings were believed to be spirits of babies who had died and returned to water. Often used to caution against playing near water bodies, the legend combines sorrow, imagination, and the mysteries of nature. Wendigo. The myth of the Wendigo originated from Algonquian Native American cultures. It portrays a malevolent, cannibalistic spirit associated with winter and famine. Tales of humans transforming into Wendigos due to an insatiable greed and resorting to consuming others for survival or power have been passed down, symbolising the dark depths of human nature and the harshness of the wilderness. Tommyknockers. Deep within the mines of the western US, tales of the Tommyknockers emerged. These small spirits, believed to be the souls of departed miners, can both protect workers and forewarn of impending danger, representing the mysteries and perils of underground realms. Caddy. The legend of the Caddy emerged from the Pacific Northwest's coastal waters in British Columbia, Canada. Described as a sea serpent or prehistoric creature, sightings have intrigued sailors and locals for decades. Rooted in regional maritime
Code Brown,
the
Code
Caddy legend
Brown.
blends ancient tales
Not
of
for
water
me.
creatures with modern cryptozoology, reminding us of the enigmatic depths of the ocean and our fascination with its mysteries. Cactus Cat. The legend of the Cactus Cat found its origin in the American Southwest's deserts. This mythical feline, known for its spiky fur and aggressive behaviour, is said to feed on the moisture-rich pulp of cacti. Stemming from Native American beliefs and early settler stories, the Cactus Cat's legend embodies the whimsical and often surreal nature of desert lore. White Fang. The legend of the White Fang emerged from the Appalachian region. Described as a creature resembling a white bear or ape, sightings led to tales of its elusiveness and supernatural abilities. The creature was also known for his eerie screech that has the sound of a woman's scream. Rooted in local storytelling and rural mystique, the White Fang's legend reflects the intertwining of nature, mystery, and the human imagination in remote communities. The Beast of Bladenborough. In the 1950s, Bladenborough, North Carolina, became infamous for tales of a bloodthirsty beast. Following reports of livestock mutilations and strange sounds, a creature resembling a cat or dog, but larger and more menacing, was blamed. This creature stands as a testament to the region's unexplained mysteries and nighttime terrors. Skinwalkers. The legend of the Skinwalkers has its origins in Navajo and other Native American cultures. These malevolent shapeshifters are believed to have the ability to transform into animals. Wrapped in mystique and cautionary tales, they signify the fine line between the human and animal realms, reminding listeners of the world's dark magics. Lizard Man. The myth behind the Lizard Man emerged from South Carolina's swamps. In the late 1980s, reports of a reptilian humanoid creature with scaly skin and glowing red eyes gained attention. Witnesses claimed the Lizard Man attacked vehicles, leaving behind scratch marks and bite imprints. These incidents, reported to the local police and media, sparked widespread fascination and discussion about the creature's nature and motives. Thunderbird. Across many Native American cultures, tales of the Thunderbird have soared. This enormous eagle-like bird controls the forces of nature, especially thunderstorms. Passed down through generations, the Thunderbird's mythology illustrates the reverence for natural forces and the way ancestral stories continue to shape indigenous identities and perspectives on the world. And there you have it, the captivating world of North American creatures and monsters unveiled. If you're as intrigued as we are by these mysteries, remember to hit that like button and subscribe. Stay connected for more thrill.
Today we're
What is that was?
There are few natural areas in Canada more magnificent than the Rocky Mountains, that succession of snow-capped ranges which run along the border of Canada's westernmost provinces, Alberta and British Columbia. Every year, tourists from all over the world flock to the mountain towns of Jasper, Banff, and Lake Louise to hike, ski, or simply take in the sights of these jewels in the rugged crown of the Great White North. Beneath its breathtaking exterior of emerald lakes, majestic peaks, and crisp coniferous forests, this northern stretch of the America's continental divide harbors dark secrets, best shared around the cherry glow of an evening campfire. Stories of ghosts, strange animals, lost gold, and Indian curses. These timeless tales transport us back through the region's rich history, from the heyday of the grand railway hotels to a time when crystal waters reflected the hazy plumes of smoke-stained teepees. In this video, we will explore some of these forgotten mysteries of Canada's Rocky Mountains. The oldest stories endemic to the Canadian Rockies are the oral traditions of its First Nations, who have called the region home for centuries. Long before fur trade explorers first ventured into the mountain passes, native storytellers told tales about frightening animals that haunted the slopes, lurking atop lonely crags, in secluded valleys, and within glacial lakes. One monster which native tradition says roves the Rocky Mountains is a hairy giant, reminiscent of the Sasquatch of the Pacific Northwest. This wild man appears in the folklore of the Stonies, or Nakota, whose traditional homeland lies in the heart of the Canadian Rockies, encompassing Banff National Park. These big creatures, wrote Canadian politician Grant McEwen, appeared to have been the Rocky Mountain versions of the abominable snowman. Stonies did not hide their fear of the 8 or 9 feet tall giants. McEwen explained that when hunters, fishermen, or berry pickers mysteriously vanished in the mountains, their disappearances were often attributed to these elusive wild men, who had a penchant for kidnapping both men and women. Another Rocky Mountain tribe with stories about alpine giants are the Shuswap, an interior Salish people whose sprawling territory, which stretches across British Columbia's interior plateau, extends into the northwestern edge of the Canadian Rockies, encompassing much of Jasper National Park. Anthropologist James Tate described the Shuswap giant legend in 1909, writing that the wild men were said to be quite numerous in Shuswap country until the latter half of the 19th century. They were swift runners and excellent hunters, whose powerful frames allowed them to easily haul black bear, deer, and other large game along the mountainsides. Contrary to the ideas of the Stony, the giants of Shuswap tradition rarely bothered people, although they sometimes stole fish from nets and drying racks. They are of a gray complexion, Tate wrote, and probably on that account, and also because of their tallness, they are often called bleached or grayed trees. They are also called burned trees, probably because at a great distance, they all look black. Far from being relegated to the campfire stories of yesteryear, tales of mountain-dwelling giants persist in the Canadian Rockies to this very day, fueled by a handful of chilling 20th century encounters, which we will explore later in this piece. Other human-like creatures said to haunt the Rocky Mountains are the Little People, diminutive dwarf-like men and women said to live in caves beneath the mountains. Grant McEwen touched on the Stony conception of these preternatural pygmies, writing, "Not many Indians actually saw them, but hunters often discovered tiny footprints and heard mysterious noises. 2 Stonies told of pursuing wounded bighorn sheep into a mountain cave, and there hearing voices of little men speaking from below, plotting to make war on the surface dwellers." Another exposition on the dwarf legend appears in the writings of Sebastian Chumack, who reproduced an old story told by Stony elder Jonas Dixon. Dixon explained that the Little People, whom he called the Makuya Debe, were associated with the West Wind, who were believed to be descended from bears, who were transformed into tiny people as divine punishment for their mischievous antics. The Little People, he said, are very small persons. No bigger than a badger, these underground persons live deep within the earth, where it is always the spring moon. They have their own underground country. They weave braided flowers and know very little sorrow. Their singing is like the prairie burning and flowering. One Stony man who claimed to have seen the mountain dwarves was a hunter named Hector Crawler, a resident of Morley, Alberta, who spent much of the late 19th and early 20th centuries roaming the Albertan Rockies in search of game. Crawler told his experience to Norman Luxton, one of the first prominent residents of Banff, Alberta, who earned himself the moniker Mr. Banff. Luxton told Crawler's incredible story to Canadian ethnographer Marius Barbeau, who published it in his 1960 book, Indian Days in the Western Prairies. A certain time when he was in the mountains, Luxton said of Crawler, when alone, he saw what he called the little black men, describing them to me as elfish, not fairy forms, He described them to me as elves, wearing little plug hats and cutaway coats, and while he could not carry on a conversation with the elf, he was sure that it was out of the ordinary to have a vision of that kind. It was a rare novelty. Following his strange experience, Hector Crawler delved into the mysteries of his tribe, becoming a medicine man and healer of considerable renown. He spent much of his life in seclusion, hunting alone in the mountains, particularly in the Kootenai Plains, west of Rocky Mountain House, Alberta, the site of another strange event we will touch on later. Some Stoney today firmly maintain that the little people who populate the legends of their forefathers still inhabit the Canadian Rockies and their easterly foothills. In an article published on Halloween 2021, journalist Jordan Small stated that the elusive and benevolent Wichita Jethin Min, as his informant Daxter Amos called them, are still spotted from time to time in the Stoney town of Morley, Alberta, particularly near the schools. Every once in a while mopping the floors of the local high school after hours, custodians are said to catch glimpses of tiny people darting across the hallway before disappearing. And Stoney berry pickers have reported finding tiny ladders in the woods, which disappear before they can be shown to others. Another monster said to lurk in Canada's Rocky Mountain forest is a sort of giant predatory owl. Allusions to this ghostly nocturnal bird appear in the traditions of the Kootenai, the southernmost of the indigenous peoples in the Canadian Rockies. Legend has it that, in the mists of prehistory, Kopi, the owl, was a hulking, man-eating monster that made its home in the deep woods. Drawn by the sound of crying children, Kopi stole into native villages in the night and snatched the little ones from their beds, carrying them off to his sylvan lair. Every evening, as darkness spread over the forest, fearful mothers hushed their children, listening with bated breath for the dreaded hoot at the edge of the firelight, which told them that Kopi was on the prowl. Kopi proved such a menace to men and animals that Coyote, the trickster, took it upon himself to mitigate his power. Not knowing the location of Kopi's nest, Coyote assumed the appearance of a crying child and was duly snatched up by the avian predator. After a long flight over the forest and across the mountains, the bawling impostor was deposited in a spacious nest where more than 100 children were held captive. He wiped at his tears as his feathered abductor spread his wings and glided silently away in search of firewood. As soon as the monster was out of sight, Coyote told his fellow prisoners that they would see their families again, as long as they did exactly as he told them. When the giant owl returned with a load of firewood, he found his captives dancing merrily around a fire to the throb of his own drum, singing, "Kopi likes us, Kopi likes us." Pleased that the children seemed to be ignorant of his true intentions, the yellow-eyed predator encouraged the revelry and soon began to take part himself, joining the dancing circle. Coyote waited until Kopi was thoroughly engrossed in the exercise before pushing him onto the fire. The giant owl burned up, and from his smoldering embers flew regular owls, from which all modern members of the species are descended. Incredibly, there is evidence that giant man-eating owls may be more than creatures of native legend. According to Jordan Small's informants, the Stoney believe that a giant owl, resembling the legendary Kopi of Kootenai mythology, may still haunt the Rocky Mountains. This ghastly shape-shifting entity is called the Baptha, or Howler, and can sometimes be heard shrieking at night in the woods beyond Chiniki Lake. Quoting filmmaker Jarrett Two Young Men, a Stoney native from Morley, Small wrote, "It's something that a lot of people are afraid to talk about, even elders, and especially at night." Although the Howler is supposed to have the ability to assume a variety of different forms, it most often appears to hapless witnesses as a large owl, with the head of a man and the legs of a horse. It has been spotted looming in the forest canopy, scanning the forest floor with glowing yellow eyes. The sight of it is believed to cause temporary paralysis. Legend has it that the monster is the spirit of a Stoney Indian who became lost in the woods near Chiniki Lake, transformed into its hideous form by the sinister power which some say pervades the area. Two young men claim to have encountered the Howler himself in the early 2000s, while living alone in a house near Chiniki Lake. One night, After coming home from powwow practice, the filmmaker heard coyotes howling outside and opened his window to let in the wild music. About 10 minutes later, the coyotes abruptly stopped their yipping. Suddenly, it just went silent, the filmmaker told Small. I remember it being silent, so I peeked out my window, and it was dead silent. And then I heard the screaming, coming toward my house. It was terrifying. It was a scream that I had never heard before, like the scream of an owl or something. It was the most terrifying screaming I had ever heard. I can't describe it, so I got spooked. I shut the window, and I grabbed my dog, and just huddled under the window, and just turned all the lights off. Giant owls are not the only avian monsters said to soar above the Rocky Mountains. Like other First Nations across the country, the indigenous peoples of the Canadian Rockies believed in the existence of giant horned eagles with the ability to create thunder and lightning, which made their nests in high cliffs, hunting large game and human beings. Although there were many names for these colossal raptors, ethnologists generally referred to them as thunderbirds. According to Jonas Dixon, the Stoney called these preternatural beings Mu, and regarded them as powerful allies of humanity. In one traditional story, a thunderbird battled a huge horned water snake near the Rocky Mountain Trench, not far from present-day Field, British Columbia. The powerful Blackfoot, who lived in the prairies east of the Rockies, have traditional stories about thunderbirds that lived in the high mountains, who sometimes left their alpine eyries to hunt bison and human beings in the foothills. The Blackfoot called this creature Omaxipetau, a word which means big golden eagle. The Blackfoot tell a story about a Cree medicine man named White Bear, who was abducted by a thunderbird in the winter of 1850, when he was 28 years old, and lived to tell the tale. At that time, White Bear's band was encamped south of Fort Edmonton, Alberta, an old Hudson's Bay Company post on the North Saskatchewan River. Hunting had been poor the previous fall, and their pemmican stores were low. With fresh meat hard to come by at that time of the winter, the band was in desperate straits. In a deviation from custom, White Bear and a handful of hunters wandered west into the Rocky Mountains in search of game. Mysteriously, members of the party began to disappear one by one, leaving behind no clues as to their fates. Undaunted by this disturbing development, the hunters decided to split up and spread out, in order to give themselves a better chance of finding food. One day, while camped east of present-day Banff, Alberta, White Bear came across a deer. He brought the animal down and set to butchering it. When he had finished dressing the carcass, he packed the meat onto his back and headed east. Suddenly, the hunter was surrounded by the shadow of an enormous bird. Before he knew what was happening, White Bear found himself rising into the air. With a thrill of horror, he realized that an Omaxipetau had grabbed hold of the meat he had packed and was carrying him off to its lair. After a terrifying journey over the mountains, White Bear landed in an enormous nest built atop a high cliff. Bones of various animals lay about him. Some of these were unmistakably human, likely the last remains of the missing hunters. Also in the nest were two baby Omaxipetau, for whom he knew he was intended. Realizing that his life depended on his speedy escape, White Bear seized the birds' legs and jumped out of the nest with them. The baby birds flapped their wings furiously, slowing their descent, and the hunter landed on the ground unharmed. He plucked two arm-length feathers from the baby birds' tails as souvenirs of his adventure, and struck out east for the prairies. In another Blackfoot story, a band of natives encamped
He
in the
said,
of the Rocky
yoink.
Mountains were plagued by some swift and mysterious predator, which snatched up lone men and horses when no one was around to witness what became of them. A white shepherd who lived in the area offered the natives his unsolicited advice, suggesting that the missing horses and their riders had probably been taken by a strange bird he had seen. He offered to kill the creature for a price. The natives ignored the white man and attempted to kill the creature themselves, but all who fired at it were carried off into the mountains. When some of their best hunters were slain, they took the shepherd up on his offer. Before doing battle, the white man killed 30 of his sheep, skinned them, and made himself a thick suit of armor. Thus clad, he sought out the Thunderbird and began shooting at it, but was unable to harm it. Like his unfortunate predecessors, he was snatched up and flown away. The shepherd was transported to a huge nest high in the mountains, where a hungry fledgling awaited him. Escaping the talons of his abductor, the man found a stick and managed to club both Thunderbirds to death. Like White Bear, he took a few of the bird's arm-length tail feathers and brought them home. Like giant owls, alpine dwarves, and mountain wildmen, sightings of giant raptors evoking the Thunderbirds of native lore have been reported in the relatively recent past. In 2004, cryptozoologist Mark A. Hall reproduced a story that he unearthed in Canadian naturalist Dan McCowan's 1936 book, Animals of the Canadian Rockies. In 1925, hikers reported seeing an enormous eagle near the Tower of Babel, a mountain whose base lies just 5 miles south of Lake Louise, and a mere 13 miles from the site of the legendary battle between the Thunderbird and the giant water snake. McCowan wrote that these outdoorsmen saw an eagle flying at considerable height. As it neared the tower, it came much lower, and they observed that the big brown bird carried an animal of considerable size in its talons. The bird subsequently dropped its prey, which proved to be a mule deer fawn weighing 15 pounds, or nearly 7 kilograms, double the carrying capacity of the average golden eagle, the most powerful known raptor in the Canadian Rockies. No exposition on the native legends of the Canadian Rockies would be complete without a nod to Spirit Island, one of Canada's most iconic landmarks. This tiny, picturesque isle, crowned with a coronet of spruce trees, lies at the center of Maligne Lake in Jasper National Park, amid pine forest and snow-capped mountains. As its name suggests, this enchanting islet is associated with a haunting ghost story, the origin of which has long been lost to history. According to a popular iteration of this tale, told to passengers of the Maligne Lake boat cruise, which purports to be a traditional stony legend, the island was a secret meeting place of 2 star-crossed lovers, whose respective tribes were at war. When the girl's father learned of this illicit romance, he forbade her from returning to the island, and kept a strict watch over her to prevent her disobedience. Sick with grief, the girl fell ill and died. Romeo of this Rocky Mountain tragedy, unaware of these developments, waited for his Juliet in the shade of the island's spruce boughs, and died there of a broken heart when it became clear that she would not return to him. Today, the spirit of the young man haunts the island, waiting in vain for his lost love.
Oh.
Another legend set on Spirit Island is a werewolf story, which appears in a 1983 Stony ethnography. This 2-part tale revolves around a pair of orphan brothers who were raised by wolves on Maligne Lake after their mother was killed by a raider from the prairies. One of the brothers, named Scraping Wolf, took well to his new lupine lifestyle, while the other brother, named Starrobe, pined for human company. One day, the brothers were visited by a medicine man named Braided Rawhide Necklace, who accidentally dropped 4 sacred blue stones in the water. When Starrobe retrieved these items from the bottom of the lake, the medicine man rewarded him by giving him his daughter's hand in marriage. Starrobe left the island to live with his wife, named Whitehand, in the village of Braided Rawhide Necklace, while Scraping Wolf remained behind with the wolves. Eventually, after praying to the night spirits of Maligne Lake, Scraping Wolf transformed into a wolf himself, and went to live in the mountains with his lupine brothers. The second half of the story begins with Starrobe's return to Spirit Island, and reunion with Scraping Wolf. Starrobe informs his brother that his wife and father were really preternatural entities, which he called evil walkers, or snake people, who had lured him from the island with powerful magic. After calling on the spirits of Maligne Lake to transform his evil wife into a pile of brown pebbles, Starrobe stole the blue stones from Braided Rawhide Necklace and returned to Spirit Island. When he found that Scraping Wolf's lupine transformation was permanent, he used the blue stones to assume the form of a wolf himself, and resolved to never abandon his brother again. Like the tale of the star-crossed lovers, this Rocky Mountain epic ends in tragedy, with Scraping Wolf being eaten by water creatures after failing to heed a prophecy. The wolves of Maligne Lake blame the death on Starrobe, whom they confront on Spirit Island. The surviving brother successfully defends himself and heads east in search of his mother's people. The first white men to set foot in the Canadian Rockies were voyageurs under the command of David Thompson, a Welsh surveyor employed at the time by the great fur trading syndicate of the Northwest Company, or NWC. Concerned by the success of the recent Lewis and Clark expedition, in which a group of U.S. Army volunteers successfully marched across the continent, reaching the mouth of the Columbia River on the Pacific Ocean in 1805, the NWC hoped to find an efficient route to the Upper Columbia, so that it might establish a presence there before any American syndicates. Although Northwest Company explorers Alexander Mackenzie and Simon Fraser had already made their way west across the Great Divide by way of the northerly Peace River, the company hoped to find a quicker passage through that great and treacherous barrier, the Rocky Mountains, and tasked David Thompson with its discovery. In 1806, Thompson and his crew crossed the Rocky Mountains by way of House Pass, an old Indian trail east of present-day Red Deer, Alberta, and established a post near what is now the town of Invermere, British Columbia, on the Upper Columbia River just beyond the Rockies' western edge. In 1811, the Northwest Company learned that the Pacific Fur Company, a syndicate newly established by the wealthy German-American fur baron John Jacob Astor, was hoping to bring the fur trade to the watershed of the Columbia River, so recently opened by Lewis and Clark. Hoping to check the success of these new competitors, the NWC tasked Thompson with reaching the mouth of the Columbia River before the Astorians, as Pacific Fur Company agents were known, necessitating another journey west across the Rocky Mountains. Unfortunately for Thompson, the Piegan Blackfoot of the prairies, angered by the NWC's new trading relationship with their westerly Shuswap enemies, had blockaded the House Pass. Left with little alternative, Thompson and his men set out on snowshoes in search of an alternative southerly route through the Rockies. In his various writings, which several historians have since compiled and reworked into flowing narratives, which masquerade as the explorer's single definitive journal, Thompson described a strange discovery he and his men made on January 7, 1811, just prior to their ascension of the Athabasca Pass, west of present-day Jasper, Alberta. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Thompson, his 4 native guides, and 7 French-Canadian voyageurs under his charge came across the tracks of a large and mysterious animal, which were clearly impressed on the 4 to 8 inches of snow that covered the ground. Whatever made the tracks appeared to have walked south for some time before heading back into the forest. According to the natives, all of them expert drivers, the strange
does
appeared to be about
whatever a
6 hours
spider
long.
can.
Each track consisted of a large circular impression, which Thompson called the ball of the foot, crowned with 4 large toes, tipped with short, thick claws. Using his folding ivory ruler, the explorer determined that the tracks measured 14 inches in length and 8 inches in width. The toes were between 3 and 4 inches long, and the hind part of the foot did not make a substantial imprint in the snow. Thompson's native guides believed that the tracks had been made by an animal which, from their description, could only be a young woolly mammoth, claiming that those ancient elephants could sometimes be found at the headwaters of the Athabasca River. Those huge herbivores, they claimed, stood about 18 feet high and slept standing upright, leaning against large trees. They suspected that their legs did not have joints, but had not yet had the opportunity to verify their suspicion, as none of them had managed to kill one. They told the explorer that it would be futile and dangerous to pursue the particular specimen into the forest, as their musket balls would only succeed in wounding and angering it. An incredulous Thompson proposed that the tracks were actually made by an old grizzly bear, whose claws had worn down, a theory which he himself did not fully believe. The natives simply shook their heads, and tacitly expressed their desire to move on, to which the explorer reluctantly acceded. The sight of the track of that large beast staggered me, Thompson acknowledged in a later reminiscence, adding that, in the 30 years that separated the incident from the time at which he penned his memoir, he had often cast his mind back to that strange winter day in 1811, puzzling over the mystery of the tracks. The native belief that a population of woolly mammoths abode in the Athabasca River country in the early 19th century was attested to in the writings of Thompson's contemporary, an Irishman named Ross Cox, who began his career by working for the NWC's aforementioned competitor, the Pacific Fur Company. Following the dissolution of the PFC in 1813, Cox, like many of his fellow Astorians, was hired by the NWC and dispatched to various posts throughout the so-called Columbia District, in what are now the American states of Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. In his 1832 memoir, Cox wrote, "Some of the Upper Crees, a tribe who inhabit the country in the vicinity of the Athabasca River, have a curious tradition with respect to animals which they state formerly frequented the mountains. They allege that these animals were of frightful magnitude, being from 200 to 300 feet in length, and high in proportion. That they formerly lived in the plains, a great distance to the eastward, from which they were gradually driven by the Indians to the Rocky Mountains. That they destroyed all smaller animals, and if their agility was equal to their size, would have also destroyed all the natives, etc. One man asserted that his grandfather told him he saw one of those animals in a mountain pass, where he was hunting, and that on hearing its roar, which he compared to loud thunder, the sight almost left his eyes, and his heart became as small as an infant's. Whether such an animal ever existed, I shall leave to the curious in natural history to determine. But if the Indian tradition have any foundation in truth, it may have been the mammoth, some of whose remains have been found at various times in the United States." Following its discovery by David Thompson, the Athabasca Pass became the Nor'westers' preferred route across the Rocky Mountains. When the Northwest Company was absorbed by its great British-backed competitor, the Hudson's Bay Company, or HBC, in 1821, the pass became part of a major brigade route by which furs and supplies were transferred across the continent. Throughout the first half of the 19th century, fur trade explorers and government surveyors explored alternative passages through the Canadian Rockies. In 1825, HBC agent James McMillan traversed the Yellowhead Pass under the guidance of a Métis frontiersman named Pierre Bostonnet, nicknamed Tête Jaune, or Yellowhead, for his blonde hair. In 1841, Sir George Simpson, the governor of the Hudson's Bay Company, became the first white man to cross the Rockies by way of the Simpson Pass, southwest of Banff, Alberta, led by a French Cree Métis guide named Louis Piche, also known as the Wildcat. Around the same time, Métis settlers from Manitoba's Red River Valley, promised HBC land in the west coast, made their way across the southerly White Man's Pass in Kananaskis country, guided by a young Mountain Cree warrior named Maskapatoon, or Broken Arm. In the summer of 1858, members of the Palliser expedition explored 3 new passes through the Canadian Rockies. Palliser geologist Dr. James Hector explored the Vermilion Pass, across the Bow River from Castle Mountain, and the Kicking Horse Pass, between Field and Lake Louise, naming the latter after an incident in which he was kicked in the chest by a horse and knocked unconscious. And naturalist Thomas Blackiston, who had disagreements with expedition leader John Palliser, struck out on his own and independently explored the South Kootenay Pass in what is now Waterton Lakes National Park. These expeditions led white men into uncharted territory that had only felt the soft tread of Indian moccasins, into one of the most mysterious sectors of the Rocky Mountains, where ghosts still lingered and monsters still roamed. For centuries, various First Nations across the Northwestern Plains have recognized a certain Rocky Mountain landmark as being imbued with special otherworldly power. As early as 1792, agents of the Hudson's Bay Company were aware of a sinister-looking peak, which the natives called the Devil's Head, a sharp protrusion of black limestone on which snow never seems to fall, which looks out over the foothills northwest of present-day Calgary, Alberta. This infernal landmark serves as the guidepost marking the gateways to twin vales, riddled with similarly ghoulish names like Devil's Gap, Phantom Crag, Ghost Valley, and Dead Man Hill. As explorer Walter Dwight Wilcox aptly put it, with a gap, a large lake, and a mountain a short distance to the north called the Devil's Head, named after him, His Satanic Majesty seems to have a mortgage on all this region. Along the southern foot of the Devil's Head runs the Ghost River, a tributary of the Bow River. This mountain waterway owes its eerie name to an old stony legend, which, like all good folk tales, has a number of different versions. According to one version of the legend, long ago, the Stony of the Rocky Mountains were embroiled in a bitter civil war, which pitted band against band, and brother against brother. During this conflict, one Stony band made camp on the northern shores of the Ghost River, pitching their teepees close together so that they might be better prepared to defend themselves in the event of a raid. One night, These people heard a rumbling upriver, which sounded like a herd of bison stampeding toward them. The sounds of snorts and beating hooves came closer and closer in an alarming crescendo, finally hurtling past them with a deafening roar. In spite of the darkness, the Indians could clearly make out the hulking forms of buffalo racing along the riverbank. Amid the flurry of horns and wool rode a naked Indian astride a gray horse, who appeared to be driving the buffalo, a lone eagle feather mounted proudly in his hair. Determined to identify this shadowy madman, one stony warrior leapt onto his horse and galloped after the herd. The brave in pursuit pushed his horse faster and faster, said an old stony storyteller. He wanted to see the face of the rider of the gray horse. He wanted to find out who was chasing the buffalo, and why he was stampeding them in the dark of night. When he finally rode up beside the gray horse, the rider and the buffalo herd disappeared into the mists of the night along the river. No one could ever catch them, because they were ghosts. That is why the river is called the Ghost River. Another more popular story tells of a great battle that was fought long ago between the Stonies and the Blackfoot on the banks of the Ghost River. This clash took place when a band of Blackfoot made an incursion into Stony territory in a very uncharacteristic fishing trip, apparently being unable to find any buffalo on the prairie. One storyteller placed the battlefield on the east bank of the Ghost River, north of its junction with the Bow, where farmers and ranchers who owned property in the area have unearthed human skulls, bones, and arrowheads in their fields. It is said that many of the fallen warriors were later buried in a wooded area atop what is known as Dead Man's Hill, a rise in the land just northwest of Ghost Lake. As one Stony elder put it, ever after the battle, the voices of the slain could be heard from across the river during the night. Dakota people were always anxious to get across the river and arrive home before nightfall. This sentiment was echoed by another storyteller, a resident of the battle site, who wrote, "I myself can remember, many years ago, seeing Stony Indians lashing their horses to a gallop to get across the river before sundown, if they happened to get late and the sun was setting." Another specter said to rise from this ancient battlefield is the shade of a Blackfoot warrior, who met his end by falling off a cut bank and drowning in the Ghost River. Ever since, the phantom of this unfortunate brave has been seen riding up and down the riverbank after sunset, singing backwards on his horse with a lance in his hand.
Spooky Ghost Rider.
5 miles southwest of the Devil's Head, and 15 minutes north of Banff, Alberta, lies a 3-mile-long glacial lake called Lake Minnewanka. Like other lakes with similarly sounding names in North Dakota and Michigan, Lake Minnewanka's wild-sounding appellation derives from an old Siouan Indian term, which translates to spirit water. Before 1888, this body of water was generally referred to as Devil's Lake, or Devil's Head Lake, owing its name to the storied mountain which overlooks it. And according to a local missionary, this crisp glacial lake was once also referred to as Wendigo Lake, the Wendigo or Wendigo being an evil cannibalistic spirit of Cree and Algonquin tradition. Like the grimly styled landmarks that surround it, Lake Minnewanka is shrouded in an aura of mystery befitting its sinister name. One of the oldest and best-known legends surrounding this quiet mountain hideaway contends that the lake is home to some sort of monster. According to a widely disseminated story, which appeared in Canadian newspapers as early as 1924, one of the first Indians who saw this lake did so from the summit of one of the highest mountains which surrounds it. In the lake, he saw an enormous fish, so large that, from where he stood, it appeared to be as long as the lake. Another version of this lake monster legend can be found in the Banff Trading Post, a historic gift shop established in 1903 by Canadian Renaissance man Norman Luxton. At the back of the shop is a glass case containing what appears to be the desiccated corpse of a merman. A note attached to this horrific exhibit describes an old Stony story about a strange creature which lived in Lake Minnewanka, which was half human and half fish. Every once in a while, the legend contends, visitors to the lake can hear voices and drumming coming from beneath the water, these mysterious noises ostensibly having some connection with the lake's monstrous resident. It must be mentioned that the atrocity on display at the Banff Trading Post bears striking resemblance to the Fiji mermaid, a chimera-like abomination composed of the head and torso of a monkey sewn onto the body of a fish, which American showman P.T. Barnum exhibited in his museum in New York City. There are other native legends from the Rocky Mountains, describing monstrous mermen that inhabit the lakes and rivers.
There's one born every minute.
Brothers, one of them good and the other bad, who were introduced to a monster called Wawaka after being flung by a tornado in the Rocky Mountains. The creature was described as having a scaly fish-like tail, a bestial body covered with long black hair, and a human head with horns. After a series of adventures, the monster was killed by the brothers and roasted in a fire. The bad brother tasted some of the creature's cooked flesh, while the good brother did not. The bad brother soon began to spout coarse hair, horns on his head, and scales on his legs.
Yeah.
Transforming completely into a Wawaka himself.
Anthony wanted a Gundam. It was the first thing I created with the AI system that they have linked to this game. You can put it in there and have it create, you know, I can make a painting of like George Washington or Abraham Lincoln that I can hang on the wall, or I can make statues, or, you know, just oddball shit to see what you can make with it and put in the game.
In 1861, at the tail
Oh, that reminds me. I had an idea.
News of a new bonanza to the northeast incited the Caribou Gold Rush, in which thousands of British, Canadian, and Chinese prospectors
I want to see.
Caribou country. In 1864, a handful of caribou prospectors who had wandered east of the boomtowns of Barkerville.
I want to see if I can.
A tributary of the Kootenai River in the Columbia Mountains, not far from the present cities of Kimberley and Cranbrook, BC. When the Wild Horse Creek diggings appeared to be played out, some prospectors ventured further east into the Rocky Mountains. There, they were joined by wolfers, whiskey traders, and other hard characters who traveled north from the Montana frontier, many of whom had searched for the yellow metal in the hills outside Bannock, who were eager to try their luck in one of the last great gold rushes of the Wild West. Two of the region's most famous prospectors, responsible for what has been called the greatest mystery of the Canadian Rockies, are characters cloaked in enigma, an ill-fated pair known only as Lemon and Blackjack, the former giving his name to a legendary bonanza known as the Lost Lemon Mine. Although there are many different versions of this legend, all agree on one point, that there is a wealth of lost gold hidden somewhere on the eastern slopes of Canada's Rocky Mountains. According to the best-known version of this legend, sometime around 1870, a 35-member prospecting party set out from the Tobacco Plains north of Eureka, Montana, in the valley of the Kootenai River, to pan the North Saskatchewan River for gold. Among them was a seasoned gold seeker known as Blackjack and his partner, Lemon. After some fruitless panning on the North Saskatchewan, Blackjack and Lemon decided to search for brighter prospects. For protection against the Blackfoot, who had no qualms about slaughtering Americans who trespassed on their territory, they joined a party of southbound Métis, led by one Emile Lanouse. In some versions of the story, these half-breeds were headed for Fort Standoff, a whiskey post built at the confluence of the Oldman and Waterton rivers. Somewhere around present-day Nanton, Alberta, Blackjack and Lemon separated from the group and followed an old stony pack trail up High River and into the mountains, hoping to find a mountain pass that led to the Wild Horse Creek goldfields. The partners left the trail to follow a creek, which proved to be the confluence of three smaller streams. They panned these headwaters and discovered, to their delight, that their beds were rich in gold dust. After some additional investigation, they stumbled upon the source, a rock ledge streaked with solid gold. That night, Blackjack and Lemon got into a heated argument over whether they should avail themselves of the gold immediately and take out as much as they could carry, or return to civilization and recruit miners to help them liberate the whole load from its terrestrial prison. The exchange became so intense that the two prospectors nearly came to blows. Eventually, the livid partners decided to retire for the night. Blackjack slowly nodded off, while Lemon, wide awake, lay fuming. When he was sure that Blackjack was asleep, Lemon quietly slipped from his blankets, crept over to his sleeping partner, and split Blackjack's head with an axe.
Gold fever.
When he realized what he had done, Lemon was overwhelmed with panic. Resolving to abandon the camp at first light, he built a huge fire and started pacing back and forth, rifle in hand, brooding fearfully. As he did so, he began to hear ghostly moans, eerie whistles, and hideous lamentations, faintly superseding the crackling of the fire. Horrified, Lemon feared that he was being haunted by the spirit of his murdered partner. The uncanny wails sent him on a slow descent into borderline insanity.
The Telltale Heart.
Fully recover. Unbeknownst to the terrified prospector, the ghastly wails were issued by two young stony braves, who tormented the unsuspecting Lemon from concealment in the brush. One storyteller identified these native pranksters as William and Daniel Bendo, while another called them Calf-Child and Medicine Owl, perhaps using the anglicized forms of their stony names. The Indians had been stalking Lemon and Blackjack for some time, and had witnessed their discovery of the gold, their argument, and Blackjack's subsequent murder. At dawn, the half-crazed Lemon set out for the Tobacco Plains, or, in another version of the story, the St. Ignatius Jesuit Mission, south of Flathead Lake. Upon his departure, the two natives took what valuables they could from the camp, and headed to the stony village at Morley, where they told their story to Chief Jacob Bearspaw. Wary of the implications of a gold rush on stony land, the chief swore the two braves to secrecy. After several days, Lemon arrived at his destination and sought out his friend, a priest named Father LaRue. During his subsequent confession, he showed the priest a sample of the gold-rich rock from the mine he and Blackjack had discovered, which traders at Fort Benton, an American Fur Company trading post on Montana's Missouri River, would later describe as a body of solid gold with a little rock shut into it. Immediately, the priest tasked a Métis frontiersman named John McDougall with finding Lemon's mine and giving the murdered prospector a Christian burial. The mountain man found the location without much trouble and buried Blackjack's remains, erecting a stone cairn over the grave. As soon as he left for Tobacco Plains, a group of Bearspaw men, who had secretly been keeping watch over the spot, destroyed the cairn and all evidence of human activity. The following spring, a party of miners, having heard of Lemon's find, convinced the remorseful prospector to lead them to the mine's location. Try as he might, however, the mentally fragile prospector was unable to retrace his steps. After a fruitless search, the miners began to believe that Lemon was deceiving them and confronted him accordingly. In response, Lemon became violently unhinged and had to be restrained and escorted back to Tobacco Plains. No longer able to function in civilized society, Lemon went to live on his brother's ranch in Texas, where he remained until his death. After the failed expedition, Father LaRue took it upon himself to reclaim the mine. In 1872, he outfitted a party of miners who were to be led by John McDougall, the man who had buried Blackjack. The party headed to Crow's Nest Lake and waited for McDougall, who was at Fort Benton at the time. When he had finished his business, McDougall set out to meet the party. En route, he stopped at Fort
Let's see what it does.
In the post's most infamous commodity.
Let's see what the Dreamforge creates out of that.
That night, McDougall drank himself to death, taking the secret of the mine's location to his grave. Some years later, the
He
president
went
lost the mine was taken up
crazy.
by Lafayette French, an American buffalo hunter, fur trader, and rancher, who set up shop on the Highwood River near present-day High River, Alberta, sometime in the 1880s. During his first expedition into the mountains in search of the fabled treasure, French contracted some mysterious ailment and returned home, grievously ill. For the next 30 years, French made sporadic treks into the mountains in search of Lemon's lost gold.
Halfway there.
Despite the assistance he received from members of previous search parties, French was ultimately unsuccessful. The longer he searched, the more he gained the impression that some sort of curse plagued those who sought the gold, or at least those who got close to finding it. This disturbing notion never presented itself more starkly than in a string of instances that began near Pincher Creek, Alberta, just east of Crow's Nest Pass, and ended in High River, more than 70 miles to the north. One cold winter day,
3/4 of the way
Stony
there.
Indians led by William Bendo, one of the two braves who had witnessed Blackjack's murder, took shelter on a ranch near Pincher Creek, belonging to a pioneer named William Samuel Lee. French, who was coincidentally visiting the ranch at the same time, gave the hungry native and his followers some of his own beef. When he asked Bendo about the lost gold, the Stony became uncharacteristically tight-lipped and refused to disclose any information. That spring, French presented Bendo with 25 horses and 25 cattle, and promised to give them to the Stony on the condition that he bring him to the site of Blackjack's murder. Initially, Bendo agreed, and it was arranged that the party would head out in the morning. That night, the Indian was wrapped
90% there.
and at sunrise he reneged on the bargain. In the winter of 1912, future Albertan Senator Dan Riley, who was working as a carpenter at the time, outfitted French for another prospecting venture. On his way to the mountains, French crossed paths with Bendo a second time, finding the Indian on his way to Morley with a number of his friends and relatives. He made Bendo another generous offer, and the Stony once again agreed to lead him to the lost gold. That very night, Bendo died suddenly.
That is not what I was looking for.
Convinced that the Indian had brought bad medicine upon himself by agreeing to reveal the tribe's secrets, his kinsman loaded his body into a Red River cart and brought it back to Morley for interment. The Stony superstition regarding precious metals, clearly exhibited by Bendo and other members of his band, is alluded to in Walter Wilcox's 1900 book, The Rockies of Canada. In that publication, the author relates a story featuring Joe Healy, an Irish-born adventurer and brother of the powerful whiskey trader John J. Healy. While prospecting on the Bull River in 1864, Healy induced a Stony man named Edwin to take him to a place in the mountains where there was copper ore, bribing him with blankets, flour, and tea. The other Indians shook their heads, Wilcox wrote, and said that the spirits would be angry, and that something would surely happen to Edwin for disturbing the minerals. Later that autumn, just prior to their scheduled expedition, Edwin suddenly fell dead beside his fire, apparently succumbing to a heart attack. To the elders, his death was no great surprise, being a natural consequence of his decision to show the white man where there is money in the rocks. Similar sentiments were held by the Stony of Morley.
Let's see what that does.
Bendo's sudden demise to preternatural forces. Their suspicions were confirmed when, on the night that Bendo's body was returned to the village, the dead man's son-in-law perished in the same mysterious manner. Despite these ominous developments, French decided to proceed with his planned expedition and headed into the mountains alone. Several weeks later, the treasure hunter stumbled into the famous Bar U Ranch in the Albertan foothills in an obvious state of excitement. Fumbling for a pencil and paper, he scrawled a cryptic letter to a friend at Fort Benton, stating that he had found it and would explain everything when he had the opportunity. After entrusting the letter to the proprietor of the establishment, he rode further west, deciding to spend the night in an old log cabin about 2 miles from the Bedingfeld Ranch in High River. Sometime that night, the cabin mysteriously caught fire. French was severely burned, but managed to escape with his life and crawled 2 miles in the snow to the Bedingfeld Ranch for aid. By the time of his arrival, it was morning, and the ranch hands were already in the field. Exhausted and in severe pain, the wounded frontiersman crawled into the bunkhouse, hauled himself into one of the bunks, and passed out. That evening, after supper, as the cowboys sat around playing cards in the bunkhouse, a weak voice emanated from the bunks. "A little less noise, gentlemen, please. There is a very sick man in this bunk." The startled cowhands lowered the prospector from the bed, bundled him into a wagon, and brought him to High River for medical attention. By the time they reached their destination, French was in grave condition. The dying prospector requested to see Dan Riley, who arrived at his bedside as soon as he heard the news. "I know all about the Lost Lemon Mine now," he whispered. French, who wanted nothing more than to close his eyes, promised to tell Riley the whole story in the morning. Unfortunately, he never had the opportunity. The prospector died that night, taking the secret of his discovery to the grave. There have been many ideas put forth over the years as to the location of the Lost Lemon Mine. Most stories place it somewhere in the Livingstone Range, at the eastern edge of the Rockies between the Highwood River and the Crow's Nest Pass. Another tale contends that the elusive lode lies in a valley in Red Lodge Provincial Park west of Sundre, Alberta, 50 miles north of Morley, where King Bearspaw, the disowned grandson of Chief Jacob Bearspaw, is reputed to have spent decades searching for it. And one fascinating theory developed by Stephen Wright, a resident of Alberta's Bow Valley, places the hidden treasure near Mount Assiniboine, on the Alberta-BC border, just west of the Spray Lakes. Wherever its location, the cursed gold of lemon and blackjack adds another layer of intrigue to the enigma that is the Canadian Rockies. Canada's brief and fiery Wild West came to an end in 1874, when the government of the 7-year-old Dominion of Canada sent the Northwest Mounted Police to the Western Plains to establish British law and order. 7 years later, European navvies and Chinese coolies, under the leadership of William Cornelius Van Horn, began construction on the Canadian Pacific Railway, or CPR, the great iron thoroughfare that would connect the Atlantic Ocean with the Pacific. In 1884, on the recommendation of surveyor and former U.S. cavalry officer Major A.B. Rogers, the railroad was built through the Rocky Mountains by way of the perilous Kicking Horse Pass. After laying ties and rails over this divide, the CPR's workforce of underpaid laborers continued building the road along the northern routes of adjacent Mount Stephen, creating a steep and dangerous declivity, which would come to be known as the Big Hill. Before it was replaced by the spiral tunnels in 1909, this 8-mile horror, as historian Pierre Burton put it, was responsible for a series of deadly disasters, one of which is connected with an eerie Rocky Mountain mystery. In July 1962, one Julie C. Crawford, the daughter of a senior CPR locomotive engineer named Matthew Fulton Crawford, published an article about her father's strange experiences on the Canadian Pacific Railway. The last of Julie's stories is set in January 1904, when both her father and her easygoing uncle, John Jack Ladner, were working out of the city of Revelstoke, British Columbia, on an alpine route which stretched from that city to Lagin, Alberta, the site of present-day Lake Louise. This mountain passage was both beautiful and dangerous, consisting of a series of switchbacks that wound through both the Albertan Rockies and BC's Columbia Range, snaking through Rogers Pass and up the deadly Big Hill. In order to traverse this treacherous trail, locomotives required the assistance of an auxiliary engine, or pusher. Although the pusher job was monotonous, it paid well, and so Jack Ladner opted to work exclusively in the auxiliary engines, in order to provide his family with some extra income. Matthew Crawford had spent the evening of January 21st, 1904, with his in-laws in Revelstoke. Knowing that he had to work in the morning, he kept his visit short. When the time came for him to say goodnight, Mrs. Ladner gave him a pair of hand-knit wrist warmers and asked him to give them to her son Jack if he managed to see him at Lagin, or at the station in Field, BC, at the summit of the route. All the way east the next day, Julie wrote, Dad was glad his mother-in-law could not see the mountains as they looked in the intense cold. Menacing, implacable. The track was in fair condition, for the big rotary plow had preceded the passenger train, and he was right on time when he pulled into Field Station at the summit at 6 o'clock. Sure enough, Jack Ladner was present at the Field Station at the time of Matthew's arrival, and watched his plane crawl into the station. No sooner had the locomotive come to a stop than Jack swung into the cab to give his brother-in-law a hearty hello. After exchanging news, Matthew gave Jack the wrist warmers his mother had knitted for him, and showed him a new pocket watch he had purchased, of which he was very proud. The case isn't much, he said, but it's 21 jeweled, the best works I could afford, and guaranteed to keep perfect time. After chatting for some time, the two men parted ways, Matthew to continue his journey to Lagin, and Jack bound for Revelstoke with a load of heavy freight. Jack, be extra careful going down the hill, Matthew cautioned. It's a bad night, and if you've got a heavy train, you may have some trouble. It's slippery now, and the track's getting worse all the time. Hold her tight. Thanks, Matt, Jack replied. You're always looking out for me, but I've gone down the hill in a lot of blizzards this winter. I'm getting used to it. Besides, if the train starts to run away, there's always the safety switches. Nothing could happen once the train got in them. I'll be all right. But if I don't get there, I'll find a way to let you know. This last remark was a reference to Jack's oft-repeated insistence that, if he ever met a sticky end on the railroad, as he strongly supposed he would do everything in his ghostly power to let Matthew know about it. Matthew's journey to Lagin was uneventful. When his work was complete, he headed to the station boarding house for a hot meal, and an evening of banter and camaraderie with his fellow trainmen. In the midst of the after-dinner conversation, Matthew, eager to show off his new pocket watch, drew his timepiece from his pocket and showed it to the men with whom he was chatting, saying casually, "It's not much to look at because I didn't splurge on the case, but it keeps perfect." Rather than displaying the correct time, however, the watch was stopped at 7:56. While the trainman jokingly disparaged the jeweler who had sold him the watch, Matthew attempted to move the hands ahead to the correct time. Bizarrely, they refused to budge, glued resolutely to 7:56. Suddenly, Matthew was struck by a hideous hunch. Pushing back his chair, he shrugged into his coat and set out for the station, ignoring the laughs and jeers of his fellow trainmen as he headed into the cold. Halfway to the station, he ran into the operator, who had just searched for him at the bunkhouse. With a heavy heart, the operator informed him that Jack's train had ran off the rails, having broken through 2 safety switches. It broke its descent by slamming head-on into a huge rock. Rescuers on the scene had yet to find any sign of Jack or his firemen. Matthew spent the ensuing week working with the wrecking crew, searching for any sign of his missing brother-in-law on the mountainside. 3 days later, Jack's broken body was discovered beneath the twisted metal of the ruined engine. His own pocket watch had stopped at 7:56, the exact same time as Matthew's, as had the clock on the second safety switch through which the train had broken. Although Jack's pocket watch and the clock on the safety switch ran perfectly well once they were rewound, Matthew's watch never worked again, its hands pointing obstinately to the very minute at which Jack had met his untimely demise. Matthew later brought the watch to 2 different jewelers, who determined that there was nothing wrong with any of its components. They were unable to ascertain why it had stopped in the first place, and why it refused to resume its regular function. Julie explained that one of her uncle's friends implored her father to leave the watch as it was, and never attempt to use it again. And he didn't, she wrote. It still is in the family, its hands fixed at the hour when my uncle left this world so tragically. Naturally, the watch was talked about for a long time whenever 2 railroaders met, and it was not unusual to have perfect strangers come to the house and say, "I work for the CPR out of Calgary, or Moose Jaw, or Brandon. We heard that you have the watch that stopped when your brother-in-law was killed. Can we see it?" And Dad would show it and tell the story again. Coincidence? Maybe. But Dad said that Jack had kept his promise, and had let him know the exact minute he had reached the end of his earthly run. The curious case of Jack Ladner's pocket watch is not the only Rocky Mountain mystery connected with the Canadian Pacific Railway. Back in 1888, William Cornelius Van Horn, the man who oversaw the construction of that transcontinental track, was appointed president of the CPR. With the dream of attracting wealthy European tourists seeking a luxury wilderness experience, Van Horn envisioned a castle in the Rockies, a grand railway hotel towering above the confluence of the Bow and Spray rivers in the quaint mountain town of Banff. During the first year of his presidency, he commissioned American architect Bruce Price with the design of a world-class establishment that would become an icon of the Canadian Rockies, the Banff Springs Hotel. Since its grand opening to the public, this magnificent Scottish baronial-style palace, rebuilt in 1910 from the limestone of Mount Rundle, has housed guests from all over the world, among them Marilyn Monroe, Queen Elizabeth II, and Helen Keller. According to a number of legends, ostensibly born from the first-hand accounts of hotel patrons and staff, some of these guests never checked out. The Fairmont Banff Springs Hotel is home to a number of ghostly stories, all of which the hotel officially denies. At least one of the Banff Springs' supposed ghostly guests is said to haunt the missing room 873 on the 8th floor. According to hotel lore, a man, while staying with his wife and young daughter in room 873, murdered his family before committing suicide. As the story goes, the spirit of the young girl, and in some versions the spirit of her mother, never left the room. Guests who stayed in room 873 after its reopening reported being awoken in the night by violent shrieks, and chambermaids who routinely cleaned the room would report finding bloody fingerprints on the bathroom mirror that could not be washed off. In response to the disturbing reports, Hotel management sealed off the room, the vicinity of which is said to be haunted to this very day. Another of the permanent residents reported to walk the halls of the Banff Springs is the ghost of Sam Macaulay, a beloved Scottish bellman who, before his death in the mid-late 1970s, swore to posthumously return to haunt his workplace. Incidents involving mysterious phantom lights, elevator doors opening and closing at random, and hotel guests being helped by an elderly Scottish bellman in an antiquated uniform have been attributed to Sam's ghost. Other alleged hotel specters include a ghostly bartender who encourages inebriated patrons to go to bed, and a headless man who, despite his obvious handicap, somehow manages to play the bagpipes. Of all the ghost stories associated with the Banff Springs Hotel, perhaps the best known is the tale of the Phantom Bride. According to legend, a young couple was married in Banff sometime in the early 1930s. It was arranged for their wedding banquet to be held in the Banff Springs Hotel, where the couple was renting the bridal suite. Before the banquet commenced, the newlywed bride ascended the marble staircase up to the Cascade Ballroom to join her husband, who was waiting at the top. As she did so, her wedding gown brushed against one of the candles that lined the curved staircase and caught fire. In the panic that ensued, the bride tripped over her wedding dress, fell down the flight of marble stairs, broke her neck, and died. It is said that her ghost has haunted the hotel ever since. Over the years, various hotel patrons and staff have reported seeing a phantasmal bride dancing alone in the Cascade Ballroom, or ascending the marble staircase on which the tragic event is rumored to have taken place. Others have heard strange noises emanating from the bridal suite when the room was not in use. True or not, the tale of the ghostly bride of the Banff Springs Hotel is surrounded in an aura of mystery and romance that has become entrenched in the folklore of Canada's Rocky Mountains. 40 minutes up the Icefield Parkway from Banff is the hamlet of Lake Louise, named after an iconic glacial lake which lies at the foot of Mount Lefroy. Towering over the lake's northeastern end is another of the CPR's Grand Railway hotels, the Fairmont Chateau Lake Louise. Built around the turn of the 20th century, this luxury establishment has ghost stories of its own, some of which were shared with me by a former hotel employee named Katie M. Like the Banff Springs, the Chateau Lake Louise has an elevator that inexplicably opens and closes on its own. This rogue lift is located near the staff cafeteria at the back of the hotel, in an area with crimson carpet known as the Red Room. Staff lore has it that, back in the 1920s or 30s, when the area was open to guests, a young boy fell into the open shaft while running after a rolling ball and died from his injuries. Around the corner from the Red Room is a corridor connected to the staff cafeteria, on which hangs a large mirror. While passing by this ornament, one of Katie's fellow staff members glanced at his own reflection and saw an older man standing behind him, staring at him with a sinister expression. The staff member whirled around, only to find himself alone in the hallway. Another purportedly haunted area is the hotel's 8th floor, where one of Katie's housekeeping supervisors was kicked squarely in the behind. Legend has it that this part of the Chateau Lake Louise is haunted by the ghost of a bride-to-be, who hanged herself in a guest room closet sometime in the 1930s, when she learned of her fiancé's affair. Another unusual incident occurred one night when a guest left the hotel for a nighttime stroll around the lake. When he tried to re-enter the door he had exited, the guest found himself locked outside. When he peered through the window to see if anyone was in the hallway, the face of an elderly woman in old-fashioned clothing suddenly appeared in front of him. Terrified, the patron walked around to the main doors and informed the concierge of his frightening experience. Another interesting source on the ghosts of the Chateau Lake Louise is an online post written by former hotel house officer P. Herman. One night while
P. Herman?
Herman and a co-worker named Robert walked the length
That's
of the
short
Tom
for
Wilson
Pee Wee Herman?
a restaurant on the hotel's 7th floor. It was very late at night, he wrote. Dark, of course, but for a few nightlights. Herman and Robert strolled down the middle of the dining room, walking between rows of tables and chairs, with their eyes peeled for anything out of the ordinary. When they had completed their inspection, they turned around to find every chair in the dining room moved to the middle of the aisle down which they had just walked. We heard nothing, he wrote, although there was a very noticeable chill. Of course, we chose an alternate route through the kitchen at a very brisk pace. Herman went on to relate another incident, in which he walked past a woman in old-fashioned summer clothing, one cold winter night while descending the grand staircase. The woman's strange choice of attire caused the house officer to turn around for a second look, but by the time he craned his neck, the woman had vanished. Similar to his experience in the Tom Wilson room, the incident was accompanied by an oppressive chill, which Herman likened to the sensation of opening a winter window without feeling a breeze. Of course, I made my report, he wrote, and it should be on file to this day, along with several others, including screams in empty rooms and other apparitions. The most famous spectral resident of the Chateau Lake Louise is that of Thomas Edmonds Wilson, the namesake of the aforementioned restaurant. Wilson was a frontiersman who worked as a Northwest Mounted Police officer, a packer for railroad surveyor Major A.B. Rogers, and an independent mountain guide in the Canadian Rockies, who, in 1882, became the first white man to lay eyes on Lake Louise. After his death in 1933, Wilson's spirit is said to have returned to the place he loved best. Patrons have reported seeing a specter bearing his likeness, gazing out at Lake Louise from the restaurant that bears his name, and staff claim to have seen his ghostly figure striding through the kitchen at night, his legs disappearing into the floor from the knees down. This detail adds authenticity to sightings, as the kitchen floor was purportedly a foot lower than its present height when a living Tom Wilson walked the halls of the Chateau Lake Louise. Tucked away in the southwestern corner of the Canadian Rockies lies Waterton Lakes National Park, a hidden tourist destination which has hosted thousands of sportsmen and outdoor adventurers since the days of its first ranger, Kootenai Brown. On a high windswept hill, overlooking the park's eponymous lakes, stands the magnificent Prince of Wales Hotel, the last of the Grand Railway hotels to be built on Canadian soil. In the summer months, this historic Swiss chalet-style landmark houses guests from all over the world, come to hike the perilous Crypt Lake Trail, cruise the lakes by boat, or simply enjoy the breathtaking scenery of the Rockies' smallest park. In the fall and winter, the Prince of Wales lies desolate and abandoned, its windows dark, its doors boarded up, and the wind howling through gaps in its wooden exterior. In this eerie condition, the hotel appears more congruous with its many ghost stories, an attribute which all of Canada's Grand Railway hotels...
I'm learning. I'm learning.
The Prince of Wales Hotel was built in 1926 at the behest of Louis W. Hill, president of the American company, the Great Northern Railway. At that time, alcohol was outlawed in the United States, and many thirsty Americans made pilgrimages to the Great White North to indulge in their favorite beverages, Alberta having ended its own prohibition in 1923. Hill, who had built several Grand Railway hotels in neighboring Glacier National Park, Montana, hoped that a similar hotel in Waterton might entice American liquor tourists to visit southwestern Alberta, utilizing his railway and U.S. hotels on the journey north. It is somewhat ironic that Hill's Waterton Hotel, built for the express purpose of attracting liquor tourism, is located right beside the Mormon-heavy counties of Cardston and Warner, the only districts in Alberta where alcohol is still outlawed. Named after the future, short-reigning King Edward VIII, in a vain attempt to entice him to stay there during his 1927 royal tour of Canada, the Prince of Wales Hotel is said to house a number of permanent residents. The most frequently reported...
Now I have a dragon outside of my area.
Aroma of tobacco smoke, which occasionally wafts through the royal steward's dining room. This phantom smell is said to be associated with the ghost of a well-dressed...
I have an idea, though.
...who haunts the dining room and the basement, appearing to unsuspecting guests and staff as a reflection in the windows and mirrors. Although some writers have attempted to connect this specter with a construction worker who allegedly fell from some scaffolding to his death during the hotel's construction, the image of a dapper tobacco smoker corresponds quite well with that of Captain Rawdon S. Harrison, the hotel's first manager, a pipe smoker who frequently affected a tweed suit. Captain Harrison is said to have taken great pride in his work, and had his staff furnish the tables in the Royal Stewart dining room with freshly picked wildflowers every morning. Perhaps the captain's spirit resides in the hotel to this day, enjoying the occasional after-dinner smoke and periodically checking in on his guests. Another of the Prince of Wales' resident spirits is said to haunt the lobby, where hotel staff sometimes report hearing the heavy, disembodied footsteps of a man in the middle of the night.
He
One former
look like a
in
man.
an internet chat room confessed that he broke into the hotel in the off-season in order to spend the night there. His intrusion apparently offended this invisible resident, who raced down the stairs from the 5th or 6th floor and across the lobby towards him, effectively chasing him from the premises. The most famous phantom of the Prince of Wales Hotel is the Lady in White, the spectre of a young woman in a white gown, said to haunt rooms 510 and 516. This feminine phantasm makes her presence known by locking windows left open overnight, running the taps, tapping on doors, turning the lights on, and blowing her icy breath down the necks of hapless guests. Some hotel patrons have reported hearing disembodied footsteps in the hallways or on the balconies. Others claim to have been locked out of their own rooms, finding that someone or something had locked the door from the inside. One guest staying in room 516 even maintained that the apparition of a young woman slipped into bed with him and his wife in the dead of night, before vanishing into thin air.
Yippee.
Popular legend attributes this phantom to the spirit of a young chambermaid named Sarah, who started working at the hotel shortly after its grand opening in 1927.
Creepy. Just saying.
When the man rejected her advances,
That's
Sarah lapsed into despair
creepy.
and threw herself from a window on the 4th floor. Her ghost remains in the hotel to this very day, haunting the site of her suicide. It is likely that the legend of Sarah's ghost is based on a tragic event that took place in 1977, a particularly dark year for the Prince of Wales Hotel, on account of the death of a beloved hotel handyman and a disruptive government inspection. Perhaps the most tragic event to take place that year was the suicide of a 20-year-old seasonal employee from Dorval, Quebec, who worked in the hotel's gift shop. The employee, named Lorraine, had fallen in love with Clifford Hummel, the handsome and athletic manager of the Prince of Wales Hotel. When Hummel, who was already in a relationship at the time, failed to reciprocate her affections, Lorraine was heartbroken. On Saturday, June 30th, 1977, the grief-stricken woman stripped naked and ran throughout the hotel before leaping to her death from the balcony on the hotel's 6th floor. Her broken body was discovered on the flagstone patio that overlooks the Waterton Lakes. Some say that, ever since, her restless spirit has roamed the halls of the Prince of Wales, searching for the love denied her in life. In addition to the construction of the Grand Railway hotels, the completion of the Canadian Pacific Railway in 1885 allowed for the settlement of the Western Prairies in the British Columbian interior. By the early 20th century, outdoor adventurers from across the country were regularly heading into the Rockies to hunt, fish, and mountain climb. Some of these sportsmen returned from their backcountry escapades with experiences they could not explain, which seemed to suggest that the old Indian legends of hairy giants in the Rocky Mountains might have some truth to them. One of the best 20th century wildman stories to come out of the Canadian Rockies is the testament of William Rowe, a construction worker from British Columbia, who had an incredible encounter in the autumn of 1955 when he was helping build the Yellowhead Highway west of Jasper. Rowe sent his sworn affidavit to Canadian Sasquatch researcher John William Green, in which he outlined his experience. Green, in turn, published Rowe's stories in 2 of his books, cementing its place in the annals of classic Bigfoot literature. Ever since I was a small boy, back in the forests of Michigan, Rowe began, in the opening paragraph of his testimony, I have studied the lives and habits of wild animals. Later, when I supported my family in northern Alberta by hunting and trapping, I spent many hours just observing the wild things. They fascinated me. But the most incredible experience I ever had with a wild creature occurred near a little town called Tetjun Cache, British Columbia, about 80 miles west of Jasper, Alberta. In October 1955, I decided to climb 5 miles up Mica Mountain to an old deserted mine, just for something to do. I came inside of the mine about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after an easy climb. I had just come out of a patch of low brush into a clearing when I saw what I thought was a grizzly bear in the bush on the other side. I had shot a grizzly near that spot a year before. This one was about 75 yards away, but I didn't want to shoot it, for I had no way of getting it out. So I sat down on a small rock and watched, my rifle in my hands. When Ro first spotted the animal, it was obscured by brush, giving him a clear view of its head and the top of one of its shoulders only. As he watched, the creature stood up on its hind legs and strode out into a clearing, shattering the hunter's comfortable illusion. My first impression was of a huge man, Ro wrote, about 6 feet tall, almost 3 feet wide, and probably weighing somewhere near 300 pounds. It was covered from head to foot with dark brown silver-tipped hair, but as it came closer, I saw by its breasts that it was a female. And yet its torso was not curved like a female's. Its broad frame was straight from shoulder to hip. Its arms were much thicker than a man's arms, and longer, reaching almost to its knees. Its feet were broader proportionally than a man's, about 5 inches wide at the front, and tapering to much thinner heels. When it walked, it placed the heel of its foot down first, and I could see the gray-brown skin or hide on the soles of its feet. The creature walked over to the bush in which Ro had concealed himself, and squatted down on its haunches within 20 feet of the hunter. It proceeded to eat the bush's leaves, gripping them with its huge hands, and pulling them towards its mouth. Ro stated that the wild woman's lips curled flexibly around the leaves as it ate. Fascinated, Ro studied the animal's features as it enjoyed its afternoon snack, apparently oblivious to his presence. The shape of the creature's head somewhat resembled a Negro's, the hunter wrote. Its head was higher at the back than at the front. The nose was broad and flat. The lips and chin protruded farther than its nose, but the hair that covered it, leaving bare only the parts of its face around the mouth, nose, and ears, made it resemble an animal as much as a human. None of this hair, even on the back of its head, was longer than an inch, and that on its face was much shorter. Its ears were shaped like a human's ears, but its eyes were small and black, like a bear's, and its neck was also unhuman, thicker and shorter than any man's I had ever seen. Ro also noted that the creature's teeth were white and even. Suddenly, the wild woman glanced in Ro's direction, apparently having caught his scent. A look of amazement crossed its face, the hunter wrote. It looked so comical at the moment I had to grin. Still in a crouched position, it backed up 3 or 4 steps, then straightened up to its full height, and started to walk rapidly back the way it had come. For a moment it watched me over its shoulder as it went, not exactly afraid, but as though it wanted no contact with anything strange. Ro considered shooting the creature as it stalked back into the bush, keenly cognizant of the fact that one of the greatest scientific discoveries of the 20th century was only a trigger's pull away. I leveled my rifle, he wrote. The creature was still walking rapidly away, again turning its head to look in my direction. I lowered the rifle. Although I have called the creature it, I felt now that it was a human being, and I knew I would never forgive myself if I killed it. Just as it came to the other patch of brush, Ro continued, it threw its head back and made a peculiar noise that seemed to be half laugh and half language, and which I can only describe as a sort of whinny. Then it walked from the small brush into a stand of lodgepole pine. Ro stepped out into the clearing, hoping to catch another glimpse of the creature, and was rewarded with the sight of the wild woman, now standing several hundred yards away, tipping her head back again to emit the same strange call she had made before. Having delivered her incomprehensible message, the creature disappeared into the trees. Another series of Rocky Mountain monster sightings were made in the late 1960s and early 70s at the Kootenay Plains south of Nordegg, Alberta, where stony medicine man Hector Crawler had spent much of his time hunting in the late 19th century. In March 1969, a Cree Indian band from Hobbema, Alberta, set up camp at a place called Windy Point, near the confluence of the North Saskatchewan and Cline rivers. No sooner had they settled in than a 62-year-old band member named Mark Yellowbird got a glimpse of a huge, dark, hairy man flitting through the trees. Yellowbird had heard stories of such creatures from his stony friend, the late Chief Walking Eagle, former head of the nearby Bighorn Reserve. He told his friends of these things, Yellowbird told reporters, but he didn't mention them to anybody else, because he knew he would be laughed at. In the months following Yellowbird's encounter, Cree campers would wake up in the morning to find huge footprints skirting the edge of their camp a few hundred yards from their tents and teepees, made by at least 2 different creatures. In June, Mark Yellowbird's daughter, 16-year-old Edith Yellowbird, saw 4 strange figures on the slopes above Windy Point. I think they had caught something, she told reporters. 2 were bending down, and the other 2 were just walking about nearby. They were as tall as good-sized spruce trees on the mountainside on which they were standing. Shortly after Yellowbird's experience, a native laborer named Alex Shortneck was clearing timber with a felling axe on the North Saskatchewan River north of the Cree camp, at a site where the Bighorn Dam now stands, when he became aware of a huge, hairy, man-like creature standing about 50 yards away, watching him. I didn't know what to do, he told reporters. I just went on chopping wood. It disappeared. I thought it best to just go about my business. On August 24th, 1969, while working at a pump house just north of the woodcutter's siding, a 17-year-old cement finisher named Harley Peterson, who hailed from Condor, Alberta, spotted a mysterious, hairy, human-like figure, about twice or thrice the size of an ordinary man, watching him from a ridge overlooking the river. It looked enormous, he later told reporters. Its head was bent slightly forward, and it looked very hefty. Harley pointed the figure out to his father and fellow contractor, 46-year-old Stan Peterson. Soon, the father and son were joined by 3 more Albertan companions, 19-year-old Guy LaRue of Rocky Mountain House, 46-year-old Floyd Engen of Eckville, and 21-year-old Dale Body of Ponoka. The 5 men stared at the creature for about half an hour, and the creature stared right back, ignoring their occasional shouts and waves. After sitting down for about 10 minutes, the huge hairy figure stood up again, stared at the workmen for another 15 minutes, and then walked along a ridge overlooking the North Saskatchewan River. We watched it for about 3/4 of a mile as it made its way around a ridge, Harvey Peterson said. It was too tall, and its legs too thin for a bear, said Dale Body of the mysterious woodland resident, whose fellow workmen estimated its height to be between 12 and 15 feet. And a bear couldn't have walked that far on its hind legs, and not at that speed. It looked as if it was taking 6-foot strides, and covered the distance in less than 2 minutes. I just didn't believe it, said Engen of a strange experience. I had heard all sorts of stories, and just didn't believe them. I took off my glasses and looked again, but there it was. I knew I was wide awake. I jumped up on a tractor and waved my hat at it and yelled. It didn't seem to notice. Engen described the creature as being dark in color, having round shoulders, and being covered with hair. The silent vales and misty peaks of the Canadian Rockies hold many more secrets, from unsolved disappearances and obscure native legends to strange phenomena which surround the sites of terrible disasters. At this junction of the magnificent and the mysterious, where nature's ancient parapets separate rugged luxury from hidden wilds where man's shadow is seldom cast, history and legend beckon to the adventurous, daring the bold and the curious to explore the mysteries of Canada's Rocky Mountains.
Upload and close. The Bridge Guardians. Supposed to be wyverns, but apparently AI doesn't know the difference between a dragon and a wyvern, so. Hello, good dog. Lots of extra sticks now from doing all that shit. That's something that I think they need to update or change in this, is when you tear something down, you should get the materials that you used to build it with. You should get those materials back, not just sticks. So, like if you have to build something with stone, you should get stone back, not just gravel. So, I don't know. That's just me, but eh. Just my opinion, but just one guy's opinion. Three seconds to cook my meat. Now I got 5 cooked meat. Maybe they are dragons. Maybe they are dragons. Maybe not. Who knows? It could be any number. But anyway, I'm going to call it a day right there. Thank you everyone for hanging out and chilling with me and listening to tales about Irish folklore and other stuff like that. We'll be back at this tomorrow, or tonight rather, for me. But I will see all of you later. I'm not going to raid out. I haven't raided anybody this week. I don't think start today. I'm just going to call it a day and end it here. Go find somebody fun that you followed or somebody that's new and go show them some love and hang out with them. Till tonight, I'll see you all later. Love y'all. Remember, at the end of the day,